Uh, I no, definitely not. I have a feeling. I don't know what it is exactly, but I have a feeling it's something I definitely don't want to bring up on stage here. Hey, Oliver, how are
So
you?
basically, I was
No,
so
no, I just
normally I
said yo,
my
yo, yo, yo,
computer.
yo, yo. No, no,
No, no,
no.
I need to tell
So
the people.
no, no, no. So
People need.
message me. So message me. DM me. I don't know what shit you're talking about. DM me. Um, DM me just so I know, and then I'll give you an okay or not, because we got to be careful, man. I get too comfortable sometimes, start talking like sharing everything on stage, forgetting there's thousands of people listening. Plus, it's recorded, man. So keep that in mind. So please DM me what it is. Let me see what he's sending me. Echo chamber. Oh, you on the
See
call
what I mean?
when you just keep interrupting
See what
me.
I mean? He's so emotional. See how fragile he is. Like he
Okay.
needs to make sure that his feelings are.
Uh,
After
uh,
verified jokes with him. Now you know why I'm quiet when he makes lame
okay.
ass jokes. I have to
Okay.
verify it.
All right. So we do have okay, so it's glitching a bit today in terms of spaces. Um, very off. I can't see many requests, so if you're requesting, DM me because I'm not able to see requests as I usually do. So please DM me. Matt, I've sent you an invite. I know you tried to come up twice. It's also glitched for you. It's messing up a lot today.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hold on. You're on stage. Why can't I see you?
That is weird.
How are you, man? How's the baby?
I'm doing well. She's actually right now eating a little bit right next to me, so she's doing well.
I've subscribed, just to be honest. I subscribed to you on Twitter, and not because of your content. I subscribe for you just to see the baby, just for the record. Not sure if this
Honestly,
is part
that's
of
the
not sure
best
if this is
reason.
part of the strategy, man, but it worked.
Nice. Yeah, I try to post some stuff of just me doing random stuff for Twitter subscribers. Hopefully, as Elon starts to add more features, we can do more stuff with that.
Cool, man. All right, we're gonna start this off in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get going. Should be a fun space. Trash, how are you, man?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good, man. This is. I'm actually looking forward to this one. It's going to be some fun.
It is. It is. I thought, okay, so I've been asked to do a space on this multiple times. I've resisted doing so because I just didn't see. I just found it to be a very silly discussion initially. Okay, I'm like, it's a verification. People will take a stand, but it just doesn't mean much. And then I don't know whether I don't know what triggered it, but I just realized, either I realized or read somewhere, but it's not. It's a lot more than just an $8 verification. It's become ideological for some. They're standing up for something in their mind.
Standing up for $8. Wow.
No, no. So they stand up. Will understand it further in this space, but they disagree. They fundamentally disagree with some things either Twitter's doing or Elon's doing, and then that $8 check mark has become like a symbol of that. That's how I see it, and reading different tweets about it. We'll understand it further in the space. We do have Matt Binder joining in a bit, because I know him and Alex were going back and forth on the tweets. But Sliman, I know you were looking into this as well. And you're looking at a few tweets. You did a whole thread that I'll be going through it. We'll be posting it maybe later today or tomorrow. What have you seen? What are your thoughts on why this has become so polarizing, just like politics?
Yeah, I mean, I can just basically articulate further what you just said. I agree with what you said. That basically, it's not really about $8, is it? Like if a celebrity is making millions and so on and so forth, or whoever it may be, even mainstream media or whoever it may be, it's not about the $8, is it? It's essentially an ideological issue for them now. It's become an issue where they believe that by not paying the $8, they're basically resisting. And so that's the first point. But then the question becomes like, what is it? First of all, what is it they're trying? What information or what kind of agenda are they trying to relate to the people? And the second point is, what information are they trying to relate to the people? So in my view, what the agenda behind this is they want everyone to think that Twitter is unreliable and you can't trust it because people of repute and not willing to pay $8, whether they are celebrities or news agencies. So there's like an ideological agenda behind it. In terms of what they want to achieve, what they obviously want to achieve is, again, to basically put Musk in the headlines in a negative light, to have issues where people basically question Musk. So, I mean, and in reality, we know, and this is in your thread, the whole reason for this, all of this is they're just upset that basically Musk bought Twitter, took it out from the claws of the deep state, the establishment, whatever you want to call it, the liberal leftist control and the three letters agency control that they had, or whatever level of control they had. I know that people dispute the level of control they had. I think no one denies it.
I'm number one person. Everything you blame on the fucking deep state, every single thing, and you're bringing it again into the discussion.
Mario, so this morning,
no, Mario, I don't blame everything on them because you're making me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But when there's connections, so for example, the Twitter files, which you did a number of spaces on, demonstrated that the three-letter agencies were involved with Twitter. Are you saying you don't agree with that anymore?
No, I never see. Again, you're putting words in my mouth. You're making it sound binary. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a one extreme or the other. They do have influence, but they don't decide. They're not the reason that there's an egg shortage. They're not the reason that some fire broke out somewhere, or every single car accident is them controlling the world.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that. Yeah. So I didn't say that.
See, I'm putting words in your mouth as well. But let's get the panelists in. And first, I just want to welcome back Sam. Trash, I'll give you the mic right after, but I want to just quickly give a welcome to Sam. Pleasure to have you, man. It's been a while.
Hey, man. I'm good. How are you? Good,
man. Good. This is gonna be a great topic to get your thoughts on. Let me bring Trash in, and then we'll go to Sam, Oliver, Rob, and Justin. Especially, actually, you four would love to get your perspective because I think you'll explain the other side. But Trash, you wanna go first?
Well, something interesting happened. So, like this morning when we were talking about doing the space, right? And so I put a tweet out, and I said, basically what I said was, okay, so if you're, let me pull it up. I'll tell you exactly what I said. So I'm curious if anyone would make the argument to me of why the legacy accounts shouldn't have to pay for verification, or why you didn't subscribe. And I just wanted to kind of see, but I wanted to get some different takes. And there was an interesting take that I wanted to kind of put in here that I didn't consider. He said, my theory is celebrity accounts are managed by PR firms representing the persona, not the person. A payment method would provide that link, which is to be kept a secret. Celebrities don't have the time for this crap and delegate the details of their career. Some celebrities, some of these older, larger accounts do run their own Twitter accounts, but there are a lot that don't. So I didn't think about that before.
Well, there's one other way to look at it too. I mean, if you're strictly trying to get as many users as possible on Twitter, then you could do something along the lines of, okay, everyone above 100K who's legacy verified can keep their check mark. That probably would have been smart along those lines. But Elon has a little bit of a different plan here. I believe Elon wants to take some of the power of influence away from a lot of the more woke celebrities who have gotten most of the check marks in the past. And I think that's his greater goal here, whereas he would have a slightly different plan of attack if it was just to retain users.
Matt, didn't Elon do that today with anyone who had over 1 million? I'm pretty sure that he's U-turn. No, but Ian, can I just ask Matt directly on what he was saying? Didn't Elon do a U-turn today and give every legacy with over 1 million followers their blue ticks back? I'm pretty sure he did that anyway.
I believe most of them.
I think he's referring. I think Matt Binder. Welcome to stage, man. And I know he was asking Matt Wallace, but you could jump in, Matt. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's accurate to say they gave them back the legacy verified check marks, because I mean they say something different now. They say specifically that user subscribed to Twitter Blue and that they verified their phone number, which we know that isn't true for those users. I don't know if some celebrities will view that as an implicit endorsement of a product without their consent. I have no idea, but there's a lot of celebrities who've been deceased way before even Musk bought Twitter, who now have a tag on their profile that claims they're paying for Twitter Blue and that they verified their phone number.
So Matt, let me kick it off by asking you, and then we'll go to Rob, Justin. And I saw you and Alex have a bit of a back and forth. So I'd love you guys to maybe have a discussion here. It was an interesting back and forth. So Matt, the way I see it is it's no longer about, obviously it's not about the $8. Most people that are not getting the blue check mark, if not all of them, that are vocal about it, it's not that they can't afford $8 a month. So we can get that out of the way, even though that's a common way to make fun of you guys. But it's become a lot more than that. So I want to hear it from you. Like, what does that $8 verification represent for you? Why is it so important not to get it and to be vocal about not getting it?
Well, I mean, it means nothing. It means nothing. It's like you said, it's not about the $8. It's not about the verification anymore. I mean, if someone believes that the features and whatever bonuses come with it is worth it, then they'll pay. But a lot of people are choosing not to pay because they just deem it not to be worth it. Are there people that view it as a political stance? Probably. I mean, but that's not on them. I mean, this is pretty undeniable that Musk introduced the feature as a political stance. It was pay $8 for my way of running Twitter. I mean, he's welcome to do that. It's his platform, but he he's making a political stance about it in a way that I have never seen any sort of social media product do before in terms of like
is that a joke? And literally every social media platform pretty much for the last decade has made extreme political stances. Are you that can't be
no,
right?
but ignore. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm not talking about this platform. I'm talking about a specific paid for product. Snapchat unveiled a paid for product not long before Twitter did, and they got 3 million people subscribing to their premium plan. And you know what they sold their premium plan on? The actual features you get. Musk is selling his plan on going into celebrities' accounts, replies, I should say, and saying, "LOL, pay the $8." I mean, is it antagonizing your potential customer base the way to bring them on board?
Can I
from a business standpoint?
Can I ask you? Just want to ask a couple of questions before going to Alex. Doesn't it just look like a business decision? We know that Twitter, when Elon took it over, was very unprofitable. Based on his latest interview with the BBC, that should break even in the next 3 to 4 months. And he's taken a lot of steps to improve that aspect of it, cutting expenses very heavily, and the Twitter verification being one source of revenue. And then we had Mark Andreessen come on the show, and he told us Meta and others are watching Twitter and watching the experiment, which includes the fight against.
They followed through with it, Mario. Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, so
$15 verification.
Yeah, so Instagram did add that, and then if you look at what I pinned above, I did that tweet just before the space, and I put two headlines. One of them is about Meta's verification, and then one under it is about Elon Musk's blue tick. And then I'll read the headline for Meta. Meta launches paid verification subscription service in US. And just under it, you could see Elon's headline. Elon Musk's Twitter is a scammer's paradise, and talks about anyone being able to get the blue tick. So can't it just be seen as a business decision to boost the profitability of Twitter?
Well, the Twitter blue subscriptions in general? I mean, of course, that's why it was introduced, but that's not how he's marketing it. I mean, you see more about the LOL pay $8 than you do about the actual features. Look, you just search his Twitter account. How many times has he actually promoted the actual features you get with Twitter Blue over the amount of times he's jumped into people's mentions and sold it as LOL, pay the $8. I mean, I'm not like, if that's how he wants to do it, that's fine. That's his business. But I'm just pointing out why people would find that to be obnoxious or make them not want to buy the product.
Well, I think it's because journalists are more at Elon Musk, right? I think that's the big deal. I mean, the vast majority of blue check marks who had their check marks taken away are not even necessarily celebrities. And granted, celebrities and high-profile people have either bought it or gotten it for free, right? But the vast majority of people with blue check marks who had them disappear are people with probably fewer than 5,000 followers. A lot of journalists with like a couple of bylines here and there. They write for BuzzFeed or Vice or something. I mean, all these guys got check marks. For some reason, they got check marks well before established. I would say maybe a conservative or a centrist journalists. And there was clearly a bias going on there. And now, they're kind of the ones leading this rallying cry. Now, granted, you have big accounts calling for a boycott of Twitter Blue, and that's a given. But I've noticed like probably dozens, maybe about like 100 accounts with very tiny followings that are promoting this boycott. And I look at their bios, and it's like, a small-time no-name YouTuber who has written for Vice. It's a lot of these guys that are making a lot of noise right now. and they're the ones most upset. And
I mean, we could definitely criticize the old Twitter's way of running things. I mean, were there accounts that should have been verified that weren't before Elon bought the platform? Of course. Were there accounts that were verified and probably didn't need it? Sure, of course. In the same way, via this third-party data that I've been sifting through from Twitter's API, the same thing could be said about who's paying for Twitter Blue. Half of Twitter Blue subscribers have less than 1,000 subscribers, less than 1,000 followers. Excuse me. Now that's fine, but also if you're going to boost those people into everyone on Twitter's feeds, they probably don't want to see that. Are there people with very little followers who are genius and undiscovered and really funny or putting out really great content? Sure. But a lot of them are also the opposite. Their accounts didn't take off because they're just not very good at Twitter. And, people just don't want to see those accounts in their feed. Yet one of the perks of Twitter Blue is that those people can pay to get their stuff
But Matt,
in
the
their feed.
entire point of the algorithm, does that not seem to be that, Twitter is putting tweets in your feed that are relevant to the kind of content that you like? The kind of content that you want to see. It's not
That's not the case anymore. That's not the case
content
anymore.
into everybody's feed.
Well, it's not entirely true. I think, the algorithm, the way it works is that for these tweets to show up in your timeline, in the For You, first of all, yeah, they do have to be verified. I'm not sure if that's really kicked in yet, but I think that's going to be the plan if it's not already. But an account with, very few followers that has very few engagements, but they do have Twitter Blue, they're still not going to show up on your For You. I've not seen any of those because, like you said, they're not popular, they're not good at Twitter, and so they won't show up because nobody's liking their stuff, right? It doesn't matter that they are verified. Being verified just means that you have the opportunity to appear there, right? And I think this is something that I want to explain why.
Ian, before you do, because I know there's Justin, Katie, and Oliver. Let me get their thoughts on if they have the same.
Do you mind if I just explain?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go
why Elon.
Cool, and then I want to hear from the other speakers on just to get other reasons on why they're not getting the verification. Go ahead, man.
I just want to explain. And this is something Elon has explained, right? He said that in the not too distant future, a lot of bots are going to be on Twitter, right? A lot of bots are already on Facebook, they're on Instagram. It's pretty easy to fake a profile nowadays with ChatGPT. We have Midjourney and so on. And so, verification is just a way to say that you're human. And so to appear in the For You, you have to, at least pay the $8 to show that you're human, or at the very least, it adds a cost to the bots. And right now it might seem superfluous because, there's not that many bots and certainly they're not buying Twitter Blue. But what happens 6 months, 12 months from now when bots will proliferate this platform, and there just won't be any way to stop them, really. I mean, every platform is going to be flooded with these guys, right? These fake accounts. So, I mean, this is a way to hit it off at the pass, right? This is what Elon has said, and it's up to you whether you want to believe him or not. But I'm taking it at face value. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So I want to ask us.
There are a million ways.
What is that?
I'm sorry, Mario. I wanted to give the other side for a second. Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, man, we can.
All right. So I just wanted to give the other side as well, which is, and Matt, Matt Binder kind of mentioned it, but I'm going to go a little bit deeper, which is there are many, many different ways to do verification without charging money. That's number one. Number two, that usually when you charge money, you deliver value. So when people are talking about, well, there are different options in other platforms, usually most of those are related to the way you monetize. There is some real value that you're getting out of the platform that is actually valuable for people so that they can put their time in. Everything needs a better business model. And the biggest issue has been that it's like, and I'm just going to use the words that it reminds me of. It's like this fuck you, pay me attitude. And it's like, no, it should not be like that. You deliver value and then you capture a part of the value that you deliver. That's how capitalism actually works. And so what he's doing is he's alienating people where he's not really delivering value because they can go on YouTube, they can go on Instagram and start generating more monetization, more value for their brands and for their companies. And I think that ultimately what he put the cart before the horse. I mean, again, this is,
Dan.
you know, it's that's sort of the belief.
Dr. Danish,
Dr. Danish, when's the last time you used Instagram?
Hold on, Ian.
So one second. Dr. Danish, isn't that what he's doing anyway? Because like I can just give my own example. I'm subscribed to Twitter Blue. I'm paying the $8. Now with this new subscription services, I can give my subscribers longer, based on the ability I've got through Twitter Blue, longer videos, longer tweets.
Yeah, but he should have waited, in my opinion, for that to take off, for people to start actually getting value, and then to say, hey, look, now that you have this value, I can actually capture part of it. I think that's what was weird.
Let me, I don't know, from a
I
think
it's alienating.
Go ahead, Matt.
What's wrong here, though, is that it's just a complete misunderstanding of Twitter. People don't come to Twitter for long videos. They never will. They never had. It's just not what Twitter's about. Like, it's just a complete misunderstanding of what Twitter is. Maybe you like posting long videos, but I can tell you that the best content on this website is short form stuff, whether it be text or a photo or video. People just don't come here to read long articles. Most people see the show.
Ian, guys, hold on.
That's not true, Matt. That's not true, Matt. Like, for example, the way I blew up on Twitter was through long threads. So it's not that people are not wanting to. It's just it's just that option there. Now within my threads, I can make.
No, but ignore some. I don't want to get into whether
threads are very different, because threads usually each exist as a good thread at least exists as its own tweet along the way, and people could share singular tweets from that thread. By putting out a long tweet, you're basically forcing people to get the entire point by reading the entire piece. And why wouldn't they just go to a website to read an article? It just doesn't.
So, but Matt, I have a guys, Ian, Simon, guys. I don't want to. No, before, guys. Okay, Ian, guys, Simon, and Ian. It's just so Matt. I want to, before you answer this. No, I want other speakers to speak. I want to get different perspectives. Sure. So Matt,
I mean, everyone's free to speak, right? I mean, I don't know why people don't.
Yeah. So
just unmute.
So Matt, I want to get other thoughts, and the reason is, I don't want us to debate on whether this was the right decision or not. It could be the right decision. It could boost revenue. It could have worked, or it could be a flop. And then he could be like, all right, let me find other ways to make revenue. You know, I'll have a bunch of startups, and it's all about testing different strategies and seeing what works. But I genuinely think there's more to it than that. I think it's more, and that's why I want to hear Rob, Katie, Justin, and Oliver. I want to see, is it just me, or is there deeper reasons on why people are not getting that blue check mark? Rob, where do you stand on this?
Well, I think less than 1% of people on Twitter actually care about the politics of the check mark. And that's everybody in this space, obviously. We obviously care because we are tech people. We're interested. But I think 99% of people just come on Twitter to make jokes with their friends and look at photos of naked people. Like, whatever people do on Twitter, it's not to read articles. It's not long form video. And $8 a month or $11 on iPhone, like, you can subscribe to HBO for that amount of money. Like, there isn't much value in the feature, and I think that's why the vast majority of people aren't signing up. It's not a political statement; it's just apathy.
Oh wow! So
I would definitely.
Yeah. So you think, Rob? You think it is the value in people's opinion? The value isn't there. Is that also?
I think so.
Fascinating, because I thought, like, considering that you'll be higher on the.
I agree with Rob. I actually agree with Rob, Mario. I mean, for most people, there's no point in being a subscriber. I mean, like, why would you? If you don't write long-form tweets, you don't post long-form videos, why would you get it? Now, that's not to say that anyone, I mean, that's not true for people in this room, right? We're content creators. We're going to use it.
Even then, why wouldn't you? Like, even the fact that you're going to be on people's feed, like, what's the reason we're on Twitter? Generally speaking, people are on Twitter because people want you to read their shit. If it wasn't,
actually,
you could just WhatsApp people. Well, you can message people. There's a reason you want to basically leave your
No, most
ideas.
people who even have Twitter accounts, I think what Matt's trying to say here, and you're kind of speaking over
They
them.
consume the content. They don't make the content.
Yeah, exactly. Like, my mom uses Twitter and she doesn't, tweet at all.
That's
like,
a good
her
point.
account is dead. Yeah. A lot of people do that.
But
Like,
Ian,
most people I know do
that doesn't apply for Rob and Matt. Both of them create content, and both of them. Matt is verified. Okay, no, but Matt, hold on.
But I don't think they see the value in it, Mario. Like,
well, I just got to be clear here.
And you're you're being vocal about it, and now you did a tweet complaining how you cannot cancel your subscription. I saw it before the space.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, so Matt, but this is what I mean. Now, how is that a business decision? Like, are you like, which company do you stop buying a company's product if they make a decision? And I don't want to seem, obviously, you can see I just see this as a. For me, it doesn't make sense, so I don't want to be too biased.
Hey, Mario, but
Bud Light is very different, though. Sorry, Rob.
How is it different?
Because it's ideological. In this case, is it ideological? Is it
It's
different?
ideological here too.
Exactly.
For some people. I'm not saying it is for Matt or Rob, but like it is for some people. Some people just don't see the value in it because, like, let's be honest here about Twitter. Okay, Twitter probably has a pretty good future, right? When it becomes X.com or whatever, right? But right now, I don't think that it's very compelling for video creators. Like, I'm a video creator. I don't see the point in putting my long form videos up on Twitter because why would I? You know, I can put it up on YouTube, get paid for it. And here it's like, it's annoying. It's not indexed. And I mean, these are issues that, you know, Elon's aware of. And one day, you know, like maybe a few months from now, when they actually add an index to it, I think a lot more people will actually start buying the blue check mark. I think, you know, someone like Mr. Beast would actually find it compelling to post his videos here. But until then, I mean, there's just no value proposition. And that's a big reason for why people are just not buying it right now.
Katie, are you?
Well, be true at once. The value is not there right now, but it will be in the future. And also, even when the value is there, when there's content, when there's extra stuff, even as just a normal user that you can get, there's still going to be a large percentage of people that consider politics to be such an important part of their life that even if Elon Musk is neutral, if he's not all the way to the extreme position they're at on everything, then they are not going to buy no matter what, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Katie?
What's also interesting to think about is that some people are buying it even though it has poor value proposition. Like, I'm buying it not because I want to use long text. I'm fine without, you know, long text. I can just make threads. I'm buying it because I want to support the platform and what it offers in the future, right? I'm buying into a promise, I guess.
Katie?
Yeah, so that's my reasoning for it.
So I think one thing worth sort of remembering is that, like, pre-Elon Musk, there was Twitter Blue, right? Like, it was cheaper and it, you know, verification was a completely different function. It was just extra features, right? And like at the time, Twitter had a research team that did a ton of like market research and, you know, focus groups and all sorts of things to figure out like what are the features that people would want to pay for, how much would they pay for them. And they settled on $2.99, which I think eventually went up to like $4.99 or something. And that these were the suite of features. Like, they didn't come up with that on a whim. Like, there was like research and testing and, you know, you can only imagine at any, you know, kind of company how many, you know, slideshow presentations and whatnot went into this. So like, there was like a logic behind it. Like, there are people who will pay for extra features. I used to pay for the $2.99 version of Twitter Blue. Like, I enjoy using Twitter and I will absolutely pay for some extra features for a platform that I use all the time. I really liked that it had the sort of top articles feature. I really like that feature. I liked being able to edit tweets or the sort of the delayed undo send. You know, some of the features I didn't care about, like you can change the color of the icon on your phone. Like, I don't really care about that, right? I think obviously putting the verification into the mix in that is like, it's a real apples and oranges thing, right? Like, features that people will pay for to use the app are very different than verification. Like, those are two completely different functions of what people are interested in to pay for, right? So it's really like hard to think about these things as one and the same. Whether or not people should, the verification system is now a like paid function. I don't know, verification was broken before. It's now broken again in a different way. Like, I don't know what the path forward is for fixing it. I'm sure people have plenty of ideas. But like, there are people who will pay for the features. Like, are the features good enough? I think that there is a serious worry that like, maybe people would have paid for extra features for a platform that they love using. But the whole like throwing the verification baby out with the bathwater kind of thing made the platform like maybe less appealing to use, just because it's like, it makes the whole thing chaotic in a weird way that like a few of you were saying, most people don't tweet. Most people are not on here because they want people to see their tweets. Most people are on here because they want to read other people's tweets, and they literally will never tweet. Like, most users never will make a single tweet. And if they do, it's maybe like twice a month. So like most people aren't trying to gain followers and build a platform and be a creator. Like that's
Katie,
rare behavior.
Katie, although you're right that there are users who don't want to tweet themselves, but they want to engage with people who are making longer form tweets. They do want to engage with people who are making videos, hence why they're on there. So irrespective of whether they don't want to, the fact that this option is available impacts them as well. So even if people don't use it, they still benefit from it.
Well, in a weird way, it would be the opposite of
Katie, I think what you said,
actually, because I think what happens is that if you assume that like most people don't tweet, but they, you know, when you say they engage with people who are making long form video, they consume it. They're not replying. Most people don't even reply. Most people just consume, like they literally just read. And so most people are interested in like, what's the coolest tweet thread among all the people I follow, and what's the interesting thoughts I should read, and what's an interesting video. But if there's a verification system that can sort of like boost certain people who are, you know, by dint of they paid money for it into their For You feed, that potentially makes it like it waters down the actual quality. Like
Katie, can I just ask you, it's interesting what you said about the market research for the original Twitter Blue, because Elon's market research consisted of him saying $20, Stephen King saying fuck that, and then Elon replying, okay, how about $8? So this whole thing, you know, it seems so haphazard, trial and error. You know, this is a $44 billion platform and everything seems to be trial and error. They removed everyone's blue ticks, and then suddenly, you know, a load of celebrities get theirs back, because effectively the argument from Stephen King again was, we're the ones bringing traffic to your platform. You know, people want to see us, and now you have the cheek to ask us to pay for that. So again, that's why Elon keeps doing these U-turns. Is there a suggestion that he just doesn't seem to be, you know, he doesn't seem to have a board of directors around him? He's making these decisions maybe on his own, knee-jerk reaction decisions, and then he changes his mind. He's causing so much controversy. He's causing so much damage to his reputation.
Sam, I agree with you there, but I've got a question. So Sam, you're right. I mean, he should be basically thinking these things out throughout. So I agree with that. Like, I know Mario doesn't, but I just think this.
I just think this is ridiculous. I don't know how many. Sam, it's hard to say this to you. Slimeman, how many businesses have you built? Sam has, so it makes it harder. But Sam, hold on. You're an entrepreneur. How much do we test and test and test and pivot and test as entrepreneurs? He's treating this as a startup. Why is that wrong suddenly?
Yeah, it's a startup.
That's a lean startup methodology.
You make a good point. I mean, but the problem is every time he screws up publicly, he eats away at the reputation, and he pisses a lot of people off. So this isn't the start. This is a very established tech giant that shouldn't be making mistakes about.
Twitter's garbage, Sam. Twitter's garbage. It's a pile of shit. It's a mess.
Well, I mean, look, we know there's a huge issue with the legacy of the code and all of this.
It's really somewhere sort of in the middle of where Twitter lands in like the whole social media, field. You know, it's not Meta. It's not even TikTok, which is the newest of the big platforms. It's not YouTube. It's any of those platforms. User-wise, it's not. Revenue-wise, it's not. But because of the user base it had, which was a platform that had more sort of celebrities and pro athletes and media figures actually using it as themselves, not just like, you know, on Facebook, just like clearly coordinated posts by like a social media manager. That's why Twitter continued to hold a special sort of place in the overall social media ecosystem. I mean, you think you would want to keep that, but what you see happening with Musk's moves is he's chipping away at that. And there's going to be a point where Twitter won't have that to buoy them among those big social media platforms, and it just won't be relevant anymore.
Let me ask Oliver. Let me see. Hold on, guys. I want to see Oliver. I came into this thinking that it is ideological. Yet Matt and even Katie pushed back, and Rob as well pushed back on this. But then again, there's creators like Katie is a creator, Rob is a creator. Yet they don't have the $8 blue check mark. I know for a fact it will benefit them. And Brian's going to be coming up shortly. I remember I had a conversation with Brian. I think he's okay with me sharing it. If I'm not, he'll probably, get pissed off afterwards. But he's like, Mario, one of the reasons we're just chatting, like how he's getting his engagement just blew up a few months ago. He told me, Mario, because one of the reasons, and I didn't agree with him. But he's like, one of the reasons that we got the blue check mark early, while others that agreed with our other liberals did not. And that gave us an edge over them. Now they're starting to get it. So he's going to confirm that it is ideological for some, if not many. Am I wrong in making that assumption, Oliver? And I'll use the pinned tweet I put above, and I'm going to do a whole thread on this. There is a movement, there is a sentiment that is anti-Elon. We saw that in the way SpaceX was covered, and we saw that in the tweet up and above, and how Meta's verification is being covered versus Twitter's paid verification. What do you think, Oliver? Am I on the right track in thinking this, or you disagree as well?
I'm sure there are some people that think that. For me, it's not really an ideological thing. It's more of a fact that Blue is a premium service. I wouldn't call it a verification service. And that's kind of where, for me and the entire OSINT community, open source intelligence community that I'm a part of, that's the main problem with the whole Blue as a verification thing. Because we have, last 24 hours, we've seen people like Corey Monteith, who died in 2013, Jamal Khashoggi, who was murdered in 2018, now suddenly be verified on their account. It's not verification. There was no verification process here. It's just a premium service. We had the pretty incredible thing that happened the other day where someone made a fake profile for the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, which is a massive deal right now, a massive incident. And then, that got 25,000 likes on their tweet when they were posting out fake news, and that was verified, which caused lots of problems. Anyone that has followed me for a while and knows me knows that I was maybe one of the most vocal critics of the way that the old verification system worked on Twitter. It was heavily flawed. Their whole notability criteria was incredibly skewed. I feel like the most important thing is that it's a person that gets verified as a person. I don't care how notable you are, as long as you're an actual person. I'm fine with this. It doesn't need to be some person that is X amount of notable, or has X amount of notability before they get verified. They just need to be authentic, and that's incredibly important in the OSINT community because there are lots of news that get shared. There's fake news everywhere, stuff that misinformation that gets spread, especially in this community, especially with the war in Ukraine. There's information flying left and right, and people creating fake accounts and trying to sway the narrative one way or the other using disinformation. And I just think it's important that it's authentic. And if we move on to Blue as a product, it's obvious that Blue's goal is to increase revenue for Twitter because that's been a problem. Ad revenue has fallen. So kind of Blue was there to kind of pick up the slack and try to increase revenue. I think the main issue that Blue runs into now is the target for these features. It does have features. It comes with features such as the increased thread length and the longer videos. The problem with this is these features are focused on the 1 to 5% of people that use Twitter that actually create content. If you're trying to make a product that increases revenue, if you look at YouTube Premium, for example, most of the features of YouTube Premium are aimed at the 99% of people that consume content, stuff like, ad-free viewing and stuff. That's a much, much larger market, so you can really get into that. Whereas here, you're kind of trying to increase revenue, but at the same time, you're focusing on this tiny, tiny proportion of people that actually benefit from the features of Blue. And then it kind of becomes an ideological thing there because you need to try to force more people to buy it than would probably actually benefit.
Oliver, I want to say this is one of the better arguments, in my opinion. First, I know the OSINT community well. They contribute in our spaces all the time. OSINT Defender comes on all the time, All Source News, and a list of them. I do also, by the way, there's been, when we started this space, there was an explosion in Iran, and someone sent me a video. So you probably know about it already, but just a heads up since you're in the OSINT community. But that's a fair argument. I'm not sure if Alex, you could tell us your thoughts, because this is, in my opinion, something that does need to be addressed. He's not talking about the verification of being valuable. He doesn't have concern, nothing ideological. He's just saying that it's too easy to get. There should be some form of, maybe Oliver, one solution would be to have another form of verification for trustworthy organization to make sure we can differentiate between what's legitimate and what's not.
I just think Twitter Blue should be a premium service, and that's what it is. It offers features. I don't think it should be the same as verification. I think you could easily have a secondary verification thing that goes through the stuff like with the meta verification, which is something you pay for, but again, it requires a government ID to be verified. You need to actually be a person. And especially if you look at like I also don't agree with the whole algorithmic boost from Twitter Blue, especially, at least in my community, because you have a reliance on people that might put themselves in harm's way if they have to get verified. People like whistleblowers or people in dangerous countries, people in Iran, for example, maybe, or in China or in Ukraine, Russia, that post valuable information. But if they have to start getting verified,
Oliver, I want to ask you one more question before going to Alex. You and Sam maybe could answer this one. Would you agree there is a sentiment though against Elon? The way, like, I didn't know how much until I started going through the news as I prepare a thread. I used SpaceX as an example earlier, and I'll do a tweet about it later. How this was covered versus I think NASA's launch and the Twitter's verification, how that's being covered compared to Instagram's and Twitter in general. Katie, I think see you on mute. Maybe you could jump in on this one, and I know Sam wants to contribute as well.
Yeah, sorry, I have to hop off in a second, so I'm sorry to butt in. But I feel like, not so much Elon, but I just sort of want to be transparent about something that I feel like is a little bit like the core of the issue here, right? Like, I used to pay for Twitter Blue. Like, I am totally willing to pay for a premium service that will give me more features for an app I use. Like, however, currently, this iteration of Twitter Blue means you look like a dingus, and I don't want to look like a dingus.
What's it?
Right? So,
Katie,
like,
what's a dingus?
Why does it,
what's a dingus? Hold on, what's a dingus?
No, why does it make it look like?
Why does I mean, like, I can't even get into that because, like, you all know the answer, right? Like, so what I'm trying to say really quickly is just that, like, if something had changed, okay. if I would be willing to pay for it if everyone thought it was cool. Right? Like, I don't want to look not cool. Like, that's a really important
Katie,
thing.
you're trying to say I'm
Katie, that's a weird.
I'm being transparent here. That is like
guys,
most of the motivation for people who don't want to, like, it doesn't look cool, right? Like, it's a bad look. If they could figure out how to make it
if anything, guys, hold on, everyone is quiet. I think it's starting to look more cool not to have it, because you seem to be taking a stand while everyone else just has it.
Yeah, that's basically
exactly.
No, I said no one's going to see you because you haven't got it.
I mean, Mario, I don't agree, because basically it's actually the other way around. I mean, and what Katie's done is actually stated that it is ideological. So essentially, if you're part of the gang that is basically against Musk and against this Twitter Blue, you don't have it, and therefore you look cool. And looking cool is basically following what the
I mean, it's weird Twitter.
Right, and I would say this isn't even that ideological. It's like wearing jeans isn't cool anymore. So
let me jump in on this I want to talk about this anti-Elon thing, because I'm coming from a position that I know a number of people are. I've always been a very vocal supporter of Elon Musk, going way back, early Tesla investor, early Tesla driver, etc. I think the guy has done some of the most amazing things that any individual has ever done for the future of humanity. And that's a pretty big statement. But he's pissed a lot of people off, including his core support for many things over the last sort of year or two. So I agree there's been a huge anti-Elon rhetoric in the mainstream media for many years. But a lot of this stuff now coming out on Twitter Blue that I'm personally seeing is coming from people who have been kind of long-term Elon supporters. As I said, Elon's done these constant U-turns in policy. He made promises, for example, about regional pricing. So, Twitter Blue, if you live in the Philippines where the average salary is $308 a month, Twitter Blue actually costs you more than $8. It costs about $8.40 with the exchange rate. So we're removing the voices and visibility of people in the developing world who can't afford this. And that is not the democratic, open, common town square that we were promised. That is not Elon fulfilling his promise that he bought Twitter for free speech and for humanity. Elon said he bought Twitter for humanity. And I think, yes, 100% there's been an anti-Elon rhetoric for many, many years in the press. Coverage of SpaceX and Tesla has been ridiculous. They're both amazing companies. Coverage has been incredibly misleading. But a lot of this Twitter Blue stuff is not coming from the mainstream media. It's coming from people who feel it's not what was promised. Twitter, the idea that Twitter was bought for ideological reasons and for humanity seems to not be true anymore as soon as, money comes into the equation. So, I think that there is anti-Elon rhetoric, but I think that in the case of recent stuff, I've seen hardcore Elon Musk supporters over the last year or two basically turn against him because of his own actions. And these are people who would have supported just about anything Elon did. But, just a sort of continuous issues and promises not kept and things like that have caused some of these people.
So Catherine, I want to ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind. So there've been some people kind of hitting on Sam's point a little bit. I've seen a lot of quote unquote influencers that were legacy blue check marks coming out and say, well, the blue check marks or Twitter blue is the new MAGA hat. Does this seem to be divided along political lines, or because I know you dropped your check mark as well. You haven't paid the $8. So in your mind, what are we looking at? Is it political?
I think it's a bit of both. I think for some people it is, and then for some people like me, it's not so much. I mean, to kind of echo a little bit of what Sam said, I mean, I think people constantly go after me because they're like, any criticism of Elon becomes about, oh, you just hate Elon, or the Twitter blue is like, it's like, it becomes like almost like ideologically of like either Elon is the savior of free speech and freedom, or you're like, you fall under this other ideology. And I don't think it is like that for everybody. Like for me, I found it inconsistent. And I also find that Twitter blue service is like kind of what Katie was saying. I mean, well, it's not about being cool. Like that's not where I'm at for this, but I found the services to be, what Matt was saying about the long video. I was considering it for that at one point, but I found that Twitter users aren't really interested in long form videos. So it wasn't like the services weren't great. And then this kind of premise of the public square that Elon sold it under, I think it doesn't. If you're amplifying certain users who are blue because they can pay that $8, and yes, for me that $8 isn't much. For a celebrity, that $8 isn't much, but for someone for whom that $8 is about, there's a verification element, and especially there's a verification element that's going to be coming. And also somebody, in India, that's a lot of money. Or somebody who works at a minimum wage, that's a lot of money. And suddenly their free speech is worth less than somebody who can pay. I think that's like an equality that I think is not so consistent. But I do.
But Catherine, guys, everyone just hold on, guys. I do. Sam, I know you want to jump in as well.
I want to jump in.
Okay, so and now in a bit as well, Matt, I want to read your tweet just to kind of prep you in advance, and Alex's response to go through it, because I think your back and forth represents a lot of what's being discussed now. So I'll do that in a few minutes after Ian, Nick, and Slayman.
I just got a question for Sam. So Sam, what you said makes sense. Like I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like I do think that things need to be thought through before you make big decisions. And I don't agree with Maria's position. It's like a startup, because it's not a startup. You basically, when this has wide-ranging impacts, it's important. But Sam, my question to you is, fair enough, like he's making these mistakes, right? But why would that make someone turn against him? Like, what I mean is, I understand why liberal leftist ideal, they're afraid of losing their power, their control, the misinformation that they're spreading. So I understand why they would.
I like how you slip it in. I like you just slip it in and politicize it. This is Matt. Didn't I warn you about Simon? I warned you about him.
Well, let me ask about. So if we talk about
guys, Matt,
I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to answer Suleiman. Let me answer Suleiman.
So Matt, I'll let you go right after Sam, man, because Sam's mic is 10 times louder than yours. So if you guys interrupt each other, he will win, man. He will win. Go ahead, Sam, and then I'll go to Matt and Ian.
Sorry, let me. So Suleiman, like, if you want to answer it from a liberal point of view, if we want to politicize it, I think that's okay. There are people out there, and I think a lot of the objection is about elitism. No, it's about elitism. Yeah, but it's about elitism, affordability. Sure, I'm sure a lot of us here can afford $8 without thinking about it too much. But I think the reason it's upset people, and maybe it is a liberal thing, is because of the promises that were made, the ideologies that were promised about, and Elon used the word, he's buying Twitter for humanity, not for money. So when someone says something like that, and then perhaps you as a liberal
how are you
thinker,
going to deal the bots, my dude? Like, this is the problem of you and Catherine and everybody else complaining about how it's unequal. I don't like the verification system. I think it sucks. But it exists, and it exists for a reason.
How does it deal with bots, Ian? I have more bots than ever before.
No. You're interrupting my thoughts here, my train of thoughts here. Don't do that. Like, I'm just trying to say that when like 5 months, 6 months from now, you won't be able to tell the difference between a bot and a human. And the only indicator that a person is actually real is going to be the verification. That's the issue. right? Right now, you're looking at
it is an issue because all those people who can't afford it are not going to be deemed real anymore. And how fair is that in the town square? You can't afford it, you're not a real person anymore. If you earn $400 a month, you're not a real person.
If you can figure out a way to determine what is a bot and what isn't, I'm all ears. But Elon,
it'd be very easy. Have you ever signed up to any financial services thing online? You can do a 30-second human verification process with a passport and a.
You think ChatGPT can't defeat that?
ChatGPT doesn't have a government-issued ID.
If ChatGPT did that, they'd be closed down by the government.
Platforms from now on, you think that's fair?
It could be done. It could be done without having to give up your credit card.
The idea of a social media platform owning your ID. I have no problem with it. Personally, I have no problem with it.
If you've given them your credit card, they already own your ID. If you've given them your credit card, you'd rather they had your credit card than a picture.
Exactly. Now there's your verification. That's what Twitter Blue is for. So you kind of.
Have you guys ever heard of a virtual card before? You can just use a virtual card and they can identify anything.
What's a virtual card, Matt?
Oh yeah, you mean like
it's a throwaway credit. It's a throwaway credit card number.
But how about Ian? Someone mentioned, I can't remember who it is. I think it was Oliver who said ChatGPT doesn't have a government issued ID.
Yeah, well, that's a different discussion though, isn't it? It's basically you're arguing for real ID. Now I don't like the real ID. It's horrible. I mean, what happens to I don't know, like the people that like say whistleblowers. Or like, some guy from Russia or Ukraine or Iran who wants to, talk about the war or wherever, Sudan perhaps. Do they need a government issued ID? Doesn't that make them super easy to track down if they're dissidents? I mean, that also put them in danger.
That's why verification shouldn't have an algorithmic boost.
I mean, yes.
Exactly.
Are going to have the ability to steal people's IDs, not only from the internet, but also from other various methods of phishing. And then they can use those IDs to create various scam accounts. Even if that was the system, an $8 or $11 payment is the only way truly in the future to stop AI from just making a bunch of scam accounts. There really is no other answer.
Can you explain that more? How does $8 stop a scammer?
So hold on, Rob. Guys, Rob, let Rob, you had a question for Matt.
Yeah, could you elaborate? How does $8 stop a scammer from operating?
Okay, so it doesn't stop them, but it adds a tax basically, right? It says that if you want to make 1,000 accounts, you better pay $8,000, right? That's basically the stipulation.
But they couldn't have replies anyways.
You realize why people scam though? They scam because they make a lot of money doing it. If the scam was unsuccessful, they just would no longer do that scam. So if they decide that, hey, 1,000 fake Twitter accounts verified is making me $20,000 a month, and all I got to do is pay $8 for each account. That's a hell of a bargain for me.
But you also have to have that many iOS devices.
That's honestly fine because, I'll tell you an anecdote here, but it's actually pretty, it's pertinent to this. In World of Warcraft, it's a stupid video game. You have a lot of bots, right? Chinese farmers, gold farmers. They make thousands of them. Some of them are not real people. They're literally just bots, and they're playing the game, and they make a lot of money because they sell gold, right? The in-game gold. And what Blizzard does is it literally bans their accounts, and what they do is because it's so lucrative, they end up buying new accounts. So they'll spend upwards of probably hundreds of thousands of dollars a month just to make new accounts, and Blizzard bans them, and then they spend another $100,000. It kind of becomes its own revenue stream. So, I mean. Just from a business perspective, it's not that bad of an idea for Elon.
Except it's alienating the base, and I think this is what's really interesting about this whole idea around how we're thinking about this. I think you've heard now from 4 or 5 different who said that. Oh, stop.
Danish, you're breaking up. I brought him down. I'll ping him there. He's breaking up.
Yeah, bring him back.
Let me just point out, though, it's really weird. Let me just
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Really quick. It's really weird. Like, listen, I get this is what Elon Musk has said about taking down the bots or whatever, but it's really weird to take him at his word on this, that his biggest revenue source idea, this Twitter Blue verification payment, is about stopping the bots, which even Ian admits is a problem for the future, when the dude's got real problems, dozens of them right now to deal with. Why are we believing that his #1 revenue source idea is to actually deal with a future problem instead of the problems right now? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Matt, was that not one of his biggest complaints when it came to buying Twitter, was he was trying to get rid of all the bots? Because he was one of the biggest victims of the scam bots that were in his replies all the time. And
yeah, man, and
there's been a huge
you
decrease in this. There's been a huge decrease in those amounts.
I would actually say there's been a marginal increase.
Do we know that there is any evidence? Is there any evidence of the of an increase in bots, or the fact that are we seeing verified bots? I haven't seen a single one. So is there any evidence?
But he got rid of most of those bots before Twitter. He actually got rid of most of those bots before Twitter Blue became a thing. So there's an interesting counter argument there. They had the technology to get rid of the bots, but they didn't want to get rid of the bots because bots accounted for advertisers seeing users.
Let me jump in and read.
So they were happy for there to be all those bots.
Matt, let me read your tweet, and then I want to read Alex's response afterwards, because that's what triggered. Just so Alex and Matt are the reason I did the space when I saw their back and forth. So there's a tweet here 21 hours ago. You're pretty vocal about this, Matt. Hello, everyone in the For You feed who will now see this. I am using my newly gifted algorithm boost to point out that hashtag block the blue. I had no idea there's a hashtag for this, has snuck back into the trending topics along with Elon and Drill, lol. So now there's a hashtag block the blue. Isn't that too far if it's just like, hey, we don't think it will work and I don't think it makes financial sense?
Just demonstrates ideology.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to get to, Matt. Which there's nothing wrong, by the way, Matt. And there's, I just want to say, Matt,
it's ideological for Matt. Clearly,
yeah, but I think it is. No, Ian, I think it is. But and there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I see some people. It's like they're overzealous about this. They're saying anyone who buys a blue check mark is a neo-Nazi, right? There was this one actor. I forget the guy's name. He's pretty forgettable, but he's got like chipmunk cheeks. So that's how I remember him.
Josh Gad.
Yeah, that guy, whoever he is. So I've never seen him in any movie. So yeah, he was like, you're a neo-Nazi if you buy a blue check mark. And I'm like, okay.
But I mean, it's true that people do think that there are many people who buy the check marks who fall into right-wing ideology or are very supportive, like, of Elon. And some of them are, in fact, right-wing or supportive of Elon.
Catherine and Matt,
but not all.
Even we're past that stage, because you'd be like, Brian said this to me again. He said it in a call. He's like, Mario, whether you agree with it or not, strategically, it makes no sense not to get it. It's like you're harming yourself for an ideology. So anyone that's not getting it, man, and the reason I think it's an ideology is there's nothing wrong with it. Like disagreeing with Elon there's nothing wrong with that at all. And I think most of us here would disagree with at least one thing he said, including Ian. So Matt, can we say it is ideological before going to Alex?
I mean, it probably is for some people. I mean, I can't speak for everyone who's doing it. I mean,
for you, man, because you're pretty vocal about it, man. It seems ideological.
I mean, honestly, I've just been reporting about it. But I mean, if you can even ask Elon Musk how many accounts I've blocked, I give him permission to tell you. But did
he say how many accounts you've blocked? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I've never blocked.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah, Matt doesn't block anyone.
I like that.
But Matt, you do have strong opinions, I think, on this topic. So it does seem fairly like you're more than a journalist, I think, in this regard. Like you do have a strong opinion. Would it be fair to say that it is ideological to an extent that you have strong feelings here?
And Matt, if it is ideological for you and others, one more question. Sorry, Matt. One more question to add on to it. If it is ideological, what is that ideology? Now I'm genuinely curious on a personal level. What do you think those people stand for beyond that check mark?
Well, it's ideological for the accounts that represent a certain ideology that have the check mark. I mean, when there's a literal open neo-Nazi tweeting about how, oh my God, I can't believe Twitter just verified a Nazi. And then there's another account that literally has a racial slur right in their username, and they're tweeting out white supremacist stuff. And then you go further down the line and you find that these accounts are bragging that they're getting boosted and gaining tens of thousands of subscribers for their for their account that spreads this sort of ideology. Then I think it's a problem.
One more question, guys.
But Matt, has this even been?
Nick, I'll give you the mic. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. So I'll give you the next question, but just one more question, Matt, and then I'll give it to Nick. And Alex, I'd love you to respond, because usually, always, Alex, whenever you're on stage, you're the most respectful person. You fucking never butt in. So if I give you the mic, we'll never hear from you. I know. I know.
You're the host, and I talk over
yeah, I know. But so Matt, the other question I have is, I want to get your thoughts on Elon's strategy in fighting censorship, because it's easy to argue against censorship, and whenever I do a space on censorship, it's almost impossible when my team tries to find someone that is kind of speaking in support of censorship and the benefits of censorship. It's almost impossible to find someone. The last time we did a panel, we had one person who was pro censorship and like 12 who were against censorship, so we didn't do the space. And so my question to you, Matt, is Elon's approach to censorship has gotten a lot of praise, but there's also been some pushback. Some people don't deserve a voice in some people's opinion, and some things should be censored. Where do you stand on this? Now, I want to conflate both issues because I think they should be conflated.
Well, the issue is that this is a revenue-generating business. I mean, again, Elon Musk isn't running a free platform where everyone gets no algorithm boost and they're just judged by the content of their posts. That's not what's going on here. So to even call it like a anti-censorship free speech platform makes no sense. The second you create an algorithm that boosts certain voices or boosts certain type of content, you're automatically pushing certain types of content and voices up the above others. I mean, there is no platform that does that because at the end of the day, these are all businesses. They're all trying to generate money. And the decisions that old Twitter made were the decisions that they decided would make them the most money. Now, Elon has different ideas about that, but at the end of the day, he's still trying to make money too. And he's making decisions that he thinks is going to make him money. So I mean, we're not talking about
that's not right.
Old Twitter was going out of business. Done. They had their
Elon Musk is running a charity. I mean, that's
there's
old company was running a charity.
Let me ask you a question.
Matt, there's running a charity. When you look at Twitter, the old regime. When you look at YouTube, the people they put on the front, it's all based on ideological. They want certain narratives to be portrayed, and therefore those get boosted.
Hold on. 2 seconds.
I don't think that's true for YouTube.
The biggest political YouTubers are like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. I mean, what are you talking about?
So, I don't think that's true necessarily for YouTube. I think YouTube does have censorship problems.
Of course, you've got people who are quite big as YouTubers who are towards the right. But again, when you look at YouTube and you look at their banning policy, it clearly has a certain agenda against certain people who do not meet the narrative. People like Tim Pool make sure that they still fall within certain parameters to make sure that they don't get banned. So essentially, you do have a certain policy. You have certain people for a certain reason.
No, I don't agree with that necessarily, Sulaiman. I know it just okay. So here's where I diverge from the right. The right likes to play this little narrative that, oh my God, we're all victims of being censored, and half of them haven't been banned from any platform. So it's really funny to hear them say it, right? I've been actually banned from PayPal, so I can actually say that, right? So
you've been banned from PayPal. How the fuck do you get banned from PayPal based on ideology or political stance? What the hell did you do, man?
Because Rebel News. Yeah, because I'm tied to Rebel News, right? And Rebel News is banned from PayPal, and they're not popular in Canada.
Rebel News is banned from PayPal. You can disagree. You hate them as much as you like, but banned from PayPal is fucking mental.
Yeah, it's pretty mental, right? And that's PayPal for you, right? So that is an ideological thing, but in the US, it's not quite the same, right? So regardless, here's where I diverge from conservatives when they start talking about cancel culture and how it's so hard to be a conservative on YouTube, blah 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 blah. That's not exactly true. I would say what's happening to Matt Walsh right now is kind of an outlier. I don't think they should have banned him for anything. It's nothing he's saying.
Well, he's not banned. He's just demonetized.
Demonetized. Yeah, which is still a bit too much.
May
right?
as well be banned at that point.
It's still at that point. There's no point in him being on there.
But I mean, you pay.
Apart from him, I think he's an outlier. But in general, right? Conservatives are not censored on YouTube. They're not censored on TikTok. It's very massive there. The issue is that there are a lot of very vocal fucking Nazis who do get banned on these platforms, and then they whine about it. But the fact remains that if you're a far left Antifa person and you're talking about killing police officers, you're going to get banned from these platforms too, right? And nobody talks about that because the left does a pretty good job at ostracizing these clowns, whereas the right, for some stupid reason, I can probably thank Donald Trump and his whole band of goons for this, right? For platforming crazy people, right? The crazy people have become, more or less, I wouldn't say they're the mainstream, but they have definitely gained a massive voice in politics due to the extremism that originates from the Trump team, right? Like, I don't know what the deal is with Trump, why he likes to court these people, but that's the reason why, right? That's why conservatives feel like they're being ostracized or whatever, right? And,
Ian,
unfortunately, there is a
Breaking
bleeding
news.
effect.
Are you coming?
I do agree with
Let's see Matt respond. Go ahead, Matt. Look at that. Is that what is that laugh, Matt? Jesus, it's the most evil laugh.
Yeah, there is a bleeding effect.
Let's see, Matt, guys. Ian, 2 seconds. Ian. Oh, Slayman muted. Well done, man. Finally, Matt.
I gotta get some credit.
Oh, well done, Nick.
Listen,
Matt, I want Matt to respond.
Right, so well, Matt's going to agree with him, isn't it? He's agreeing with Matt. Okay. But my point is, where I disagree with Ian is because, look, I agree if whoever's in power, whether it's a conservative or liberal, generally speaking, they're going to try and censor or silence the other side. It happens a lot. So I do think
both sides, you agree, both sides will censor each other, correct?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, both would do. But yeah.
Well, there's one important distinction though that we have to make, which is that a lot of people now consider politics to be like their main religion, and there are a decent number of people on the right who do that, but a much higher percentage of the left at this current point in time considers
no, I don't agree with that. I think anyone in power wants to use that
anyone
silence.
The problem is so anyone who disagrees with them even a little bit, they have to stop them.
I mean that's your biases, isn't it, against the left? But what I mean is
no, I mean exactly true. What matters? I mean, like
Ian, 2 seconds. Guys, everyone, I've used it. Just 2 seconds. Danish, I know you want to jump in as well. And Oliver, I know you're waiting. Go ahead, Simon, make your silly point.
Yeah. So my point is this, just I'll be quick. So look at Twitter. We know they banned the left and they banned independent journalists because there was an agenda to do so. To pretend it didn't happen is ridiculous. We saw the Twitter files. They banned people. They banned credible journalists like Patrick and so on and so forth. So they did do that.
Do you disagree? Hold on. Let's see. Matt, do you disagree? Right? Do you, Matt? Yeah, on the right. Matt, because so Nick, Twitter was definitely, no one would dispute that. Definitely more biased to the left, and Nick, who's become.
It's not even a left-right issue. It's not even a left-right issue on Twitter. Here's
okay, now Ian, before Ian, just 2 seconds. I know before you clarify. 2 seconds.
To simplify, left and right. It's
I know. So,
right? It's establishment versus anti-establishment.
Okay, so let me get.
Is Matt the establishment or not? No, he's not.
Let me get Matt and Brian Crassus.
But Ian, generally speaking, the left is not anti-establishment either at the moment. It's been taken, that idea.
No, because they define I've spoken to people on the left. They don't like the whole concept of establishment. Because I've spoken about this privately to a lot of people to understand this whole narrative around the establishment, and different people define it differently. That's why every time I speak to you about it, Slyman, I always said, like, the way you define it is like extreme on one side. Like when Slyman, you talk about it, let me finish, bro, let me finish, because you drive me fucking nuts. Every time we have a call, you blame it on the establishment. Everything, every single one of my spaces. And then you got All Source on the other side, who I love as well. All Source is like almost the establishment doesn't exist, and he hates the term establishment. So you guys are like two extremes. But let me go to Matt. I don't want to make it about us.
No, bro, I'm gonna come back on
no,
that.
You can just here you go.
Well, All Source is a Fed.
That's ridiculous. No. So let's be clear. When I'm talking about the establishment, I'm talking about the corporate media. I'm talking about, for example, as we saw with the CIA and so on and so forth being involved in Twitter, and I'm talking about the military-industrial complex. Now, I know people have a panic attack when you basically mention these things and try and make a manipulation and pretend that these people are not impacting these issues, but they significantly are. We've seen the evidence, we've seen the data. So to say it's a conspiracy theory,
you'll probably give me a call later today and say they blew up the rocket that Elon launched. I know how it is, but let me ask.
I wouldn't.
Let me ask.
I wouldn't. Let me.
All right, look, I just put words in your mouth. Now that I have, let me go to Matt. And I want to go to Oliver right after as well with that same question. And Brian Krassenstein will be coming up, so he'll be a good example, because I used him as an example twice, because we've had this discussion about the blue check mark months ago, and he's got an interesting perspective. But Matt, I want to go to you, just ask you that same question before going to Oliver. And Oliver, you'll make your points, but also if you can answer that question, is that, do you think Twitter's censorship before versus now, even if they've censored people you don't disagree with, do you think the censorship that happened prior to Elon was a good strategy and it made sense? I'm struggling to find people that can take that stance and say, yes, actually, people that were
you wouldn't take that stance, Mario.
Ian,
I want to find someone.
Ian, just let me see. Let's hold on, Matt. Let us know.
Hell no, dude.
Ian, Matt, go ahead.
So wait, what is exactly
the censorship that happened prior to, so one of the main one of the biggest
Mario wants to know if you support censorship.
Yeah, support censorship.
I'm a big fan. It's
no, honestly, the people that were censored prior to Elon and Elon's approach now to Twitter, because you did use an example of pro-Nazi people and pro-white supremacists, etc., getting the blue check mark. But if there's no censorship, that means everyone, as long as you don't break the law, everyone should be able to get the blue check mark. Everyone should be treated equally. That's the whole concept of not censoring, because as soon as you don't allow a certain group of people, even if you disagree with them, if you don't allow a certain group of people to get the blue check mark, that's a form of censorship. So that's what kind of led to my question of, do you think there should be some people that should not be allowed to get the blue check mark? Do you think Elon's approach to his fight on censorship is taking a step too far and plays a role in people pushing back?
Too laissez-faire. Hey, Mario?
Ian, I'm not saying I agree with that stance. I'm just trying to get different perspectives. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I've made my position on this really clear. It's like, you know, if I was to create a platform that was a free speech build platform like Musk, then you would go ahead and let everybody on, because that's what your promise is. But then again, your whole idea is that the playing field is level. So I wouldn't have any sort of recommendation algorithms or anything like that. But here's the problem. It's a bad business model, because there's going to be a group of people who decide, you know what, I don't like seeing this content. It's actually harmful to my mental health. It's harmful to my my well-being. I just don't want to come on here. It's not fun. And so they won't come on here. So when we talk about these companies censoring, we're literally talking about, every single time we're talking about this, we're talking about a business decision that these companies have determined that for our audience and for our monetization model, that having this speech on our platform is just no good. It's not good. It doesn't get us any benefits. It gets us bad press. It gets people who we want using our platform to go find another platform. It's just sort of that simple when it comes down to this. I mean, to act like these companies are purely anything but money driven. Again, they're companies. That's the whole point of them, to make money for their
your argument
investors.
about algorithms, it's a bit of a weak argument, isn't it? And I'll explain why. Because you can have a level playing field and then have a situation where you have a subscription services when you can get boosted. Like how are those contradictory? Everyone on that field.
How is that not contradictory? What are you talking? How is that not contradictory?
No, what are you talking about? Because if you have everybody on the platform, as opposed to what the liberal left were doing, was blocking people who disagree with them. If you have everybody on the platform and then everybody has the option to pay to then be boosted, that is everybody having the option to do so, as opposed to banning and blocking people and then everybody doesn't have that option. I'm using the word everybody so you understand.
I mean, it's very simple. And someone mentioned it earlier. I don't remember who. I'm sorry. How the price differences are different depending on where you are in the world. And for some people, it actually is unaffordable. I mean, you're putting a barrier right there. It's not free speech.
But that's a different argument. I agree with Sam's argument there. That's a different argument. But I agree with Sam's argument there that there should be a difference in that subscription services, that option. Again, so everybody does have the option. That's Sam's argument, and it was a sound argument. I was talking about your argument.
Okay, so this is the same sort of argument that we've seen in politics, where money is speech. If you have money to boost something, if you have money to spend to make sure that this specific thing gets out there, then it's free reign. I mean, if that's your version of free speech, then I mean, it's not my version of.
I mean, it's $8 too. Now it's not much money.
I mean, it is.
I'm just but again, this is.
Spend money.
I'm not even talking about, but I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking about the whole idea.
You're talking. The money is about the subscription services.
Okay, so what if it was $1, or what if it was $80? The money doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter.
So if the money doesn't matter, then your argument's irrelevant. Then your whole argument, I think you're not understanding your own argument. Your argument was, because my argument was everybody has access to the platform, and then yours was people need to pay. And then I said everybody has the access to the platform, and everybody has the opportunity to pay. And then your argument is the money doesn't matter. So you just defeat your own argument.
No, the amount of money doesn't matter. Excuse me. To paywall a service, you're just simply put taking people out of the conversation. I'm sorry, this is like how it is. I don't even know how else to
no, you don't. So basically, because everybody has the option to. I mean, I keep repeating myself. I'm not understanding why you don't get it. If everybody has the option and everybody's on the platform, and then everybody has the opportunity to pay, as opposed to what it was in the past, then everybody has the same opportunity. Now, Sam's argument is valid that there might be certain scenarios, certain countries where people can't afford it. That's a fair argument. That wasn't your argument. You just
everybody has the
argument isn't that.
Everybody has the option to go buy a McDonald's. Everyone has the option to go rent a home. But there are homeless people and there are hungry people. I mean, if you put a barrier or something, you're going to take people's opportunity from being able to access that away. It's just very simple. Again, I don't know what to say.
No, but
you're taking access away.
And again, you're misusing the words. It's not opportunity to access.
No, I think his argument is the same as Sam's argument, which is that not everyone can afford it. So because you're putting a price tag on it, there are going to be some people.
Can't you make this argument for every business?
Sam's argument that he appropriate later.
No, because hold on, silly. Because this is the public square, as Elon has said. Because this is the public square, and if it costs $8, for example, somebody either in a foreign country or even in North America, there are people who are making minimum wage. Somebody who's making minimum wage is not going to want to pay $8, and so their voice is diminished because the algorithm boosts certain voices that pay that $8. So yes, everybody has the opportunity to pay, but some people will not be able to afford it, and therefore their voice is not as visible as other people's voices.
So the $8
couldn't you say the same thing?
Like you have to put it in context.
Let's let Matt go.
No. You mind letting me go?
Yeah, Ian, Ian, up to you. Actually, I'm going to give you a choice, Ian. Either you go or let Alex speak.
I'll go first. Yeah, and then I'll go after it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So the $8 doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not just the $8. There's also the advertising costs, right? Now, you want to talk about money ruling over everything and how money can dominate the voice, the narrative. Yeah, you can advertise. You can pay to advertise. You can spend thousands of dollars on Twitter to advertise your views. Now, what's interesting, and this is why it's made me, I would say, respect Elon even more, and you can laugh at that if you want, is the fact that he has taken away the ability for individuals who are not verified, who are not part of a verified organization, actually. He's taken that ability away from, taken the ability to advertise away from them. So you can't just, throw in $10,000 and promote really horrible negative views on Twitter. It won't work. You have to be part of a verified organization in order to buy that. So, you have to put the $8 in context here, right? So if you're talking about $8, people being able to pay $8 have a louder voice than those who are unable to pay it. Well, now, he's saying that it doesn't matter how much money you spend on this platform. If you're not part of an organization, you can't do that, right? You can't.
Ian, are you sure about that? Because I can still promote on my Sam Twitter. I can still promote a tweet, and that's not part of an organization.
You're part of an organization, though, aren't you?
No. This account is. I have two Twitter accounts. It's causing everyone confusion today because I joined from the one I don't normally join. But my other one, Sam Twits, isn't part of an organization, and every single one of my tweets is promotable. So I could throw that $10,000 and promote anything I wanted to, and it's not part of an organization.
There are certain terms of service there. So I don't think they allow political tweets.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't have to be part of an organization to promote anything on Twitter. You can just pay.
I think you do need to be verified at the very least, though, right?
Yeah, so it's $10,008 if you want to spew a load of stuff for $10,000. I don't think that. I think we haven't actually talked about the organization thing yet, because this is something I tweeted about from other accounts. We're paying $1,500 a month, $18,000 a year to have a company verified, a company that has been consistently copied. People have attempted to scam people using copied accounts. So we have no really choice to pay for this organization.
I don't think it matters that. I just don't think the $8 or a business strategy, like, let us all. I think all of us.
Mario, I just said it's $18,000.
No. Let me say this. Let me say this. I just want to make a quick point. I just think the whole argument is like, is this a good business decision? Is it testing this? Is it testing that? Is it worth it? Is it unfair? Fair? I think let the guy who built Tesla, who built SpaceX, who's running Twitter now, let him run Twitter. Let's trust in his business acumen. What I really care about is the what triggered this is two things. I want to give the mic to ALX first. Triggered this is two things. Number one is the Matt Binder and ALX having fun on Twitter and fighting together. And number two is when I started looking at the media coverage of Elon, and Sam, you kind of made that point earlier, it's fucking mental how biased it is. So these are and this is why I'm really trying to push towards the ideological aspect of this. Alex, maybe you can touch on this. By the way, welcome to the Redhead Libertarian as well. Alex, do you know where I'm coming from, man? I think it's just
Mary,
more
let me say one more sentence. Let me finish off my sentence and then I can move on. The only thing I was saying is my company that has been replicated and people have lost money through fake accounts basically feels morally obliged to pay $18,000 a year, which is what it costs to have 5 affiliates and a verified account, including taxes, just to prevent our users being scammed. Because we couldn't get verification through the old system because it was so corrupt that unless you were willing to pay $20,000 to someone inside Twitter HQ in a brown envelope, you couldn't get verification. So that's the point I'm making. I think this is a moral issue that small businesses now have to, at the risk of their customers being scammed, are being effectively forced into paying for this.
Do you want to elaborate on your brown envelope point?
Oh, I think everyone's aware that in the past, a lot of Twitter Blue accounts, were only verification in the past was almost impossible. We had a company at one point with $1 billion market cap with hundreds of thousands of holders that couldn't get verification. And then someone said, oh, but, speak to my mate through DM on Telegram, send him $20,000 and you'll get verification. And I know people who did that and paid that fee. So that's not really relevant anymore. Elon's fixed that problem.
About this issue.
Elon's fixed that problem now, which is great.
Yeah,
but I'm saying now it costs.
Matt if he I get that. But I want to ask Matt if he raised awareness about those issues prior to Elon.
Oh yeah, I've written about how people were selling verification badge accounts on the social media.
I saw your thread, Matt. I saw your thread on how you bought it as well. It was an interesting journey.
Actually, I mean, if you want to know how I got mine, I literally just worked for a media company. One day they came in and said, hey, Twitter's going to verify certain journalists and you're one of them, and just fill out this form, send in your information, and they're going to verify your account. It cost me.
So, Alex, let's go. Simon, let me.
Did they give you a list of people that tapped?
Yes, hold on. Alex, jump in, man.
All right. So I just want to touch on a few things. Yesterday, my original tweet was just basically just finding it entertaining at, the past 48 hours of having people have their check marks taken away and then given back. And then, the outrage at, both instances being, ripped away and then taken back. So the actual argument came where I was paying $8 and Matt was paying $0. So that kind of caused confusion. And to your point, Mario, of whether it's money based or ideological based. Well, the thing is, like, the Twitter 1.0, it was ideological based on the terms of who got verified. One example of this is like Anna-Paulina Luna. She was a congressional candidate. And Twitter stated that any candidate who won their primary would be verified. She was not verified. So that's one specific instance of a clear bias of someone who is a Republican running for office and then not getting, verified as a candidate per Twitter's guidelines. And it was clear on their site. Now that there's an even playing field, or there's more of a clarity on who is verified and who isn't. And I know we just mentioned the past buying verification. We all recognize that a verification badge in the past was you're notable, you're a public figure. So why isn't a congressional candidate verified and then like a journalist with like 500 followers just for being a journalist? And this isn't a knock on Matt, but like I have like 4 times the following that he does, and I wouldn't have been legacy verified. So it causes confusion of who is notable, who decides who is notable. And then to the money point is, I pay for Spotify, I pay for Amazon, I don't care for Jeff Bezos. I use Twitter more than I use either one of those. So why am I not going to, invest in a platform that A, I agree with, B, is going to be beneficial to my career, and C, I use more than all of the other subscription services that I subscribe to, and those are probably actually more than $8 a month. So like $8 a month really does not bother me.
Sure. I mean, I can't speak to why you weren't verified before and how they picked and chose and why they didn't. I mean, in my opinion, a congressional candidate should have definitely been verified under the old system, but I didn't work for Twitter, so I couldn't verify them. But I mean, to claim it's purely ideological doesn't really make much sense either when you had people verified under the old system, like, Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. I mean, the range of right-wing Twitter accounts that got verified then is pretty wide too. I can't speak to the specific decisions for specific accounts, but I mean, it's not like there were no right-wing verified users.
Well, I can say that I know a number of conservative writers, big ones who write for Fox and so on, right, who were not verified, and they applied multiple times, and they were told by Twitter that something was wrong with their account, that there was no way they could be verified. And what they did was they actually lobbied, they went through a third-party service, or say a lawyer or something, someone who had direct access to Twitter, paid them $500, and those people had to basically bully Twitter into giving them the verification. So it was an ideological bent.
So I'm obviously not conservative. I had 600,000 followers at the time. Ed had 900,000 followers, and we asked to be verified. This was in 2018 and again in 2019. We ran a media company, Hill Reporter, and they refused, and they said that they're not giving them out anymore. And meanwhile, hundreds of people are getting blue checks. So I don't think it's just a conservative thing.
Brian, I think can't you be an anomaly? Because I think it was more of a right thing. You're an anomaly in so many ways, man. Like, you getting suspended.
But that's so anecdotal, Mario.
Exactly.
That's so anecdotal because, but in general, because I got verified and have many followers at all when I got verified. But there are many people that I know that didn't get verified on the left. You saw people getting verified with small amounts of followers on the right, the left. I don't think we know for sure because we don't have really great data on that, and so people feel, because that happened to them or happened to someone they know, they draw conclusions. And I don't know that we factually know that this is true.
How about a Twitter file about verification? See what the conversations were around verifications going back to 2018.
But Brian, let me ask you a question before going to Josie and Oliver. Oliver's been just waiting so patiently. Brian, do you think there is a strong bias in the media, and even on the left, and I try not to politicize things, but it's difficult here, that is very anti-Elon? I was saying it earlier, man. What triggered this space, one of them is Alex and Matt on Twitter, but the other one was the media coverage of SpaceX. It was fucking insane. Like, SpaceX's launch, most people don't know, is actually a success. The fact that it didn't blow up on the launch pad and it got as far as it got is actually a massive success and an incredible step for humanity. It should be like the US all getting together, like, hey, we're fucking leading the space race again. All In Podcast did a good episode on it. Yet the media, which was mental to me. Do you think that my assumption that there is a very strong bias against Elon, unfair bias, even if you might disagree with a lot of things he says, is a fair statement, or do you disagree with that as well?
So I would say yes and no, and I'll explain. I think that Elon is unfairly attacked oftentimes by the media, but I think that the media, they're not picking him because he's right wing. They're picking him because he gets clicks. So anything they write about him, if they write something positive about him, it's going to get 20% the number of clicks as if they write something negative. It's just the way the media works in my mind.
We're talking about the world's richest man on paper, or second richest now. He owns 3 companies in various different industries that have a great effect on our life. He owns the biggest electric vehicle company, at least in the US. He owns a space exploration company that directly gets contracted by the US.
So what's the point, Matt? What's the point, though?
About that he's getting picked on. Of course he's going to get covered. He has a massive influence on how people.
He should be. Man, he should be covered. Let's look. Let me. No, Saman.
Well, Mario,
guys. Sorry, guys. Two seconds. So the point I want to make, and Alex, I saw you jump in. So whenever you jump in, I want to give you the mic because you rarely do so.
Oh, yours.
No, I did everyone. I knew you're going to get pissed off. I did everyone because Alex, Matt, and Brian were jumping in plus Slayman. But just briefly, Matt, it's not about him being covered. That's fine. But SpaceX, about media clicks, Brian. The success of that rocket launch, the fact that it didn't blow up on the launch pad, and what it means for colonizing Mars, and how this is the biggest rocket, I think the largest rocket ever created to take off. I don't know the details. I'm running the thread as I do. But
the media, Mario,
Brian, the whole media
they shat all over
on the media, if they covered it well, they're like, hey, this is a fucking, the US is winning the space race. The US is winning the space race again.
Well,
how wouldn't that get clicks? Hold on.
This has actually been going on for years, and a lot of people say this came from legacy oil. The stuff that went out about Tesla was utter bullshit for many, many years. And Elon, famously doesn't have a PR department at Tesla, so a lot of investors got frustrated. I believe that one of the reasons Elon bought Twitter was to effectively avenge the media coverage he's had over the years. And I think, I understand that, because the media coverage for Elon has been completely biased and corrupt, and a lot of speculation that it's you've got to remember all of these.
Right?
Tesla don't advertise, Tesla don't advertise, but all the major motor companies do advertise. You listen to Bloomberg Radio, and every now and then they have a big feature on the latest Ford EV truck and all of this nonsense. The media don't like Elon because they're not sponsored by Tesla, whereas they're sponsored by big oil, they're sponsored by motor companies, they're sponsored by everybody that Elon is taking down one after another.
And for the record, Sam is critical of Elon, just for the record. And I'll give you the mic. Okay, bro. What?
I'm only critical of Elon on certain stuff. I've been a huge supporter of Elon since 2018, but on certain things recently, I've been a little critical of Elon. So I'm not an anti-Elon guy. I'm just a balanced commentator who doesn't necessarily believe that someone's completely, good or bad or right or wrong.
So here's the thing to understand about tech journalists: they hate Silicon Valley, and this includes Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, David Sachs, all these guys, right? If you're a Silicon Valley guy, the tech journalists, they hate you, and this translates through the mainstream media because it's going to be Gizmodo, it's going to be TechDirt, it's going to be all these tech websites that are writing the first headlines of whatever goes on, with Elon Musk or David Sachs or Peter Thiel, and they write extremely negative coverage. They've always had this. I wouldn't even call it adversarial. It's well beyond adversarial. They kind of smear them well beyond what is journalism, right? Look at what what's her face Taylor Lorenz did to we had him on space. What was
I forgot her name.
Mark Andreessen. Yeah, she claimed that he said the R word, right? Retard. I'll say it here. I'll say the word retard because I'm edgy like that. Whatever, don't care. But she lied about him and then tried to get him canceled. And this is quite emblematic of the mainstream media, or rather, what is emblematic of the tech media, which is now the mainstream media because these tech giants, they are now the mainstream news, right? So we've seen this for maybe you've not seen this, but I've seen this. I've been in this industry for over 15 years now. It's always been like that. And now I would say Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, him shutting down journalists and shitting down their throats. That is revenge. Absolutely, it is. He doesn't like these people because they're fucking liars.
Ian, I want to hold on a minute.
Just like people's lives to destroy Palmer Lucky's life. So there's a lot of justice happening right now. It's kind of fun to see.
Cool. So before you jump in, Simon, Josie, hold on, bro. I want to, go ahead, man. And now, actually, I'm gonna ask Matt because Matt has to jump in a couple of minutes, and also Ian, I do want to go to Josie as well in a bit because she'll make similar points. But Matt, I know you got to jump. So just going back to the point I made, and what Ian just said as well. Would you? I don't have any animosity towards tech journalists at all.
Let me add one point.
Yeah, bro, go ahead.
Just so he can answer about the same. It's add evidence to the point you're saying. So if I was just looking at SpaceX and the newspaper articles regarding it, and the articles changed significantly more recently after he bought Twitter. So I looked at a 2018 article, a launch that didn't go as well as this one, and they wrote Elon Musk's Falcon Heavy rocket launches successfully. So that's from a 2018 article. And yet for this one, the articles are completely
add that in the thread, by the way. Add that in the thread, how it changed over time. Perfect. Yeah. So hold on. Brian, and then right after Matt, because I know Matt has just one. He's going to answer this one and then jump off. We have another speaker coming up. So Matt, again, appreciate you coming on with Alex as well on such short notice. So I'll give you the mic just to respond to Ian and Sliman, and then we'll go to Josie.
Yeah, sure. So, just a heads up. I didn't want to say anything while we were discussing, but the last name is Binder, just for future.
Oh shit! I said Binder. Yeah, I said Binder like 3 times. Sorry, bro.
It's all good. No, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean,
No, you should worry about it.
It's all good. You know, it's funny because I actually came up working for tech startups back in the early 2010s, late 2000s, and you know, I saw the opposite side come from all these companies, like all these outlets you're talking about, where they were so positive and so overly just letting some of these companies just get away with just like this positive press coverage and just regurgitating press releases and act like every sort of new tech product was the future of whatever, depending on what the product was, what industry the product was in. And then there came a time where the honeymoon was just over, and I think a lot of these tech journalists, as they were I think a lot of the tech journalists who were very positive ended up leaving the industry to just work in straight up PR. And then the ones that came in were the more critical people of this, of this industry. There was a lot of criticism missing, like highly critical, like hard hitting journalism missing from the whole tech beat very early on. It was just so many like, this company's going to do that, or here's a product review of why this product is great. It was just filleting of the tech industry. And at some point there was a switch without a doubt. And I think they realized that these companies were gaining an incredible amount of power, both money wise and straight up in the industry, beyond the tech industry, just in business and life in general. And that people started taking these silly little tech companies that were making these cute little funny name products on the internet, and started to take them more seriously and start to look into them more. So without a doubt, it was a huge change in how tech journalism worked and how tech was covered by journalists. But I think it was well warranted. I mean, you might have specific problems, but overall, I think now is much better than it was 10, 15 years ago.
And do you think it has, actually, Brian, jump in before I ask the next question.
Yeah. So you were talking about like the SpaceX stories getting worse and worse towards Elon over the course of the last couple of years. And I don't doubt that. I think Elon holds grudges, and I'm not saying he shouldn't hold grudges. I just think he does. I think that's just a fact about his personality. And I think as the media reports negatively on him, he begins to attack the media and attack various people within the media and various organizations. And whether they should or shouldn't, or whether that's how the media should work, they attack back and they get pissed off, and it's just like a vicious cycle. And until somebody decides, hey, we're going to stop this cycle, whether it's Elon or whether it's certain people within the media, I think it's going to continue. So yeah, no, I don't doubt that the media reporting on Elon is getting worse. I think some of it's definitely warranted. I think some of the stuff he does is kind of out there, and I can see why people would kind of be up in arms over it. But I also think that a lot of the stuff is
Georgie, before you jump in, Matt, and before you jump off as well, we do have Christian Montessori jumping on in a few minutes. But Matt, what would it take? Oh, hold on, you have the blue check mark, and you can't cancel it. So if you can cancel it, would you cancel it?
Well, I would keep it for a little bit longer. I'm having quite a lot of.
Would you consider it keeping it permanently?
If I could take it off, I'd probably take it off in a little bit.
And so Matt, how do you feel that it says that you verified yourself? How do you feel? Because there's a lot of celebrities that come out and saying they did not pay for this subscription, and they're offended that the description implies that they did.
I have a very sort of different sense of humor. I think the whole thing is really funny. But I'm also not a big celebrity. I don't have trust me, my followers, 140,000 or whatever. They're not looking at me and seeing my check mark and saying, "Oh, I'm going to buy Twitter Blue because Matt has it." But
you're probably more influential than any of these clowns, though. I mean,
Mario,
I don't even like that.
Josie, yeah, Josie. Let me go to Josie.
Probably more influential than any of these clowns.
Yeah, let me go to Josie because Catherine, I'll give you the mic in a bit.
George Costanza.
Matt, just hold on.
That Ian thinks I'm
yeah, Matt. By the way, just do you have Alex blocked or no? You guys have each other blocked? No.
I don't block
and Alex, you haven't blocked? No. Do you?
No, I
cool.
don't really block
love
at
it.
all.
Cool.
I'm just
Josie, jump
curious
in.
if Matt would ever,
Yeah.
if Matt would ever buy a check mark under any condition. If there's a condition under which Matt would consider buying a check mark.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. Like Mario was posting that Facebook, Instagram verification service, and the good press it got. I think that's stupid as hell as well.
Oh, okay, I like that's a good stance. Now that I respect. So you disagree with both. Josie, sorry for taking so long. Go ahead.
That's okay. I got to jump into another space in like 30 seconds. So just real quick, that I've been listening to y'all for about 50 minutes, and there's something that I noticed everybody was kind of jumping around and not really saying. And then there was a logical fallacy I wanted to call out. So free speech is about the equality to speak, to have a voice, and certain people with certain beliefs were specifically targeted under the last regime. They did not have the equality to speak. I was one of them. I was banned for 1.5 years. But this no longer happens to that extent. These people are no longer targeted. Equality to speak doesn't mean equality of who hears you, equality of who wants to listen to you, equality of your platform. It doesn't mean any of those things. That would be equity. And equity is anti-market, and Elon never promised equity. His plan was always based around the business of market economics. Now, I had heard somebody speak about neo-Nazis all over the, like, neo-Nazis and racists and I don't know, all the boogeyman. So I just wanted to say, I want my neo-Nazis in plain sight. I want to mercilessly drag them. I want to see them, because bacteria does not thrive in the sunlight. If there were raging Nazis whose tweets are going viral and who are just everywhere, just infecting this platform, every mainstream media website, every mainstream media news, they would be leading with these tweets and calling to regulate Twitter, and that is not happening. And every single one of us knows that that's the truth. So
Josie,
I'm sorry.
Josie,
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question on that? So, but I mean,
Yes,
we know that's not. Yeah, I'll be quick as possible. So, like, for example, how does that work with the banning of like Kanye and?
What is your obsession with Yi? Jesus, go ahead, Josie.
It's not an obsession. I have no opinion on the guy. It's just a principled idea that if you're trying to claim you've got a town square open to everybody and then you're banning people.
Oh, I mean, he incites violence.
Let's get.
I mean, he didn't. I mean, that post wasn't inciting violence.
He incited violence. Let's be honest. Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Let me, guys. Let's get Josie on to respond before they take over the mic. Go ahead.
I think that it's Yi and Alex Jones are that Elon won't let back on the platform. Is that those two?
Yeah, you just mentioned how you want to see all the people who are Nazis, as you claim.
I would love it if they were back on. I would love it if they were back on, but I didn't buy this site for $44 billion. So if there's the two people that Elon just can't have on for whatever his reasons are, I mean, that sucks. I, for one, would love them on. I'm a free speech absolutionist. But Elon has his reasons for Alex Jones, which go back to Sandy Hook and Yi. I don't know. I don't even really know what Yi did. Did he call for violence? Did he say something about Jewish people? I'm not sure. He was very controversial. I believe that Elon said you can't do this, and then he went and did it. Whatever it was, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm really sorry.
Yeah, and all good, Josie. Really Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for your insight, Josie. That was excellent.
Matt, you were just adding something to that particular point regarding Yi?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think that's a great question. Sam, where is Kanye West? Where is Alex Jones? Where are these users? I mean, I wish it's too bad that she's off, because I don't want to talk about what she said with her not here. But I mean, it's very funny to see people talk about the old Twitter's decisions as some sort of censorship regime that's straight up based on being ideological with left-wing ideals. But then Elon Musk makes a decision, and it's just like, he's got his reasons. I mean,
more price to pay,
But Matt, that's the one I agree with.
He paid $44 billion for it. This is not equity, it's equality, and also he owns the place, so he can do whatever he wants. If he decides tomorrow to ban,
that's not the argument, though. The argument
wasn't he free speech?
The argument is from your ideological perspective. Like, for example, Ian, before I gotta go, this is one, I'm on the thing with you, so I might as well bring this up. I've been meaning to ask you about this. Elon Musk in that Twitter space with that BBC reporter, you jumped on and you asked him, and I'm glad you did. I thought it was a great question. about what's going on with the Twitter files, and he's sort of like, they're not that important anymore. And you were just like,
but turned out, and I'll answer it. So there was actually a drop of Twitter files called Fauci files. A drop. No one knows about it. We didn't even cover it because it was actually nothing. There was nothing special there. I don't know, Ian. I think you saw it as well. I posted in the group. So he was being honest about it not being that special. It was nothing major.
It was a nothing burger. Yeah. Unfortunately, it was a nothing burger. Yeah.
There's nothing else, but we know that's not true because
there probably is a whole bunch more stuff. The issue is like, do we want to relitigate everything when, especially when he's building this platform? I mean, can we how sustainable is it?
Do you understand where I'm coming from though? This is the same argument I made before.
No, I get where you're coming from. Yeah,
we need to find out about the old. We need to find out about the old Twitter regime. There was censorship at the highest level. We need to. This is groundbreaking stuff. And then Elon says, not important anymore. And you guys are all of a sudden, I guess he's right. I guess he's right. Everything we were saying before about it out the window.
I think the most pressing issues about it have already been revealed, right? I mean, what else is there to say?
And Ian, you just said, who cares about free speech? Like, why?
I didn't say who cares about free speech? I said, who cares about two people being banned? Who gives a fuck?
So basically, I don't support either of the guys, right? So it's not about that. It's like, the principle for me, it's behind like
such a
no. It's a principle behind it because when you said that he's banned because he
owns the platform, made $44 billion. Like he can do whatever he wants with it.
No, but Ian,
I don't care. Like it just doesn't bother me. Like as long as it's not suspending anybody else.
Bro, let me ask you a question. You can answer honestly. Then you can take longer. It's literally so the issue is this. Because you said, he was doing hate speech. So if somebody on Twitter does the same level of hate speech, what you deem as hate speech, what he did, then should all those people be banned? And is that the line now? What he did, is that the line to ban everybody?
I think he's making exceptions to the two of them.
But again, that sounds to me like very specific sort of. There's no policy behind it. There's no openness about it. Like,
does it have to be? I mean, he decided on something and he owns the platform. He can do what he wants. I mean, it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't have to be.
I mean, you can argue that it's not. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
But Ian, that's unfair. I was gonna say, Matt, I'll do it for you. But Ian, you can't say that. Yeah, you're saying that, Ian. Or Elon can do whatever he wants. It's his platform. But then when the other regime does something like, no, this is wrong, they're not allowed to do that. I don't think you make that argument, but that same argument could be made for both sides. Do you agree, Ian?
Of course, it could be made for both sides. Yeah, I think there's a difference, though. Here's an individual versus a systemic problem where people.
Systemic is better, though. His individual is more centralization of power. So
two people. Like, I'm a utilitarian. Okay, so two people versus 100,000 people who are, say, anti-vax. Do we, that was what they were doing. They were banning people who were anti-vax. So maybe 100,000 people got suspended, or at the very least shadow banned, right? So I mean, if it costs two people, I'm like, okay, fuck those two people. That's my opinion. Like, trolley problem, man.
But Ian, it's more than two people. And I think that Josie brought up an excellent point. In that the point is that once we once we start designating arbiters of what is truth or not, or what is quote unquote hate speech or not. If we ever get into the game of determining what is what and what is not, it always inevitably evolves into, political, ideological, one-sided type of censorship. Yes, it's fine. I can point this out a million different ways. Our federal government
system breaks down.
Yeah, but again, right? If there's
at the end of the day, might means right. Okay.
Well,
that's reality.
But if there's no environment in which bad ideas can be litigated and talked through and determined, then all it does is relegate itself to other areas where people that may not understand or be misinformed, and it only increases. Nick Fuentes is a great example of this. I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan at all, but banning him from a platform instead of litigating the ideas, I think is a really slippery slope that we see what kind of trouble we can get into if we get into that, Ian. And so, I think that Alex Jones, number one, Nick Fuentes, another one. Milo comes to my thought. If you're not,
I don't know why Milo's still banned. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, I know. But if you're not advocating for violence or committing crimes, so they're bad ideas. Why can't they be discussed? And this is my problem. We cannot get into the free speech arbitration argument. It never ends well.
No, I'm not even arguing from that point at all. I'm just saying he owns the platform. He can do what he wants.
Gabe,
but I
jump in, Matt. Matt, I appreciate you coming on. and debating this.
Yeah, appreciate the discussion.
Oliver, you were just jumping in. I'll give you the mic, man, because it's been a while. And then Gabe and Christian.
I think a lot of people, make the incorrect assumption that everybody believes in democracy.
No, but then Ian, you were one of the leading people against the Twitter files and everything. But now the argument is they did what they want. They were in charge. They did what they want. So that's if that's your argument, then why were we even bothered about the Twitter files?
No, I because I value my own free speech. I value your free speech. I don't value everybody's free speech. It's not equal. I don't believe in equality. So there's that.
But there's a middle ground here. I think it makes more sense if you're going to ban someone as Elon Musk to say, okay, you're going to be banned for this amount of time and then you can come back. Also, the bigger problem here is that there are people who feel extremely, extremely upset if the other side wins and their side loses. And the media have done a very good job on both the left and the right of convincing people, millions of people, to believe a completely false worldview than what's reality. And there's a much higher percentage of people on the left who believe a false worldview than on the right, even though both sides are equally bad when it happens. And so people are scared that Elon Musk owning Twitter may allow people to no longer be in that false worldview that has been worked on so hard to build people up into, and they must have their side win, because if the other side wins, they're extremely upset. We can't have that. They're all bad. They're evil. There's racists on that side or whatever. You make all the cases and you hate them. Your side must win. And that mentality is why a lot of people just simply hate Elon Musk and will go against anything he says because they just desperately want their side to win. And anything that could even slightly alter people's false worldviews is going to be something to go against. So I think that's really the main thing that no one wants to talk about.
I think that if there was a terms of service and he delineated what was allowed and what was not allowed, I think it would go a long way. But at the same time, he jumped into this company and just started making moves. There wasn't really time to talk over what's a great comprehensive terms of service or rules to follow, and he just started making moves, and I think that's where things got a little bit crazy.
I think the big issue, and just to compound what Brian and Matt just said, is that Twitter was already a clusterfuck before Elon took over, right? The content moderation was all over the place. You could get banned for any number of reasons. A lot of it was opaque. Some of it was like super arbitrary, like, misgendering. So you misgender a criminal who identifies as a woman or something, right? You call him by his real name, boom, you're banned. You're the Babylon Bee. You tell a joke, you post a satirical article, boom, you're banned.
I think we should let Oliver speak. I think we should just let Oliver speak.
Sure. She's got his hand up. Go ahead.
Okay, what I was saying was I think 90% of people are going to be against censorship. There's going to be one side that's going to be a little bit, like 5% each side, the far left, the far right, they're for censorship, 90% in the middle are against censorship. The problem is, as long as you have an ad-supported platform, which Twitter is, unless Blue takes over everything and generates enough revenue to where you don't have to rely on ads anymore, you're always going to have censorship because companies are going to have things they don't want to be associated with, and that's just going to be like a thing that's just going to happen as long as you have ads.
That's also the issue of the European Union. European Union has different rules on speech than the United States. So some of these accounts, the ones that are posting Nazi memes or something, they're probably not long for this platform, just simply due to the fact that the European Union might start fining Twitter, right, or X Corp, $1 million for every day that they stay up. So there's that consideration as well. I mean, free speech is only about as free as the powers that be allow it to be. It's not a given right. It's a privilege. And this is where I'm coming from.
Yeah. So Ian, I want to go back to something that Oliver said very, very earlier, much earlier when we started the space. And I believe I was speaking, and then I dropped the listener for a while. I had some things to do. OSINT is an interesting topic around verification and accuracy of information.
OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, yeah?
Yes, and it's very interesting that he brought this up because I was like, hadn't considered that. That's actually a good point. So I talk about discernment a lot, right? We are entering an age of discernment when we're talking about AI, when we're talking about, propaganda, when we're talking about, intelligence off the ground. Like we see a video and we're like, oh my God, there's two Russian jets flying over Ukraine. That was from a video game, right? But everybody thought it. Yeah, but everybody thought it was real, right? So you had to have this insane amount of discernment to figure out what was actually going on. When you start getting into the open source intelligence game, now you're talking about vested interests, powers that be, different people, different actors, different groups, different think tanks that are all trying to inject and insert and create a narrative within a given situation. And the OSINT community is just trying to receive raw intelligence, right? And so I think this is very important. This is actually a very important conversation to have, Oliver, because I still err on, I believe that you should verify. And is there some danger there? Yeah, I think so. But ultimately, how can you trust the information?
How can you verify? Yeah. That's a good point. Oliver, you made that point early on, and I'm glad Trash kind of brought it into the focus. Maybe you can explain to the audience, Trash. Maybe get Oliver to explain to the audience, like, what do you give us examples of where that was? And you and Gabe, if you're going to be nice and never jump in, you're never going to get to speak. But Oliver, do you want to just give a bit of context to the audience why Trash is bringing attention to this again and why it's so important? And maybe give some examples of where false information being spread by a certain entity, harmful information, so people understand why it's important.
I think the OSINT community is like a good example, because if you look at it from maybe 2 years ago, before the war in Ukraine, you had a community of maybe, I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say like 1,000 people, and you might have had 300 people that were actually good at OSINT, and then you had maybe 1,700 people that were going every which direction. After the war in Ukraine, this community just completely exploded, and now you might have 25,000, 30,000 people in this community that are active in it, but you might only have the amount of people that are actually good at OSINT and know what they do and follow this whole intelligence circle and do it the proper way and, do the due diligence around it has maybe only grown by 5%, while the total community has exploded 100 times. So you suddenly have just so much noise in this community. You have, every time there's one picture about something, you'll have a couple of people that verify one thing, and you have 27 other different accounts that will say it's 25 separate things on this picture, and you just have so much noise, and it becomes impossible to really find out what the truth is. And that's, a lot of people talk to me and they ask me, if I get interviewed and stuff, about, how do I get into the OSINT community? Where do I start? How do I get in? Who do I start following? And I just tell them, it's, at this point, I wouldn't recommend it to people that start off, because there's so much noise in this community right now that it's impossible to know who to follow. You have people that on paper should be verifiable and trustworthy sources, but they spew bullshit from every single side because they have a narrative that they want to push, and they don't really care about the evidence. They just care about whatever narrative, and they'll twist the evidence to point to that. And I think that's a major issue right now, and I don't know exactly how to solve it.
I don't know. I love it, but like, a counter argument.
Malcolm Nance, Anders Aslan, they all have credibility supposedly, but then they spew bullshit. I'm just like two of the pretty prominent accounts that they're supposed to be reliable on this, and yet they just spew garbage.
So Gabe, any other takes? Because I know you've been quiet for a while, and you're not usually that quiet. So, what are your thoughts on what's been discussed so far? There's been some interesting concerns, and surprisingly, like the arguments made from the other side, in most cases, the people that are against the blue check mark, they made a lot of logical points. Like, I think Matt's final point, like, hey, I'm not going to get Meta's paid verification as well, because I just don't think the value is there. I don't agree, but I sense, though, it is ideological, like, because a lot of other points that were made just didn't seem that logical, just didn't make that much sense. Where do you stand on this, Gabe?
Yeah, so I think I personally feel that paying for verification on any platform is idiotic. I feel that for most of them, it's inherently flawed. I know that on Meta, you actually do ID verification, so that's obviously a step better than paying your $8 or $11 or your $114.99 per year, or whatever it might be, on Twitter. And I look at it and I say, it creates, a classist type of, town square, let's call it, right? Where if you pay, then you get the benefit, or we'll say the privilege, of speaking louder and further than other people. And that doesn't necessarily mean that your voice is more important than someone else's. But if Elon Musk is going to say, I bought Twitter because I wanted to create a free speech platform because I'm a free speech absolutist and I want to have a town square where everyone can share their thoughts.
Isn't it more inclusive? Gabe, isn't it more? Hold on, Ian, hold on. Oh, Nick is there. You go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
I'm
Nick,
just saying you have
probably you didn't take the
legacy
word from my mouth. Go
verified
ahead,
people.
Nick.
You're going to tell me that this was an equal system before?
I never said that.
You've now given everybody the opportunity.
I never
Yeah,
said
like
that.
this
Look,
idea.
Hold on,
that,
Ian,
oh,
let's
wow,
get Ian. Let's
hold on.
guys.
Why not just allow?
Guys. Okay, guys. Please. So Nick and then Gabe jump in. Catherine as well. Ian, I know you want to speak, but I'll give you a bit after as well. I know you're very passionate about this. Gabe, I'll let you respond to Nick.
Yeah. So I never said that the old verification system was perfect, right? I admit that there are flaws. I can tell you from experience. So my background is in tech. I've worked for SaaS companies. I've been in the back end and developing products. And I can tell you firsthand that when it was 2011, 2012, my company worked with Twitter. And their verification process was, if you pay us $10,000, $15,000 for quote unquote advertising, then we'll throw a blue verification check mark on your profile, right? So that's like the quote unquote legal way, we'll call it, not the brown bag money is, done in a back alley kind of thing. I'm not saying that the old system was perfect. I agree that it was flawed. And I believe there can be a better way. But when we have Elon Musk, who's like, on April 1st, I'm going to purge it. Well, that never happened. On April 15th, only people, because then it comes back to the whole bot argument. He's like, on April 15th, only people can interact with polls and vote and do this are going to be verified accounts. That never happened. You have this purge that happened yesterday. Then Elon Musk, I'm going to call it trying to save face is what it really looks like, is now he's like, oh, well, just kidding. Some of these people that were verified that I took it away are now going to have it again. I mean, we know that the net amount that was made in terms of verified accounts was $28, right? Elon Musk is making a joke of himself by running a platform that is Twitter. And you look at this and you say, why is this guy doing this? He claims it's to clean out the bots. He claims it's to create free speech.
Where did we get the $28 number?
Yeah, I keep hearing it.
It's not $28. It was It was a net increase of 28 people subscribed to Twitter Blue.
Right. Exactly.
And this is verified?
Yes, this is verified.
How would that possibly be verified? Because I guarantee you Twitter did not release that number. So
you can scrape the data.
Yeah,
Travis Brown scrape the data. You can scrape the data.
You can access the API. You can go to GitHub. You can use the API, and you can do this yourself. There's multiple threads on this.
When was that, Gabe? With the 28 people? This number sounds a bit.
This is on April 21st.
No way.
That was just after they removed 300 people, 300 people subscribed and about 270 unsubscribed.
Right.
In that 24-hour period.
This is the issue. They're going to have to start generating real customer value for this. Because I think people are going to sign up because they want to get the boost and they want to have the tick. But if they don't see value from this product that they're being sold over the next couple of months, I think the subscribers are going to disappear.
But who scraped this information? Do you know the source, Oliver?
Yeah,
Travis Brown scraped it through the API. And it's also the information. There's also the he's also the one that had the data on the previously legacy verified accounts that I used
Brown, the guy
Robert Spear to make the
every single one of my tweets. That guy, it's a very reliable guy.
Ian.
I mean the API. I mean you can use the API as well. Just because you don't agree with them doesn't make the actual data. You can do it yourself. I mean it's.
Has anyone else done it, or is it just Travis? I mean, I get that people like to cite Travis.
Ian,
I mean, you can literally go right now
do it yourself.
He gives you a play-by-play. He shows you how to do it. If you really doubt it,
what's his handle, Oliver?
I think it's just Travis Brown. I think.
Oh, is it the guy? Is it the guy with 14,000 followers and him and a camera? Is that him? Just
yes,
cool. With the cat back. Okay, cool. All right,
Mario, I do not recommend bringing him up to this space unless you want every single conservative on the space to never come on again. Okay?
Jesus, who's Travis? But then again, Ian, what you just said, Ian, hold on. Just guys, don't worry. Let me respond to Ian, and Ian, I'll let you answer my question. But Ian, just so I'll let you answer. Yes. I just said I'll let you answer after. But Ian, just so you know what you just said to me, and you know what I'm gonna say. Whenever someone says that to me, I'm more willing to bring someone. I've had liberals say, Mario, if you bring that person, I will never come again, and vice versa. So I'll always bring someone.
I get that. That's cool, But like, he's the guy who lives with TikTok. He's the guy who outs a lot of conservatives, puts their docs out there, puts them in danger, right? This is what he does. This is Travis Brown. He works for the, I guess he's independent, but he's funded entirely by the German government. So he's funded by
hold on,
DG.
Ian. I mean, you're talking about doxing. Didn't you SWAT Andy Worski?
No, I did not swat him. I called the police on him. There's a difference between swatting and calling a cop on him, because like what he did was he doxed me and he put my family's address on his YouTube video. So I called the cops on him. They paid him a visit and they told him to knock off the harassment.
And you knew his address?
Anyway, coming back out,
it's so irrelevant. Just
which I thought was
it's completely irrelevant. But also, I knew his address because like I worked with him for a while.
Anyway, it's not relevant. Ian, you don't need to explain yourself. So anyway, coming back to the point.
I like explaining it because like this is a massive space and people always bring that up. They always say, "Oh, you swatted Andy Warski and you killed his dog." So first of all, the dog
you killed his dog.
is a completely separate
what
thing.
happened to his dog?
Yeah, there is no dog. Right, the dog story came from Wild Juice.
This is
came from a
to John Wick so far.
like the kill stream. And that was like a fucking joke. I laughed at it. And that's the clip that just gets flooded all over the place. And people say I killed Andy Warski's dog. Andy Warski did not have a dog. I called the cops on him. They told him to stop harassing me. That was it. That was the end of the story. He didn't even call it a swatting. It was some other guy called it a swatting, and then it's stuck.
I'll put it for the record. So Ian did not kill Andy Warski's dog. I do want to go to Catherine as well, because when I
go ahead, Simon. People give like, oh look,
he's got an excommunicado.
All right, guys, hi guys. Simon, go ahead, and then we'll go to Catherine. Yeah, go ahead, Simon.
Actually, could you go to Catherine?
And then after Catherine, man, I want to go to Christian as well, who accepted the invite. So I'm grateful he's on stage for the first time. Go ahead, man.
Cool. So Catherine, you made this point before, as did Sam, as did Gabe, and the argument was that look, it's not an open town square because once you pay for the subscription, you get a louder voice. But isn't that how Twitter is anyway? Isn't that how society is? People get a louder voice. Maybe you don't agree how they did it. Maybe it's through connections. Maybe it's through family connections. Essentially, people on Twitter, depending on how many followers they got, have a larger voice, and that isn't always based on merit. There's a number of factors that cause that. So isn't that essential? Like I see so many large profiles, they've got a large number of followers, and I think, how dumb are these people? And yet they've got them. So essentially, we have that anyways. What's your thoughts?
Well, yeah, that's a fair point. I think people are able to grow them. I mean, I was asking in the comments, for example, like, what if we took away, for example, so you had the issue that people had, and some people indicated that the reason they supported Elon and having the Twitter Blue is that, they didn't like the class system, essentially, right? Some people were verified, so some people are more equal than others. Okay, what if we took away the Twitter verification completely, as in the status symbol of it, right? We gave everyone an equal voice, and you can just subscribe for the features, right? And and everyone did have an equal voice. And yes, some people, as to your point, will have, because in the real world, I suppose some people are more famous, so they're going to have more followers. I don't think that you can't really control that. But to the purity of Elon's mission as designating it as a town square, I think it would be more kind of closer to that purest intention. Now, he doesn't have to have it as a town square. It's just that that's what he, proposed when he took over.
Catherine,
he could go and say, let's not do that. Sorry, what?
Catherine, what about the bots? So, I mean, like in an ideal world, yeah, we wouldn't have verifications. We wouldn't need it, but we don't live in an ideal world. That's
well,
why
I don't think this fight.
Exists.
So right now, I don't think that Elon right now has my trust because of the way that he's sort of been inconsistent. So I have.
So what do you mean, Catherine? What do you mean inconsistent? Can you give us a couple of examples if you don't mind?
Well, the TOS is constant. I mean, a lot of the things aren't reflected. He says freedom of speech, but then he bans, which, by the way, it's like I'm okay with that. But
so one of them is freedom of speech, but banning Kanye, and I think freedom of speech is a bit balanced because there's certain lines you cannot cross. So if all advertisers come and say, hey, we're not gonna, I'll tell you what I mean. Like if all advertisers say, hey, fuck this, you went too far with Kanye, it's like, all right, you're right.
No. I don't have a problem with him. So let me just be clear. I can support. I can get behind free speech absolutists, but I'm also fine with it not being free speech absolutist platform totally. But the thing is, what I want is transparency. I want I want it to be clearly defined. I want it to be in the TOS, and I don't want it to be constantly changing.
I feel like people are holding Elon to an impossible standard.
Well, no, he set it for himself in a way.
Whatsoever.
And Elon is offering so much transparency, and people.
But Ian, do you think that's double standards? Asking for consistency.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that people had no standards whatsoever when it came to old Twitter.
Yeah, they were crap. Like, forget that. So and that's why
Zuckerberg can steal your data, and nobody gives a shit. But Elon, does one little thing, and everybody's like, "Oh,
no." Ian, we criticized the past regime, and the reason I'm criticizing him about this one specific issue is what I want is consistency. I don't care if you ban it, but just be consistent and ban every single person who does the same thing, or don't. Whatever you do,
why does it have to be consistent? I mean, why though?
Because
why? He's not a robot.
But how am I supposed to trust?
He's not a fucking robot.
But for example, Ian, but earlier in this conversation, Ian, you said that, for example, with the bots is something that you want to have. You said in the future that is something in particular with AI and so on that's going to be an even bigger issue in terms of verification. But right now Elon you are asking us to trust Elon about something in the future. Well, right now I can't. So I want to see
do you think that he would treat you like you're yay?
Okay, so let me jump in, guys. Let me jump in. Thanks. So I want to go to Christian. Christian's been super patient. And Christian, I see you behind your iMac there. I'm going to get you in. Your MacBook. I'm going to get you in. Real quick, I do want to ask a question, and I think what Catherine was talking about is very important, and I think that Josie brought this up as well, is that free speech as absolutists, right? A free speech absolutist would get behind the fact of somebody rallying people to violence, rallying people to commit a crime, so on and so forth. Well, that's criminal. So there is a criminal code behind rallying people to violence, rallying people to commit acts of violence, creating harassment campaigns that can actually get someone hurt. I don't believe that falls under the veil of free speech. I think that you're impeding someone else's liberty by actually speaking that way. So that's not an absolute free speech. But Ye gets banned because him and Nick Fuentes, they put this weird amalgamation of swastika and the Star of David, and they say, well, this is our new logo moving forward. Like, and they got banned for that. Like, it's nonsense. But like the moment I believe, and listen, all of you guys that are on this panel are very, very, very intelligent adults that use discernment on a daily basis. And if we start getting into the game of actually removing content and removing people from the conversation because we can't discern of how stupid that idea is or how ridiculous or obvious that it's designed to elicit a response. And then we say, well, the solution is to ban them. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, why are we removing the autonomy and the liberty of an adult to make this discernment and say, well, that's obviously ridiculous? I scroll my timeline on a daily basis. I'm like, I don't know how you arrived at that conclusion, but factually, you're completely inaccurate. And I move on. I don't report it because I'm like, this is dangerous to our democracy or whatever. I just move on. And so, like,
what about porn?
I porn, fine. I mean, it depends on the age limit that's actually on Twitter, right? So if it's 14 and over, that's problematic. It's probably something that shouldn't
be banned in Europe.
What's that?
Should Twitter be banned in Europe?
Should Twitter be, or could Twitter be?
Should. I'm asking should. I mean, should they just like opt out of it? Opt out of Europe entirely because Europe doesn't believe in free speech?
No, I don't think you should limit your business basis. I don't think you should limit. I don't think you should limit your business.
Okay, so I mean, they have to follow the law, don't they?
And also, advertising is another aspect. I mean,
it's not just advertising; they're getting fined. They're going to get fined, like literally $1 million a day for every single piece of hate graphics or whatever the fuck is on Twitter. I mean, at the end of the day, he has to follow the law. I mean, this is why, when people ask him, when the BBC journalists asked him, hey, what about those Indians who are being banned, at the order of the Indian court, right? The Indian Supreme Court ordered them.
It's an American
and it's like, well, don't you believe in free speech, Elon? Why are you banning these Indians? It's like, well, I have to follow law.
Ian, it's an American company. It's an American company.
Okay, so you want them to be fined and opt out of many markets to stand for free speech? What the fuck is the point of that? I mean, if the site only works in America and nowhere else, what the hell is even the point of buying a $44 billion company? I mean, at that point,
all right. So I'm going to go to Christian. I'm going to go to Christian number one, but I would just say that the 70% of the users on Twitter are actually based in the United States. It's actually a very small percentage in the countries that actually have draconian censorship laws. Go ahead, Christian.
Thank you for bringing me up. And I just want to, before I start my argument towards this, I just want to preface, I wrote journals on a platform called OG Users. That was a big forum back in 2017 and onwards. It eventually disbanded in 2021. And on that platform, there was brokers that would actually sell verification on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, as well as SIM swap and take over accounts and so forth to get people this elusive blue check mark. So when I say I don't believe in the old system, believe me, it was flawed from the start. It continues to be flawed on other platforms. That said, I think the blue check mark today, and we're seeing it now that Elon Musk is adding more celebrities back into the blue check, whether they want it or not, it just further proves the point that the blue check is now a worthless item. There's no clout to it. There's no status symbol to it. It's essentially worthless. That said, Twitter or Elon or whoever's making the decision, their CFO possibly, to charge $11 a month for the check mark with no other real features outside of boosting your tweets on timelines, which the amount of users that are subscribed to Twitter Blue is so insignificant anyway, so it doesn't really matter at that point. Is entirely worthless in my eyes. I personally pay $12 a month for YouTube Premium. I've paid it since they launched the platform. The benefit I get out of that is significant. I don't get ads anymore. I can watch videos with my phone off, all of that fun stuff. That is worth it in my eyes. If I pay for Twitter Blue, I'm still getting shitty Chinese VPN apps that are going to give me malware on my cell phone. That still exists, whether I'm subscribed to Twitter Blue or not. So I think Twitter really needs to reevaluate their positioning on how they're going to monetize this application. I don't think you're going to get the general public, as others have said previously, to subscribe to Twitter Blue because the benefit is just not there. You could get the 1% of the population that's looking for the blue check mark for clout. Again, that is a very finite minority. And then the other end of that is the content creation. People aren't going to put long form videos on this platform. Nobody watches it. If I wanted to go watch long form videos, I'd go on YouTube. That's the same reason why long form video will never exist on TikTok. Because it can just completely, it disseminates the entire point of the app. So I think Twitter just needs to reevaluate A, how they're going to monetize this application, and also B, is the verification check even needed at this point? And I know Twitter Blue, when it was launched by the previous administration of Twitter, in my eyes was worthless. I subscribed to it, but I only subscribed to it for $3. Another point that I don't think anybody has brought up so far, and I know I've been in and out, and this is going to be my last point, so sorry for taking the space too long.
No, you're good.
Is that I stopped subscribing to Twitter Blue 4 months ago, and I still had the check mark up until this morning when I scrolled back onto my phone and realized that it was removed from me. So I don't think a lot of people are even paying for it anyways. I know that is for myself, and I know a couple others.
I want to just, sorry if you don't mind, I want to push back quickly, Christian, just for balance. When you said it, the first thing you said is that it's worthless. Would you say it's just more of a subscription? You might say it's too expensive, too cheap. I think it's cheap. Obviously, many people disagree. But do you think it's just, you can look at it instead of a verification of what we used to consider a verification beforehand, it's more of like a subscription model? Is that a better way of looking at it?
Yeah, it is how I look at Twitter Blue is a subscription model, and you get one benefit on top of that, which is a check mark.
It's the check mark, but there's also a long form content. Anyone that posts content will benefit. Brian, jump in. Can you talk about the benefits of the blue check mark? What you told me when we had that first conversation a couple of weeks ago, and we were discussing how the fuck you blew up from like nothing in terms of engagement when you first got your account back to like 20 million every single tweet or something. You gave one example. I'm not sure if you can share it here about the check mark.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. So as you know, if you look at the algorithm, the check mark weighs your tweets in the feed higher up. So I think right now it's maybe 4x for having a blue check mark. Now, for me, I think that a reason why my account does so well is that most people on the liberal side of things, more to the left, don't have a blue check mark. So anybody tweeting liberal talking points or, you know, whatever I tweet, my posts are going to be higher than theirs because most liberals are buying the blue check mark. So I urge, like, I agree. I don't think for many people it's worth $8. For me it is, but I think that
how's it? Sorry, how am I the idiot here? How's it worth $8? Like, it's $8 a month.
I think it's comparative, Mario. It's comparative, but I think a good point was made earlier on by someone who said, you know, they spend 8 hours a day on Twitter. So it's really interesting because we're used to paying for Netflix and HBO and all that.
Like for me, I pay $5.
I think it's I get it, Marion. I'm supporting it here. Like I get HBO like with my package for like $5 a month, and I think HBO is amazing. And I think actually, you know what, I do actually spend. I mean, I've got Twitter Blue, but I'm arguing against it from a sort of ideological point of view. I've just run a quick scan in this spaces, by the way, and I estimate that 4% of everybody in this space right now has Twitter Blue. It's about 360 out of the whole. Very geeky, but I just scrolled down and scanned it.
$100 on caught coins, right? Call of Duty coins. $100 on that.
Brian,
I asked people how many people feel like their algorithm is being boosted. I mean, this is not a big enough sample size, but like it doesn't seem like a lot of people that I've talked to aren't saying that they're getting more. I would say mine, since my blue check went away, and maybe it wasn't boosted because it was about legacy. I've actually found that my engagement is about either the same or even a little higher. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So there's definitely.
Hey, Brian, I want to come to you because Brian, you are that unique use case. But me specifically, have a very salient point to make here. So like, I think this is my 7th account, right? I've been banned so many times. I got banned for debating a gender ideology professor at Stanford and didn't say anything inflammatory. I just brought up DSM-5 information.
Would be funny if you get banned now while speaking. That would make my day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, most likely. So, like, this is my 7th account. I opened this of May of last year. I was gone for like a year because I got so frustrated of constantly getting banned for nothing. But let me give you an example of why I subscribe to Twitter Blue. I'll give you a perfect example. So, I was a memer, right? But prior to actually giving my thoughts in a space and talking to people and trying to have debates, because I wasn't going to break into YouTube. I wasn't going to break into all these other mediums. I wasn't going to break into those, and I didn't care. I didn't try. I wasn't focused on it. So I made memes, right? And I made memes, and I was replied to boosted constantly, like 1 or 2 likes, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And I would check the stats every now and then. I'd be replied to boosted. I'd be ghost banned. Just let me give you an example. So I could reply and get a few likes here and there. It would be something innocuous, or it would be a meme, or whatever it may be. And I could check the metrics, and I would show that I was replied, deboosted, I was ghost banned, I was all these things, search, username, ID blocked, all these things. And then Elon made a poll. And he said, should I bring Donald Trump back? And I had commented on that poll when he first dropped it within 15 minutes. And I said, this is a bot trap. And some people made fun of me, whatever. Well, the next day, Elon came out and he said, it's been pretty fascinating watching all these bots go to this poll. If you guys are real and you're seeing this, go vote on this poll. And so I screen grabbed my comment from the night before and I said, called it. And that was one of my highest performing tweets ever in existence. Well, the same meme that I got 1 or 2 likes on Twitter on actually got me banned from Meta and Facebook. And it was not.
So so the point you make, Josh, is that you're back to the censorship aspect of it, yeah?
Yeah, complete suppression and deboosting. Once I signed up.
Yeah, but Trash, but before you go to censorship, the point about what is the benefit of Twitter Blue. Yeah. So, look, the issue is this. Look.
No, wait.
I get the argument that most people.
Wait, let me finish.
Well,
so the reason. Wait.
Quickly. So, Trash, I'll let you finish off quickly, and then Samuel, you'll make your point. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So I actually subscribed to Twitter Blue the day before I actually put that reply to the Elon thread that got me the insane engagement. And from that point on, at that moment, because I was a Twitter Blue subscriber, my engagement has increased 100-fold. just by doing that. And it was not because of that tweet. It was because I was no longer delisted in the replies. I was no longer delisted in the timeline.
Makes sense.
That's all it was.
All right, so Simon, you were jumping in? And then go back to Brian, because I know he was speaking before we interrupted him. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to the point Brian was making. So going back to the point we were making previously. So I agree with Brian. Like, not everybody is going to want Twitter Blue, but I agree with the argument that the liberals are making that basically it's not benefit. There is benefit to Twitter Blue. There's significant benefits. One is boosting. The other one is long form tweet. I use a number of long form tweets. I think they're extremely helpful. I know some people maybe on the left don't know how to read. I don't know what it is, but
for fuck's sake, stop politicizing, Jesus,
dude. Stop.
No, I just made that joke.
Hold on, Christian, are you left? Are you liberal or conservative? Hold on. Let me shit on Fleming. Are you liberal or conservative? Please say conservative.
No. Let me just say this.
Shit.
Let me say this.
That's liberal.
We just listen to me.
You know,
go, Christian.
we can't.
Listen. We prefer threads. That's all. We prefer threads. We can still read.
But guys, let's move. Stop, guys. But Slayman, I want to move off Brian. Brian, let me ask you a question. Fuck the threads. Fuck the long form tweets. It doesn't matter. He can add more features tomorrow for this. Fuck, it's not bad. Like, he can just add. Okay, guys, you don't think there's enough benefits for their stuff.
So why are we talking about it?
No, I'll tell you why we're talking about it. Brian, you said something that no one picked up on because Slayman doesn't know how to co-host. You said something that liberals were not getting the blue check mark, yet you didn't. You had an advantage. Yes, you said that, correct, Brian? Doesn't that make it ideological? Which is what I'm trying to get to.
So
it's ideological.
I made a post. I think it was yesterday or today, and there's all these people on the left calling to block people with blue check marks. And obviously I have a blue check mark, so I don't want that to happen. But besides that fact, like from a liberal standpoint, I think that's counter to what everybody on the left should want to do. If they start blocking everybody with blue check marks and making it taboo to have a blue check mark, it's only going to be the conservatives who are going to have that 4 times boost in the algorithm, and no liberal views are going to be seen, and it's going to become a right-wing echo chamber.
So now he's balanced. But Elon, do you think Elon's strategically doing it well, Brian? He's now following. I don't know if he's following you and Ed, but I know he's subscribed to you guys. I know he did his first subscribe. You didn't brag about it, Brian, but he subscribed and replied to one of your tweets. Subscribed to you. I tweeted about it. But without saying it's you, trying to see if people guessed. Nick guessed it. He replied to one of your subscribed tweets. So he's engaging with you a lot more. Now, your content is shit. I think we all agree. I'm joking, but he started engaging with you, which is a way to show like.
I don't know why.
No, it's very.
Followed both of
oh, there you go. He followed you. He subscribed to you, and he's engaging with your content.
Mario, stop lying. You're always saying I want to be more like Brian.
Okay. So Brian, the point I'm making though is that him engaging with you is showing that he's reaching out on both sides of the aisle, because a lot of people see you. Not a lot of people. Yeah. You are liberal, but you're pretty loud liberal. You keep shitting on anyone that's conservative. Like you keep popping up in the comments.
There is.
So does that mean? But is he
of liberalism? That's not really liberal, right? It's weird.
No, but it's not weird liberal. But he's reaching out both sides of the aisle.
No. It's called weird Twitter. It's like an actual thing. It's weird Twitter, and these guys hate Elon Musk. Like they hate him. Is there a lot of Is there a lot of conservatives that also hate him, or it's mainly liberals, like Simon keeps saying? This is a liberal thing. This is a hipster group. It's a hipster group from the 2000s, right? They have always existed.
Brian, do you agree?
I actually personally, like, I was a fan of Elon before he said some of the political stuff he said. I'm still a fan of him. I respect what he's done.
Fans of him.
I disagree a lot of his political takes. But what were you at? What was your question, Mario?
Can I go on about the weird Twitter thing? So there's an interview on Mashable, right? It's with the guy who created #BlockTheBlue. It's Wint/Drill, right? @Drill on Twitter. It's like a weird account. It just tweets random stuff, and they asked him like, "Why did you create this thing? Why did you create this this hashtag?" And his response is pretty succinct. He said, "I want to destroy Twitter. I want it to fail. I want Elon Musk to fail." Like that is literally it. It's quite
plain as day to see, and you can see everybody who's tweeting into the hashtag, apart from, like journalists who are following it, but people who are boosting it and are tweeting the stuff out, a lot of them are, I would say, left-wing ideologically, but more so than that, they hate Elon Musk. They want him to fail actively. They will cheer on any sort of apparent failure, that happens. Like these people
So go back 5 years though. Go back 5 years, and that was the opposite.
Their claim is a Tesla, right? This is what they do.
I think a lot of the left are really struggling with Elon, because the left are the people who bought Tesla into the mainstream. The left are the people who supported Elon in 2018, 2019, 2020. So I think a lot of the left are struggling because they have a long-term affinity with Elon Musk, and then they see him, supporting a massive anti-trans campaign that's running on Twitter. That's clearly going to upset people of any kind of liberal or any common decency, in all honesty. So I think Elon.
What you think that cutting off kids' genitalia is good? It's great.
No, I think
I think that's all it's talking about.
I think creating a ridiculous narrative, like Elon liked to post about drag queens today, as though they represent a statistical risk of sexual offenders, when we all know that the majority of sex offenders statistically are straight white middle-aged males, and yet Elon likes to post attacking. Yeah, I'm just saying that this is the problem.
Coal class was all against Elon before. So
exactly,
from both
and they
sides.
were conservatives, and Elon was supported by the left. And this is the issue now: is that there's a lot of people who are very confused about how they feel about Elon Musk. And I said this at the beginning.
The gender ideology has taken over the left, right? What used to be the left is no longer liberal. They want to censor and ban everybody who even criticizes Dylan Mulvaney. You point out that Dylan Mulvaney.
No. Actually, it feels like the right are the ones who want to censor and ban everything. The right want to cancel everything to do with that. They want to cancel Bud White. They want to cancel.
Yeah, hold on. Guys, everyone stop for a minute. Hold on, guys.
Boycotts are not cancellations. Okay. They're not the same thing. And furthermore, feminists are being attacked right now. J.K. Rowling has faced so many death threats, and she's a liberal, right? All these feminists are liberals. They're being attacked right now by the so-called left. Right, so let's
see. So hold on. So Sam, I know Joe, Gabe, and all of you have your hands up, and Christian. But just 2 seconds. Sam and Sleiman, you guys go back, and you said something interesting, Sam. You just said the statement that's like the complete opposite of what Sleiman told me yesterday privately. You said the right always want to censor and stuff, and Sleiman was telling me yesterday the left are the ones that always want to censor. I think it's in the middle. I think both sides want to censor. Humans want to censor.
I think there's an irony. All I'm saying is there's an irony. Let me just say that the left. Okay, so let me.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, very quickly. Yes, look, the left have traditionally been the cancel culture people. Absolutely true. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is, ironically, in the last year or so, it seems to be the right now that want to cancel everything they're not happy with. And that's what I'm saying.
Same thing, Sam. Boycotts are not the same thing, and banning pornography from schools is not the same thing as cancel culture.
Ian, like 100%.
Anyway, I didn't, Mario, and that doesn't make my point. Mario, I didn't say that the only the left want to cancel. I literally said the opposite to you. I said that what we've got is a scenario where the left are more empowered at the moment. So use
the right doesn't have any institutional.
But when the right want to cancel as much.
Sure, you did say that. You did say that, Sleiman. But it would have made. I changed it. I changed it intentionally, Sleiman, to get a debate going. But let me, Ian, Sleiman, Gabe, Ian, just 2 seconds. Gabe, I know you had your hand up, man. Jump in. You're being too nice again, bro. You're not gonna fucking speak if you're gonna be nice. Gabe? All right. Well, even if I give you the mic,
I'm stepping. Here I come.
I'm going to jump in. He's scared of Ian.
Here I come. All right, here I come. So, number one, the left has been disproportionately on the side of censorship for a lot of years. We can make that argument. I see it. I know it. They create mass reporting groups. That's why you have to avoid and block people that put you on lists. 100%. This is the old Twitter.
But Trash, would you say it goes both ways or no?
Yes.
No, it doesn't go both ways. The right doesn't have blocking groups.
Oh my God. Damn it. Guys. So up until the last year and a half, what I've seen is people on the right absolutely fall into the same tactics as what the left has been doing for a very long time. And it's actually concerning to me. Like, I'm watching active cancel campaigns and infighting on the conservative side, which you guys know that, my bias, right? So I pay attention to more conservatives than I do on the left, because I believe that truth has been over the last few years.
Trash, before you continue, can you elaborate on it? Can you specify who the cancel campaigners are and what? Yeah, please do.
So it seems to be the DeSantis and Trump camps and the people that are involved in these sides. And they are trying to cancel and actually have active campaigns to get people blocked, banned, and silenced because they don't agree with their opinion. So this trend of if you don't agree with me, get rid of this person has kind of migrated from the left. The left is they're always going to do that, right? But it's actually permeated the right. I'm actually seeing it quite a bit. And I'm seeing a lot of these attack campaigns and like a lot of these weird infighting things happening, not only just on Twitter, but everywhere else on the right. And it's becoming almost to the point where it's like, if you don't agree with everything that Trump says, if you challenge something that Trump says, you need to be banned, canceled, and removed from the internet. It's kind of weird.
Trash, I've seen that in this space. And Gabe, I'm going to give you one more chance to jump in, or Christian's going to take your mic. But I've seen this in this space, man. Like, I've had a lot of people. I've had people on both sides not want to come on because we're bringing certain guests. But I'd say 70 to 80% of the pushback has been from the right. Now, it doesn't mean, Ian, before you jump in and correct me, I'm not saying the right does censor more. I'm just saying humans censor. Whether you're liberal or conservative, humans love to censor. Humans love echo chambers, and we've seen more, and we've seen more censorship from the left because they've been, and that's I corrected Slayman yesterday and told him this, because they've been more in power, especially through the social media platforms, and that's why they've been censoring and abusing that power more. Gabe is glitching, that's why he wasn't jumping in. So Christian, jump in.
I would say that Trump supporters have a critical mass on Twitter when it comes to the conservative sphere, right? And it's largely due to Cat Turd, right? He's popular. He's a very big account, but he's not the one directing it, obviously. But a lot of the cancellations that are coming on the right now, I would say it's from one camp. It's not from two camps, so don't do the whole both sides thing. The DeSantis camp is pretty small, right? It doesn't have a lot of vocal supporters. The Trump supporters, on the other hand, are going for the jugular. They're attacking people's appearances. They're going after Jenna Ellis, for example, where someone said she should be gangbanged, raped, right? And they were like, when she reported it, she was like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. I mean, why this is like literally a rape threat. They're like, oh, you're trying to cancel people for their free speech. All he was doing was telling a joke, and then they basically canceled her for complaining that someone had threatened to gangbang her. I mean,
right. So Gabe,
on the right
Gabe, is your audio working now, Gabe, before we give the mic to Christian?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about what I just said and what Ian just said? And Trash and Slayman. We all talked about the censorship aspect. It kind of relates to Elon because he's been fighting against censorship. So I'll give you the mic before Christian takes the mic.
Can you quickly, because I don't know if I caught it all, because that was the thing
I just said that the left and the right both censor. I don't know what the argument was before that, but that was the main topic of discussion. And then it was also, we kind of digressed away from the point I was making with Brian, is that we're talking about all the features of Twitter Blue, which is not my intention because I think it's boring as fuck. I think the fact that because Brian said how he got the blue check and that gave him an advantage with his content to go more viral because other liberals were not getting the blue check, which if he said other liberals, just makes it immediately ideological. And I just don't see any logical pushback to the ideological aspect of this.
So the way that I see it is the whole block the blue, I think that's incredibly dumb. I think by eliminating people, of course, obviously removing people from a platform who are dangerous and who do platform hate speech should be removed because they're not a benefit to, let's call it, this town square that Elon Musk wants to create, right? But when you block people like that, and you do a block the blue thing, it only creates an echo chamber. I forgot who said it earlier, but I totally agree that it does create an echo chamber because then the only people who are left,
Brian said it.
Brian, with blue check marks or who have an amplified voice are going to be people on the right. So then when you're trying to have this conversation or debate or whatever you want to call it, there's one side is going to be heavily outweighing the other side. So I think blocking like that is just based on the principle alone, not to say someone's harassing you, but if it's just because someone's purchasing a verified check mark for whatever reason, it's very dumb in my mind to block that person just outright, right? Everyone has their own reason, whether it's they want the clout or they want the amplification, right? I understand why people would buy it, especially if you have a business, you want to promote that and you want to be seen. Again, like I said, I don't think it's fair that we should have this classist, you have to pay this amount. And then I know that people on the right are going to say, well, you pay this much money for this other streaming service. Why can't you pay $8? It's again, it's how you value the service, right? And for me personally,
so Gabe, who's the block the blue? Let Gabe finish, but quickly, who was the account that you mentioned, Ian? Just only the username that says block the blue. I want to send him an invite. What's his name?
Wind/drill. Drill. DRIL.
Okay, thanks, bro. All right, sorry, Gabe, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
He's not going to join in. Trust me.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing I was saying with that is, I think it's dumb to do that. I think that's you're shooting yourself in the foot if you're trying to have any sort of conversation with people and trying to push any sort of messaging by creating your own echo chamber. I mean, you see what happens with apps like Parler and Gab and Getter. Like they all fail. True. Because they're poorly designed, but they also are built on a platform where it's only one side of the conversation, right? And you see that
Post and Mastodon, they're just as bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're great. Like, do I have counselors? Sure, but like I rarely do it because it's one more fucking account I got to post to, and it gets annoying. But on the side of like blocking stuff, I don't agree with it. Do I feel that we should have to pay for this service? No. Do I believe that there should be a better verification service? Yes, entirely. I totally believe that should be way better than what it used to be. And on the side of right versus left, there are definitely people on the left who as Ian wants to call it, cancel, right? Ban, whatever. But people on the right, I mean, even if you look back through 2020, 2021, 2022, this past year entirely, you see people who hold a political stance, whether it's a company and they're like, this is what we believe in. We believe in Black Lives Matter, or we believe in promoting health awareness, or whatever it might be, right? You've got people trying to cancel Bud Light, Home Depot, Delta, the MLB, Coca-Cola. Like the list is endless. And you see a lot of it too coming from Donald Trump, right? He's someone, someone brought it up earlier about like, why do we platform a guy who wants to engage with this? I mean, it drives a lot of traffic, of course, but also when you look at that type of behavior, right, it's something that is dangerous because, well, all I'll say is it's dangerous.
Donald
obviously,
Trump doesn't want to ban Bud Light or boycott it. I mean, he gets money from Anheuser-Busch. He gets money from them. So he was like, his son was like, hey, stop boycotting them. They give us cash. They give us money. Stop boycotting them, guys. And
No,
that pissed off a lot of conservatives.
Donald Trump Jr. and the RNC and everyone else.
Yeah, they're disgusting. They just take money.
Right. I mean, everyone takes money, but you realize that a lot of these people want to say cancel this, ban that, whatever, blah blah blah, and you realize that these people also, again, just like on the premise of blocking people who have a check mark, those people who take money from this company shoot themselves in the foot because they believe their ideological stance is going to outweigh the presence of these companies. And you see that across the board. And I would say that the right is inherently more prone to canceling, or the whole debate is like, it's not canceling, it's banning. It's the same thing, man. You're calling for people to stop using a service, people to stop paying money. Yes. People on the right are actively calling for companies to shut down.
Why should I buy Bud Light? I mean, if they're actively promoting
transgender, but Ian, in the same stroke, do they owe anything? Do they owe any attention to people with blue check marks? They can block whoever the fuck they want.
I know. I'm not arguing that. I think if people want to do block the blue, that's on to them. I mean, if they want to limit their own reach, that's fine. If Bud Light gave you superhuman powers and people were, boycotting it because they didn't want to, they didn't like the transgender stuff, but it did give you superhuman powers.
But it's also super,
I'd be like, well, that's dumb.
Even the argument with Bud Light is so dumb. Like, you look at, they've been partnered with Glad for over 2 decades. That's 20 years.
It's pretty dumb. Cool. It's only coming to the fore now. And
Can I do something, Gabe? Can I do something pretty? I've always been wanting to.
I mean, it's not dumb.
Ian, can I ask you a question? Actually, I might ask this Gabe then Ian.
You mind?
Ian, my point? Yeah. I'm gonna Ian. I will give you the mic before you get pissed off at me. Because remember, there's a hand with that up. But I'll ask you and Gabe actually.
Yeah.
This is something that I'm like, should I ask? Should I not ask? I know briefly the Balenciaga story, and I don't want to digress, but I'm just dying to ask this. Gabe and Ian, I want to ask you guys, and anyone could jump in. They did something wrong, okay? I think we all agree. How far
They apologized.
Yeah, they apologized for it. I think they used a marketing agency. I don't know the full details, and they fired the agency, etc.
It wasn't like their their executives were not responsible.
Yeah. So Ian, my question is how. So I've been asking. I have a bunch of Balenciaga clothes. I don't wear them because apparently there's still that culture, that cancel culture around Balenciaga is still there.
It still exists,
yeah. When
AI ads.
Yeah. So when my question. Let me ask you a question. And Slimane, you can also ask this one because you give me the fucking stupid emojis. When because you cancel culture, canceling a brand if they do the wrong thing, it makes sense. But then when does it go too far? And I'm genuinely asking. I don't know the answer. When should we continue doing this to Balenciaga until they go bankrupt? Is that what they deserve for this?
Okay, I'll go first, and then Gabe can speak for as long as he wants. First, with the Bud Light thing, they've been partnered with Glad for 20 years now. Nobody took notice because this is a problem of conservatives. Conservatives are not politically active. Only now have they been active, right? Thanks to people like Matt Walsh, Libs of TikTok, Andy Ngo, myself, a few other people, right? We've been very active. Most people are asleep. Most people don't give a fuck. Most people watch NFL every single weekend. They watch their stupid sports while giving NFL money, not caring that NFL, takes all this money from Glad or that, it promotes transgenderism. It does, by the way. Or that, the NBA is the same thing, right? They give money to China. And meanwhile, these guys will be on Twitter saying, oh, don't give money to China. But then, they got to watch the game, and they drink their shitty beer. Like, they're not politically active. They're not like the left. They don't take notice of these things. But with Bud Light, it's kind of an exception, right? It's kind of like a start. It's like saying, hey, let's be politically active. Let's care about the stuff that we're consuming. Let's stop giving these people our money. And that's why I support that particular campaign. I think it has merit to it. And yeah, it should have started 20 years ago, but it's starting now, and it's better late than never, right? Because otherwise, what is conservatism conserving? Nothing, right? It's fucking conserved absolutely fucking nothing because they've made so many concessions. All they do is give in to, whatever's popular. Oh, Anheuser-Busch is giving us money, so we should stop talking about it. That's the Donald Trump position on this. He doesn't want to criticize Disney because, again, Disney also gives him money, so he's attacking DeSantis over that. What a clown, right? That's my position on that. As for Balenciaga, to answer your question, Mario, they did a lot of things wrong, and you could make perhaps the argument that perhaps the response was overblown. I disagree with that. I mean, I think that it was kind of fucked up. That it was quite. So
how far? But saying when do you think it makes sense? To what stage? Till they go bankrupt?
I mean, they've come clean. They've come clean, right? They've apologized, and it was a pretty good letter, and they've also started donating to like charities that support, children that have been victims, right? So I think that, the Balenciaga thing, I think that at this point, we should be like, okay, like they made a mistake, but it wasn't it wasn't like something they did on purpose. It was like they hired some bad guys, right? A really bad agency, and hopefully those guys.
There's companies, but Ian, like, would you not argue? Hold on, Slimane. Okay, answer Slimane. Let me destroy Slimane. Hold on, watch. What is your opinion, Slimane?
He let you try, but my thing is this: I actually think that what the response was specifically overblown, and what I'll explain why.
Okay, I can't.
Obviously, what they did was wrong. What they did was wrong, right? But to target that company the way they did, and just do it for that company, and not every other that is basically sexualizing children, like Netflix is doing it.
Ignore. Look, Slimane. How about this? I'm sorry. I'll let you finish, but I'll add something to it. There's a whole documentary on how Apple and other smartphone producers are using child labor, not directly, but in other countries to mine the precious metals to produce the phones. Everyone that's fucking canceling Balenciaga. You're doing good. Okay, good. You've made your point. They've suffered. You've learned. Hold on. I know. Just 2 seconds. And then Slimane finishes, and then you and other speakers could jump in. But what I want to say is that, all right, then, if you really want to stick to that, for the right thing and punish companies that are doing the wrong thing, I'll give you a list of companies, including Apple, that are doing not only doing bad things, knowingly doing the bad thing. Executives know about it, but they continue to do it based on profits, intentionally, not using an agency doing one mistake and spending months apologizing. But no one does anything about it. Because it's not the cool thing to do. It's not really cool to go throw your iPhone and say, hey, child labor must stop. You could do a few tweets and that's it from your fucking iPhone, saying it's the wrong thing to do. So I just think it's right. I think what was done is right. but it's more to be cool rather than to really stick up for what's right.
I agree with Mario.
I agree, Mario. So the only thing I'd say is I agree with everything you said. The only thing is that just sexualizing children is slightly worse, but other than that,
worse or not worse, I just think there's a lot of other companies that I know. That's not my argument. The argument is that they should really stick up.
But I agree with you, Mario, and so that's why my point about Balenciaga was it was specifically over.
And by the way, Simon, just look how fucking look at me just speaking so passionately about what's right. Yet I've got two iPhones next to me, so
but here's the thing, Mario,
but Ian, I've got two iPhones next to me, bro. I feel like an idiot.
Yeah, I know, Mario.
Mario, AB InBev was my client for over a decade. I did commercials with transvestites for a beer called Victoria in Mexico. That was one of the most successful campaigns we did. It has to do with narrative. Pepsi was also canceled because they used Kendall Jenner to promote world peace while there was riots going on in New York. It has to do with what has the brand stood for? Why are they using this person? Does it come off as authentic or not? The difference with the campaign I did for Victoria Beer in Mexico was the fact that it uses light and dark beer. Mexican people consider themselves the mixed race, the mixto. When we say we represent all Mexicans, it makes total sense to promote that. When Budweiser does it, which is an ex-client of mine, I'm speaking about people I'm friends with, it was stupid. It was stupid because it has nothing to do with the brand, just like World Peace had nothing to do with Pepsi.
Fair. But my question, my question is how far? Yeah, but how far is enough? I think backlash is good, but then when you make it your life mission to destroy,
it goes away in 6 months. Business will be back to normal.
You're turning off your customers. So your customers are most people who drink beer in America are not going to be liberals, right? If they are liberals, they're drinking past the blue ribbon. They're not, or they're drinking like like microbrew stuff, right? They got taste. They don't drink fucking piss beer, right? Only conservatives drink piss beer because conservatives got no taste, right? So they're watching their stupid sports ball, their NFL on their weekends, drinking Budweiser and Bud Light, because they got no taste. And guess what? When you try to promote a transgender person to these people, they're gonna be fucking pissed off about it. Like, it's just common sense. It's just common sense. It's not even cancel culture. It's just like, the fuck are you people doing? Think, God damn it.
Yeah, I changed Bud Light from rap to country, and sales exploded. Of course, because their audience listens to country, not rap. Like it's really bad brand managers. They switch every 2 years. They try to make a name for themselves. But Mario, to answer your question, this goes away in 6 months if they know how to deal with it correctly.
But Balenciaga, hasn't it been like 6 months for Balenciaga and still like no one let my partner's like, Mario, don't wear your Balenciaga. Are you sure?
I don't think any conservatives are buying Balenciaga. It's so fucking expensive. I mean, tell them to go buy your Visa.
Yeah, but okay. Ian,
I just spent $1,000.
Can we accept this is
cancel culture is literally described as ostracizing, boycotting, or shunning something because you don't like it. So can we just accept that this is cancel culture and stop forgiving and saying and using different terminology?
Like if I'm your demographic and you're supposedly trying to market to me and you push some bullshit that I don't like, I'm not going to buy your stuff. It's not that hard.
Buy it.
No, but if a celebrity goes out and says, "Everybody, I don't like this thing. I'm influential. I think you should boycott this brand." You're saying that's not cancel culture. That's the exact. Okay, go online and Google. So what is cancel culture? Because go online and actually look up the description of cancel culture. Cancel culture is literally.
The celebrities.
So, Ian, what is cancel culture? Describe what they believe cancel culture. If it isn't ostracizing and boycotting.
Yeah. So cancel would be Balenciaga basically completely losing all of their partnerships and being unable to continue to
Which
operate.
Is what everyone called to happen with Bud. They're calling for them to lose.
If they call for them to be cancelled, Sam, then that is cancellation. If they boycotted, one second, Ian. If they boycotted, that's not cancellation. Like we all have
it is cancel culture. It's the very definition of cancel culture.
No, so boycott. Simon, Yeah, so Simon, when you boycott and tell whenever someone else buys the product, you start shitting on them. Like by the way, I haven't looked into the story enough, but my partner tells me everything. Kim Kardashian, when she speaks about them or she makes her point, she's like, hey, they made a mistake.
they've learned their lesson. When she says something like this and everyone goes and attacks her and tries to cancel her and unfollows her, how's that not cancel culture?
That would be cancel culture.
Okay.
That would be cancel culture, Mario.
So, you know, when you boycott, Mario, you're basically voicing your concern. So, as an example, let's say we boycott a specific country because they're oppressing another country. You know you're not canceling that country. You don't have the ability to do so. You're boycotting to just show your contention against it. When cancellation occurs, cancellation is that you basically... So, basically what Adidas did to you, where they basically cancel the contract.
Yeah, he was cancelled.
That's the difference.
Sarah, let's see.
You're boycotting it.
So Oliver, go ahead, Oliver.
I don't want to be that guy, but I don't know how this has to do with verification.
No, I'll change the title because this is getting interesting. Because this is something I've been wanting to discuss for a while.
The thing about cancel culture is that
right? If it's not in the title, this is a problem. Like the word verify and if that word isn't in the title.
Can I make a comment about this before we go?
Hold on.
80% of Twitter accounts have less than 10.
Guys. Okay, so Sam, Ian, and
why are you silencing people? Why are you censoring?
For God's sake, and then
what are you doing?
Can you stop?
It's cancel culture, Mario. You cancelling us, Mario. Listen, cancel culture. Guys,
Where's Sliman gone? Shit. What an accident. He dropped at
Holy
such an awkward
shit.
time. Holy shit. Sliman just dropped. No, joking.
What happened to him?
Just quick, I want to ask before I bring up Sliman.
We got to agree.
Let me get.
If you look up cancel culture anywhere, it describes exactly. You look up in Webster's dictionary, it describes basically cancelling something as a way of expressing disapproval or exerting social pressure. Everywhere that cancel culture is described.
All right, guys, Sam, Ian. Let me, guys.
They don't have any fucking.
A boycott is a way of expressing a disapproval.
So guys, okay. Sam, you're two of the Ian and Sam. You're two of the most powerful voices that have ever been on this space. So I just want to, if you don't mind, please, let me get some other voices to speak.
Do you mind?
No, in a bit. Okay, in a bit. I'll let you and Sam go back.
No, I've been a fucking victim of that. Sam.
I'll let you guys. Okay, how about this? I'll let you guys go back and forth. Okay, Ian, I'll let you. Oh my God. You guys are so annoying today. Ian and Sam, I'll let you have that discussion, and then we'll go to. I know there's a few hands up, Christian and others. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, let's take Lauren Southern, for example, right? She's a canceled person. You know why she's a canceled person? Because her PayPal is banned, her Patreon is banned, her parents are banned from fucking renting a home at Airbnb because she's Airbnb. Yeah. So that is cancel culture because she has no means of fighting back against it. Like I said, I got canceled by fucking PayPal, right? Because of my affiliation to Rebel News. And I would argue that Rebel News itself is
that's not culture, and that's an individual thing. You're not a social movement.
No, Sam, but what Ian is referring to is the powers that be canceling in terms of removing your platform. And I think that that's kind of the difference. And I think individuals making individual decisions, that was the old version of the cancel culture that most of us remember. But now we're hearing more and more that cancel culture refers to being deplatformed, essentially. Ian, is that what you're saying? I just want to make
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you get it.
So let me before giving the mic.
It's not where it's defined. It's not where it's defined everywhere. But we've created our own definition of cancel culture on the show today, based on Ian's beliefs, because it's not where cancel culture is defined everywhere as effectively boycotting, using social pressure to sort of damage a brand or something you don't agree with.
If you buy the product yourself, if you stop buying the product yourself, you're boycotting it. If you start attacking other people that bought the product, you start attacking other companies that support that company, then it's cancel culture. That's the main difference.
Thank you, Oliver. Yes, that
was well said.
Right. Yeah, if I decide not to buy fucking Bud Light, I'm not canceling.
So Joe, let me give the mic to Joe. Joe, I've just changed the name of the space for you, Slayman. Let me know if you like it. But Joe, I'll give you the mic. You did send me an interesting comment, so I'll give you the mic, man.
Title.
Joe.
I was going to talk about cancellation, but
this is the name of the bro. This is the name. This is space name.
Sorry.
So yeah.
The verification.
You can only talk about it.
Let me just make 2 points about the previous thing. 80% of Twitter accounts have less than 10 followers. The average time spent is 30 minutes on Twitter. So you're going to have most people not wanting to verify. They don't find value. But about the cancel thing, even someone just tweeted me, David Vanderpool, who's in the audience, said, you have a point. If they would have used Blair White, they probably wouldn't have been, they would have been fine, right? And Blair White is a transgender, center-right YouTuber, influencer person. If they would have used her, they probably wouldn't have had a problem. It has to do with the audience, not what they actually did.
I want to push back. I want to push back. I don't think it would have been, because the entire argument that I'm hearing is not just it's Dylan Mulvaney, which I think that both sides can agree is an absolute ridiculousness, right? So like the women, even on the left, are like,
fuck that guy.
Like, yeah, like no. But Blair White, right? So she's like, or he, she, whatever, conservative, you know, firebrand, known personality on the right. And you're telling me that the average person that's not engaged in the culture war wouldn't be like, what the hell is this?
And not a beer drinker. More important, not a beer drinker, right?
Yeah. So
it would be It'd be so bad. People are like, who the hell is this person? And why is she selling me beer? I don't get it, you know?
Yeah, no, I disagree. Like on this, like Joa, like I understand what you're saying, because I saw it too. And I actually had to make myself think about this for a minute. I literally did. I was like, okay, well, what if Blair was actually at the head of this campaign? And so I thought about it and I said, okay, well, let's say that Blair White was part of this PR campaign. And I like Blair White, by the way. I think a lot of things that she says is amazing. But
I like
at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, we're talking about the 80% that are not engaged in the culture war, that are not engaged in the political war, that are not engaged in the day-to-day operations. And like, I think what would end up happening is you would have a lot of people who had no idea who Blair White was, looking into it and be like, they would be like having Blair White posters in their garage, right? And be like, dude, by the way, do you know who Blair White is? Right? Like, no, I don't represent that. I just like, you know, American flag bikini, like, of course. And it would create this whole other thing. I think injecting culture war into advertising is the problem. I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a person. I think it's the narrative. If the narrative was that, you know, if that person represented, which I've seen some of her stuff. And
look at this, Joe, just quickly about Balenciaga. Whoever said that Balenciaga's doing well, and Gabe, Sierra, All Source. I know there's a lot of hands up, so I'm going to give you. Let's give them a voice as well, guys, because they've been the nice ones. But guys, like, look at this one. A month ago, Balenciaga. Ian. Look at this. Look at this article a month ago. Balenciaga, devastated by scandal, is trying to start over. Another one. Sales at Balenciaga continues to suffer after child marketing scandal. So, Joa, you do marketing for these brands. I know you're probably trying to pitch your services right now, but. Like, fuck, man.
I'm not at all, because I don't do it anymore. But if you look at TikTok, right, some of the most popular videos right now are actually Balenciaga videos. Type in Balenciaga Harry Potter, and you'll see the 20 different videos that have been made in the name of Balenciaga, and they're the most liked.
In support of Balenciaga or canceling Balenciaga?
It's
in support.
Let's just give the mic to the other speakers just for a bit.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, man. So Joe, I'll let you go. Gabe, All Source.
Yeah, it's not an outright support. It's a distraction from what the narrative was, which is typically what's done, right? Like there was a huge campaign where Pepsi put a voodoo doll of Cristiano Ronaldo on train tracks in Sweden. People in Portugal, because Portugal was playing Sweden, destroyed. They took bats and axes to Pepsi refrigerators. Within 4 months, things were back to normal. Like brands typically know how to deal with this and get back to normal fairly quickly. Balenciaga hasn't done a great job because they don't do a lot of communication, and that's their problem. If they did, they probably would have known how to get out of it a lot sooner. But I'm already starting to see the signs of people forgetting. Go walk by a Balenciaga store. There's people in the stores again.
So look, it's all, and that's what's important, because boycotting is different to cancellation. So as an example, boycotting is your right. You're able to boycott any product you want. You're not forced to buy. If anything, it's probably the opposite. You can't force someone to do something or buy something or encourage you to do something. As an example, people, when it comes to Disney, People don't like the direction Disney are going, the woke level they're going, and so people have boycotted it, and hence why now the hope is that they'll change. And if they don't, they get, and so they have the option. They're not being cancelled. But if they don't change, then they will get bankrupt.
But then, Simon, what happened? What happened? And then Sarah, I want you to go on. But what happened once I didn't know about the whole Balenciaga thing. I forgot about it. It was a few weeks ago now, a couple of months ago, and I was doing an interview, and I had the Balenciaga T-shirt. They literally paused the interview, like, "Hold on, Mike, before I ask you more questions." A lot of people in the audience are asking, "Why are you wearing a Balenciaga T-shirt?" And it had nothing to do. It was like I think it was a crypto interview or politics. I can't remember. And they fucking interrupted it because I'm wearing a Balenciaga T-shirt, so I just flipped it around.
It was with banter.
Oh yeah,
with
Rand, yeah, exactly. But let's get other voices. Sarah, All Source, Gabe.
Sarah, go ahead. I apologize, Mario can't pronounce people's names.
You know what I said last time? I like the way you pronounce it, so therefore everybody has to say it that way. I think I can't remember who said about the cancel culture and high-end brands like Balenciaga. Well, Balenciaga, people that own Balenciaga bags were not throwing them away. They weren't, they were doing the whole Kid Rock thing and shooting the Balenciaga.
They were burning
bags.
them. Sarah, they were burning them, no?
What?
Weren't they burning them?
Where I didn't see that.
Hold on, Danish.
Fucking own a Balenciaga bag.
Are you sure? No, they were, and then
yes, they were. They were.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They were absolutely.
And I had people say, yeah, and I was like, maybe I should. Go ahead, Sarah.
No fucking way.
Yeah, bro.
No way.
Yeah, bro. I was Ian. Yes, and I wanted. I was thinking of doing it as well, but I'm like, no, I'm not gonna fall into this.
It had to have been a knockoff, Mario. There's no way.
Burning a knockoff.
No.
Yes.
No way.
No.
Mario.
I don't believe it.
Sarah, I know people that did. Sarah, I'm just telling you, I considered doing it, and I know people that did because I'm like, fuck.
Who did it, Mario? Who do you know that did it?
I'm not gonna sit there giving names, bro.
Yeah, name the person, Mario.
I don't believe
it. Wasn't
Mario.
Ian. It wasn't Slime. It wasn't. I can guarantee you, it wasn't Slime Man.
I don't believe Mario. You're making it up.
I can guarantee it wasn't Slime Man. Financially, it's not possible for him.
I you're right. I won't be walking into it.
So let's let Sarah. I gave you the mic to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I know it's okay, but I honestly don't believe anybody was burning a real Balenciaga bag. I mean, what if Hermes did something that was so horrifying? Am I gonna burn a $25,000 bag? No. I'm gonna hold on to that because I know that people are fickle and it will come back.
Some people
do an apology campaign.
Yeah, but some people like they and I'm just talking in general. Some people that's not a lot of money for them. I know it's hard. I gave it some time.
Stupid to do that.
It is stupid. It's very dumb. It's very dumb. But I'm just saying people do.
Like I see
so we basically we need a high street.
They're like,
we need a high street fashion brand to offend us because it's more affordable.
Yeah, but
like, why would you do that?
But Sarah, your point is the whole. Does anyone think? Actually, let me ask you a question, Sarah. You can go first. Does anyone think? And maybe Sarah, you can go first. It's like as I interrupted you for the third time. But does anyone think that the cancel culture with Balenciaga that didn't go too far and should continue? Does anyone think that? Sarah, you go first, and anyone jump in afterwards if you think that.
I think that what they did was vile, and I support anybody that wants to boycott the brand. But when you're talking like Bud Light, you had Kid Rock on social media shooting up like 8 cases of Bud Light. Well, that was what, $8? It was the cost of a Twitter subscription that he spent to do that. My point is, it's very easy to shake your fist for a while. But once everybody's done their apology campaign and it comes back around full circle, people are like, oh yeah, in a couple of years, people will be like, Balenciaga, didn't they do something really bad? I can't remember, as they're coveting their beautiful Balenciaga bag. It's so people are fickle and it doesn't really last that long. I think Ian did a tweet.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Can I finish for just 1 second?
Yes, Sarah, exactly. Shut him up. Exactly. Love it, Sarah.
Sarah, let me ask you a question and you can carry on.
Yeah.
So
okay.
do you think
I want to hear what tweet? Why do we hear what tweet she's talking about? You fucking interrupted her. God damn it.
No, I'm gonna tell her, bro. Well, don't chill, Ian. Don't worry. Relax, bro. Relax.
Oh God.
Listen. Do you think that when it comes to Balenciaga, I know about cancellation, but do you think they're forever linked to child exploitation? So there's an association now, which doesn't happen with other brands.
I mean, is Volkswagen forever linked to the Nazi Party?
Well, people, you just mentioned it, and it's been you just brought it up, and it's been decades and decades. Sarah.
I did, but you know what? I had no idea
Like, you literally just
until
brought it up.
it came out. I did just literally bring it up, but I had no idea that there was a link to it until a couple of years ago. I had no idea. So, and maybe that's going to mind blow some people in this space. I had no idea.
This time, I'll ask you the same question. Sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
No.
Go ahead,
Danish.
I gotta remind people of what's occurred, just so that we know exactly. And please, for people that are not aware, Balenciaga, their ad campaign featured children holding teddy bears in bondage. Like, this is not like a small scandal. I think they should absolutely burn.
Yeah. Okay, so Danish, continue. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Danish, hold on. No. So, did you say they should, guys?
Before you
guys,
go, I want to hear what tweet Sarah was going to read of mine.
Okay, of course. Okay, Sarah, guys, 2 seconds. Now I know why Ian. I'm wondering. Yeah, I know. Ian, the whole space is interrupting everyone, but then 1 second, he's like, Simon, how dare you interrupt someone? Let her read the tweet about me. Just 2 seconds, Ian. I know. Just 2 seconds. So, Danish, you interesting point. I didn't expect you to say this. Okay, so you just said they should burn. Is that what you said? Please, guys, don't interrupt.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
there are very few things that are so black and white.
No, bro.
When someone does something like
okay,
that.
So Danish.
When someone does something like that. The creative director doesn't get to do this without any input from anyone else.
So Danish,
Are you talking from your iPhone? Are you talking from your iPhone right now?
Damn.
Which actually abuses children?
Joe, I didn't see you as a whataboutism kind of person. I think ultimately the difference here is that trying to compare sexualizing of children to labor practices in a different country, I think
labor practices. You just called it labor practices in different countries. Let's just call it child labor, the same way child exploitation. So hold on.
One is a picture.
One is a picture. Yeah, exactly. I think both are horrible. But Danish, one is a picture,
both are obviously horrible. Like what I'm.
You just called one. Hold on, Danish. You just called one child exploitation, which is a picture, which again is very wrong. We all agree. And the other one, which has children working and dying, as child labor, not child labor. Go ahead.
You missed.
All right, go ahead.
Sexualizing of children. It's a very different thing than child exploitation.
Yeah, my bad. But the other one, you called it. What is it called? Labor practices in different countries instead of calling it child labor.
My point is that ultimately we need to have a real conversation around what's happening with Apple. And you were talking about Apple. What about Nike? What about every other company? That the point here is that ultimately,
I don't know. I think it's kind of blown out of proportion.
Hold on, Danish. Let me, Danish. So they should burn because of an agency's marketing mistake. Instead of
blown out of proportion. It's not a marketing mistake.
Yeah, but what do you mean, Dan?
Let him answer. I know it's not a tweet about you, but please let him
answer. So Dan, how's it a marketing mistake? So what did the executive or the shareholders that own the shares go out there and create a ring of children and exploited them? Or did a marketing agency or a marketing director make a stupid mistake they should be fired from?
Something like that does not come out without there being complete consensus.
Man, I have a company. Look, Danish, I have a company. You're an entrepreneur. I have a company. He just answered. He said that these things will not be made. These decisions are not made without executive's decision. That's why he's implying that they were involved in some way. I have a company that's like 5% of the size of Balenciaga, an e-commerce business. I don't look at anything they do. I'm the 100% shareholder. I don't look at. I literally don't even speak to the board there. So if one of the, I
don't mean to tell you how to run your business, but that seems like a really bad.
No, the business is running fine, man. That's very common. Yeah, that's very common. I have 24 hours. Yeah, man, I have 24 hours a day. So if they hire a marketing guy and they put a picture of a kid,
I can't be looking over these ad copies. Like hell no.
Yeah, so Danish, I didn't expect you to say this. The company should burn.
Come on, Danish.
They should suffer. The marketing person should suffer. There should be repercussions.
I'm sorry, I draw the line.
Draw the line, Danish. I draw the same line. But there's a difference between destroying a company because marketing department's a mistake versus, so if I hire a
marketing department, the guy they hired, right?
I mean, it's not a marketing mistake, is it, Mario?
You are responsible for the people you hire.
Exactly. Yeah, you're responsible. Yes, but
Nah. So you're minimizing it. Like, look, I agree with some aspects of your argument, but you're minimizing. It's not a marketing mistake. Like, people have shown where this has happened consistently with Balenciaga. It's not just one marketing.
Can you? So I don't know this, man. Yeah, tell me more. I don't know this.
I saw some of the TikTok conspiracy videos, and it's like, you guys are stretching it. You're stretching it because they pointed out how, one of the other ads had like a book that was written by some artist who had also drawn, and this is like the 1990s, had drawn something that had children in it and is possibly sexualized, but not really. But, it's very sus.
Yes, Simon, can you tell us where? Yeah, Simon, tell us where.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember seeing it. I don't remember seeing it the way Ian said, so I'll look back into it. But I remember at that time, it was that, because that was my argument. I was like, look, it could be a one-off, is what yours. And then someone actually showed me. I was like,
okay, you just said, hold on. You just said, Ian, hold on. You just said, Simon. You just said in front of thousands of people and a lot more that will listen to the replay that this has been consistent within Balenciaga. So where's your evidence for a co-host saying that, bro?
Okay, that's a fair point. I'll look for it.
Cool.
Yeah, look for it. Put it in the top. I want to see.
I love
what you're
Ian today.
Mario, can I give you an example?
Mario and Ian's mic volume is very aggressive right now.
I didn't know mine is. Let me move it away from my mouth. Sorry. Is it good now?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but your argument, but Danish, your argument.
You're yelling, Mario.
Oh shit, am I?
You're yelling.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
No, you guys need to tell me.
It's okay. I mean,
no, you guys need to tell me.
Hearing loss now.
Okay, sorry guys. You need to tell me, guys, because for the sake of the audience, please. But yeah, but Danish, do you understand where I'm coming from? Like this.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. That look. It's sort of like that crony capitalism argument, which is we're picking and choosing who is bad and who is good. For me, there are certain things that I believe are
so
very
you think, but do you think
line.
Balenciaga should go bankrupt then?
No, I think that Balenciaga should come out and actually continue to do more. And I know that they've done some, but ultimately, my understanding, like Suleiman, to be completely honest, was that this was not a complete one-off, that they had been doing this consistently over the years.
Okay, your argument makes more sense. This is not like burning, because you said burning.
The communists, the Marxists, okay, the Marxists might say, there is no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. So everything that we do, everything we consume is evil at some point because it's exploitative. And it's true. It's exploitative. It's just
because Ian, to that point, I was actually going to bring this up, which is, if you drive a Tesla, where do you think that the lithium is mined? When you look at cobalt, where do you think it comes from?
It's Australia.
But also cobalt. Cobalt's a great example. Or nickel and
cobalt.
Where do you think that comes from? Congo. I know this. This one I know. So the Congo.
I don't think that's true. No. They don't get the cobalt from Congo. No, they don't. And cobalt also is super abundant.
No, that's actually true. Need it from the Congo. No,
it's 100%.
They get it from Afghanistan too now.
This is also already developed cobalt-free batteries that are coming into wide use.
Hold on. My point is
so it's not unethical to drive.
Hear me out. Hear my point out. If you look far enough, if you start searching through the raw materials, it becomes very obvious that our world is an awful place. But the difference here is that we have a fashion brand out there. And again, this is my misunderstanding, and I will take that back. Like Suleiman, I did have a chance to see some information. And I just think that ultimately there's been a considerate movement within fashion to begin with. And again, I am not an expert in this. So I am willing to, and you guys know me, I am willing to adapt my priors always.
I like that
always
about you.
But ultimately I'm telling you that it seems as though fashion has been moving towards sexualizing of children, and I think that is absolutely scary. That is a line we just cannot cross. And so I feel awful saying this because this is a company with owners. I run a company. I know what it's like. But you know what? When you cross that line, somebody has to pay so that others don't continue to cross this line.
It's a general problem with the fashion industry, right? Back in the day, in the 90s, they were sexualizing women into becoming boys, right? They made all these, like Triggy, for example, super skinny models, not a single, curve in sight, right? That was the trend back then, right? And then it became super big breasts. Like that was a thing for a while, like look at the Calvin Klein ads in like the late 90s, right? In the early 2000s, it was super sexualized. MTV generation had gone nuts, right? Girls Gone Wild, all this stuff, right? This was like a big deal in the early 2000s. Everything was sexualized. You had TV cable channels entirely dedicated to teenage men, right? So teenage men, teenage boys, you know, like what X Play, you know, does the video game channel, G4 TV, whatever. And it's all super sexualized. And then, you know, we moved away from that and it became, you know, obesity, right? Like obesity was like the next big trend. You're talking about plus size models, you know, I would say like the early 2010s to the mid 2010s. And now, you know, there's this move towards transgenderism, right? It's always fashion. Fashion has, you know, by and large, has been a fucking
Ian,
mess.
did you miss the whole pop culture in the 70s? And, you know, I don't think there's a trend for transgenderism, but I think there's been a trend for that form of fashion since David Bowie. I mean, you know, this isn't new, man, but no one cared before.
Yeah,
Now
but
it's
back then,
this huge hate culture built around it.
They didn't bring it to kids. Like kids weren't getting their genitalia mutilated. I mean, you had David Bowie, sure. I mean, but he wasn't transgender. He was still a guy. He dressed up funny.
Please don't kill my dog. But can we get to people that have their hands up?
Oh fuck
Mario,
you, dude! Like I don't appreciate the whole dog killing bullshit that people keep bringing it up. You know, like that's clearly.
Hey guys, we don't need to say it that way. So like, number one, I can't hear Sam, but that's my problem, not a you problem. But let me get to the hands. So all sorts.
Can I go, Trash? Because I got.
Yeah, Sarah wants to speak.
Yeah. Can I? I want to be respectful, so I want to hear a yes or no.
I'll unmute to tell you yes.
Thank you. Ian, no, be quiet. You asked about the tweet, and I did find the tweet. You talked about specifically Bud Light and cancellation, and you said Bud Light won. Conservatives just don't have what it takes to cancel anything. Money talks louder in the end. And then you shared a picture of Donald Trump Jr. And then you did a side-by-side of what appears to be Anheuser-Busch's, what is that? Their stock and how it was going up. Yep. And I agreed with that sentiment that a boycott only lasts so long. People, especially if you have a little bit of brand loyalty, you know, I'm a Diet Coke drinker. If Diet Coke did something terrible, would I switch to Diet Pepsi? Probably not, because I enjoy it. Now, it is, you know, Bud Light is disgusting, and I understand people would want to switch, but you said it, and I agree so little with you, but you said that it doesn't work. But I've heard you kind of flip-flop. Just a second, you no. I've heard you kind of flip.
I haven't been speaking. It's me.
Oh, I thought it was Ian.
So I'm not
saying anything.
I want to challenge something you said. So, like, I understand. I've seen like how the stock dipped, and then I saw it go back up. What I saw was opportunity. Right. So I saw a bunch of people that don't give a shit about culture war, that don't give a shit about politics, that saw an opportunity to buy low and then hopefully sell high as it goes back up. But I don't think that's an indication on the long-term brand integrity. Right. So like you've alienated a huge base of your actual consumers of your product. Right. In the short term.
Bud Light alienated a huge part of their base that will never come back, right? You're saying that?
Yeah, never. I will never come back. I didn't even care that much, and I'll never come back. So like, I didn't even consume a lot of their products, but now I pay attention to whether or not it's actually owned by Anheuser-Busch and whether or not I'm going to consume it. Why? Not because I give a shit about whether or not Dylan Mulvaney or whatever it may be. What I cared about was the response. What I cared about was the response from the administration of that company, and how they were willing to say, yeah, we don't know, we're not sure, when actually the vast majority, like the vast population of their consumer base was like, hey, we're not cool with this. And they're like, yeah, we're not really going to apologize. We don't really actually give a shit about you. Now, whether it hurts them in their stock value short term or not, I see that as an opportunity. Like, so I'll remove myself from the culture war. I remove myself politically. And I look at this and I'm like, well, I don't believe Anheuser-Busch is going anywhere. Like, look at all the products, the brands that they own. Like, they're not going anywhere. Right. So like as an investor that doesn't give a shit about the implications one way or another, I would see this as a buy low and sell high opportunity. Like let them take the hit. I'll collect the blood off the street and I'll make some money on it in the long run. But I don't think that that's an actual indication of the long-term integrity of the brand. I think that's been forever and irrevocably been harmed, because you may have investors on Wall Street to buy up the stock when it's convenient. but you don't actually have the people actually consuming the brand. And I think that is actually a long-term problem for them, Sarah. Do you see what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. And I hadn't considered that there was a dip in stock and people did take an opportunity to maybe buy low and sell high. But I will disagree with you on the long term. I think their brand, as you said, they are not just Bud Light. They are a wide range of companies. I think their brand can and will survive, and I think they'll continue to thrive. And Ian, back to you, that statement that you made, that tweet you made, while I was shaking my head, yes, when I was reading, I was like, yeah, I see the equivalency here. But I've heard you say in this very space something about, and I'm paraphrasing, but about how people should boycott. But previously,
you should,
said
on principle.
that it doesn't work. That
I don't believe it works. Right? I don't I don't have a lot of faith in people in general. I'm a pretty pessimistic person. I'm a cynic, right?
I get what lies.
I am. I'm a cynic, and the way I look at it is when Donald Trump Jr. and a bunch of his, Trump supporters are like, "Oh, look, he said something. We got to follow it," And when I see shit like that, it makes me not have much faith in, the conservative movement as a whole.
If I were staunchly conservative and I wanted to boycott, say, Bud Light, and I saw Donald Trump Jr. tweeting that out as a conservative, I would have been angry, but I would have been angry at him.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people who are angry
out.
at him. Oh yeah, I know a lot of people who are angry at him, and he's basically lost their support. They see him as a sellout, right?
But he's not canceled, right? Trump isn't being boycotted, right?
No, they're not, unfortunately.
Okay.
Well, okay.
So, can I just one more quick thing, Trash, and then I'll just yield. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I do have this is a little bit. This is you've talked for like 2 hours, Ian. This is just a tiny bit off topic, but last night when you and I were in a space and I made a joke that I was old enough to be your mother, I got a DM shortly after that from a gentleman asking me if I was your mother, and I had a little eye roll, and I said,
wow.
I replied, I said, sure. And he said, oh, great. Can you ask Ian to join my space? And I said, he can't. He's grounded. And he said, he came back and he said, you're a mean mom. And I just said, word.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So the internet's
as Ian's mom.
So like one of the things that yeah, so like the internet's a wild place. Like one of the things that we try to do here is have an engaged and respectful dialogue, right? Like, listen, like there's a lot of people that I disagree with sometimes, but I always want to have that conversation. But what I don't want is personal insults and personal levy. And so I will give Ian obviously the opportunity to respond. And guys, can we please stop at the personal insults? Can we just argue items on their merit?
I have never and would never do a personal insult.
It's not Sarah that I'm responding to. Yeah, it's whoever. I think it was Christian or whatever who said that I killed a dog. Yeah, that never happened. I like to go over that story, right? There was a little space. It wasn't a space. It was a podcast type thing, right? Probably a few years ago, maybe 2018, 2019. Ethan Ralph was hosting it. I don't know if you know the guy. I mean, he's pretty out there. I was on the space, and apparently, I come into possession of someone's personal information. This person was, let's just say he wasn't the most scrupulous character. And they were grilling me on it. They were like, hey, Ian, why do you have this guy's docs, right? I mean, and so the guy actually showed up. His name is Wild Goose, right? He's kind of an internet personality on I would say maybe the fringes of the right. And he came up with a story about how, doxing is dangerous because, police, can SWAT you and stuff, and swatting happens. And he just went on this whole spiel about how his dog or his dad's dog, whatever, got flashbanged. And then he demanded that I pay for it. Now, none of that happened, right? Like he made the story up on the fly. I was laughing in the clip. If you actually watch it, I'm sure it's floating around. And that is the story of the flashbang dog, and somehow or other, it floated from the weird fringe spaces into the left, and the left
regurgitates it, which is ironic given that they would probably hate the politics of the people who came up with the joke. And now it's like forever, Ian Miles, flashbanged a dog and, total nonsense, right? Total nonsense. And then a couple of years later, right, I called the police on someone who literally doxed me and put my parents' address, telling people to, go after me. It was harassment. Called the police on him. Police knocked on his door, paid him a visit. It wasn't a swatting, and they told him to knock it off. He knocked it off. To his credit, he was in a bad place. I don't bear him any ill will. I mean, but that's how I dealt with the situation. I called the police on somebody, and people, like I want to say some drama mongers, some drama YouTubers, like the Quartering, for example, they knew exactly what happened, but they called it a swatting, and then they lie about me to everybody, right? Because they don't like me, so they just go on about how I swatted someone and I killed their dog, because they're taking two different stories, mixing it into a single horrible little story. I mean, if any of that was true, there'd be police reports, there'd be, the news, the journalists, they don't like me, but they've looked into this. I've talked to journalists about this. They looked into it, and it's like, oh yeah, it's nothing here.
So
that's
one
the story.
I just want to give the mic to Joa, because Joa, I know you had views about the advertising aspect.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an industry I worked in for a long time, and there, no one here. There's several occasions that brands have been canceled that no one remembers. Like there was one where Taco Bell tweeted, "I hate tacos," said no Juan ever, Juan, and people were in an outrage. Mexicans came on and like, "Are you kidding me? This is hilarious." Heineken did a commercial where it slid a light beer down a bar past 3 black customers, landed on a white customer who grabbed the beer, and then the slogan comes up, "Lighter is better." Chance the Rapper started a cancel culture wave where Heineken was canceled and no one barely remembers it. Like these type of things happen all the time.
Because they weren't canceled, because we still got Heineken, haven't we? So like what
right, exactly. They weren't canceled, but the same thing that happened to Balenciaga. The problem with Balenciaga is they didn't handle it right right away. They didn't handle it the right way because they're not used to. They don't do a whole lot of ads, right? Unlike someone who Heineken, who knows how to handle it.
The examples you gave, yeah, I mean, I can see why people would, certain communities would have a problem with both of them. The difference here is when it comes to children, that isn't based on a community; it's universal. And so when it goes to Balenciaga, like in my mind, I just think like isn't it a much more bigger mountain to climb, or almost impossible mountain to climb, to basically unlink themselves from child exploitation? Because someone can basically drink Heineken and be like, so what? That's a dumb issue. I don't care. But nobody's gonna wear Balenciaga and be like, I don't care about child exploitation.
Yeah, but from my point of view, I think people who like Balenciaga like them because they push the boundaries. Like their last fashion show looked like the apocalypse, and everyone looked homeless, right? They went a little too far. I think that's how the true Balenciaga fan actually thinks of them. And I think they'll go back just like they've gone back to everything, because they didn't physically do something. Everyone still bought Apple, even though everyone here knows they use children to get their raw material. And that was very publicized. And not only for raw material, also in their factories, which they've also changed. Which also happened to Nike.
They responded.
Which
which
also happened to Nike. They also responded. Balenciaga has now responded.
Used to have factories in Vietnam where they would have these shoeless, horrible children,
and now they have the best
to work until their hands bled. Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah, and now they have the best factories in those regions, right? So they respond to it, and it goes away.
Yeah, but I just want to bring you in because you had a comment about Bud Light, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. So I gotta bounce. So thanks for having me again, guys. The thing I want to say is, we talk about how long brands will stay, in the dark based on consumer feedback or reception, if they're canceled or what have you. And I think because it came up and has kind of deviated away from the Twitter topic, but the one thing I do want to bring up about Bud Light is, regardless of what their campaign is, like, it wasn't anything that was crazy outside the box that was like, oh my God, this is so terrible, right? You have to think back in 2021, people on the right were they were canceling Bud Light, and the reason was because Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch said, hey, you know what? We want to promote the ability for people to know that they can get the vaccine for COVID. That's all it was. There wasn't any like crazy, like, you got to get the vaccine. And I think even like, just like Krispy Kreme, they were like, if you get the vaccine and you prove it to us, we'll give you free beer, right? We'll give you free donut. Like, show that you got the vaccine.
Dunkin' Donuts is giving out, like coupons for every vaccine to get a donut, right? Or like a box of it.
Bill de Blasio was giving burgers.
Right, yeah. So, there's all these incentives. And Budweiser or, Anheuser-Busch is like, look, you get a vaccine, we'll give you a free six-pack. Or it was something like that. Super simple. Wasn't forcing anything on it. If anything, it was fucking free beer, Enjoy if you don't like, whether you like Bud Light or not. But people on the right, and this goes back to the original question of like, is it the left or the right that's doing this more? This was literally free beer if someone wanted to get the vaccine, and people on the right were like, canceled, you guys are canceled, and we're freaking out over something.
I don't even remember this, Gabe. I mean, that's how significant it was.
If you look it up, 2021, and you look at
I believe you.
Yeah. So this is the response that people on the right had. They got all fucking freaked out and upset about it. And then you fast forward, everyone is totally fine. 6 months down the line, everyone's buying Bud Light. 2 years later, there's a campaign that's run and people are freaking out again. And in probably less than 6 months, there's going to be people drinking Bud Light and, buying buckets of it and having no problem.
These are the same people who watch NASCAR, right? Even though NASCAR says that they're a bunch of fucking racists, right? That seems to be NASCAR's position on its viewers, that they're all a bunch of fucking white racists. And
so the thing I just want to like wrap up is like, you see this, and I think it was, is it Sarah you brought up earlier? I just want to say your name correctly. Sarah. You brought up the Kid Rock thing, right? And I just want to point this out, that people on the right, when they do this backlash, like, I'm going to boycott, Kid Rock shoots a bunch of beer, right? And the funniest thing that I see when it comes to trying to cancel these companies from people on the right, it's, I got to purchase this product to destroy this product to own the libs, right? And you see that with M&Ms, like Nick Adams, that idiot, was like, go buy the biggest bag and destroy the M&Ms and take a photo of it and post it online.
Who's the idiot who threw something in like their toilet and had to like clean it out later?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, it just goes to show you. It just goes to show you that the cancel culture is all performative. It's fake outrage. It's done a lot on the right for reasons that I don't think people on the right really understand, and they certainly don't know the backstory of the companies that they're like revolting against. When you find out, like, oh, they partner with Glad, we're going to drink Coors Light instead. Oh, they've been pretty pro LGBTQ since 1978, right? So that was something I want to bring up. And also, Kid Rock, by the way, he sells Bud Light in his bar in Nashville. So it just goes to show you how hypocritical the right is. A lot of these conservatives are with, trying to boycott or ban or cancel or whatever they want to call it, because it's the same thing. It's just cancel culture, but it's all based on fake outrage.
Ian, you guys want to come back on that?
Can I? Because he said my name. Could I?
Yeah, I'll come to you in a second, Sarah. I want to give Trash or Ian an opportunity to respond if they want to.
Sure.
I do. So like, there's one thing from actually organizing a boycott that would have lasting implications. And I think that Bud Light is one of them. Balenciaga, I don't think that was in the wheelhouse of the average conservative household. So I don't know that will ever be a thing. I think that a lot of people on the right used Balenciaga as a demonstration of the elites. Which, by the way, was very concerning to me. I did not like the ad campaigns at all. I hated it to begin with, but I wasn't buying their products to begin with also. So, but I do believe that a boycott is much different from cancel culture. Cancel culture is organized. A lot of times it's organized off of other platforms, and then they all come in and they all mass report and they get accounts canceled. I mean, I can point out NAFO is a great current example of cancel culture. NAFO was huge in this, where they organized off platform and then came and mass reported on platform and got people suspended. But cancel culture is much different, right? So like Nandini Jammy. Nandini Jammy is a great example of this. So Nandini Jammy is a person that was funded through the... What's that?
She co-founded Sleeping Giants.
Yeah, Sleeping Giants. And right. And so like her whole shtick was cancel culture, right? And she was hyper funded through NGOs, Soros funded, whether you guys like it or not. I don't care. That it is what it is.
David Brock and so on, yeah.
David Brock, George Soros. This was actually a actual advertiser cancel campaign person. And they would actually get advertisers to pull back from all these conservative or opposing view platforms. Dan Bongino is probably the biggest example. Dan Bongino,
the post-millennial. While I was working there, she was actively canceling them. Yeah,
100%. And so it was designed to basically dry up all the advertising dollars from all these platforms, from all these people, and that's cancel culture, right? So that is, you disagree with my argument, I have enough resources to get your advertising dollars stripped from you, and you're removed. Boycotts are very different, and boycotts, I believe, is very effective with Anheuser-Busch. I think it's going to have long-lasting effects. In the short term, I don't know, the stock price, like I said earlier, it's going to go up and down, maybe. But
it might kill the brand. Bud Light, Bud Light might be gone.
Yeah.
Anheuser-Busch will be fine, but Bud Light,
No. But again, I'll finish up. When I'm saying that, like, people on the right virtue signal just as bad as accusing the people on the left of virtue signaling. Like, this has always been my argument. I get so annoyed and tired of the conservosphere and virtue signaling and doing these things like Kid Rock blowing up a 12-pack or 18-pack of Bud Light. It doesn't serve a purpose. Yeah, they may be taking advantage of the culture points that they have, but it doesn't serve a purpose. But I think it convolutes the message of actually what's being spoken. So that's my response to Lamont. Thanks for letting me respond, because, like, man, there is a nuance here.
Yeah, exactly. Just for people who are asking, I think Ian as well. So I put the article on there. I just referenced it. There was at least 2 campaigns, maybe more, where they were basically doing children exploitation. So it's on there. Sarah, I did say I would go to you, and then I'll go to Allsource, Oliver.
Yeah, go ahead and go to her. Yeah. I think Trash just took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, said what I wanted to say.
Nice, Sarah.
You know what? I'm good. I think that it was covered. I'm okay. You can move to someone else. Thank you so much.
Also, we've not heard your point yet.
Yeah. So my issue with this whole conversation is the term like as if cancel culture, quote unquote, is like a bad thing. Like, I think we all agree both sides do it. Like, welcome to living in a capitalist society, in a democracy where people consume products, and they consume it either because of the quality of the product or the political moral values. Like, like welcome to corporate world. And if I, as a consumer, like your product, but I hate your politics, and I have the money, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to go after you because that's totally legal, I'm going to do it. Like that's just the fact of life. And we're making this whole issue of something that is like just a fact of something that all corporate America and every business and specifically deplatforming. Like, I hate that term, guys.
What if it's done to people? What if it's done to people?
Okay,
like, people who are like falsely accused doing #MeToo. I would say.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this specifically, Ian. Please, I'm gonna go to a personal example that happened to me, because I know Chris and Oliver and Austin are aware that this happened to me recently, and actually a lot of the people in I think Suleiman and Trash and Mario as well. So first, you don't have a right to any platform. Like, let's just if Elon Musk tomorrow decides, fuck Allsource, I'm banning you. Okay, well, shit. Oh, well, I got banned. What am I going to do? Like, I'm not going to bitch. It's his platform. He bought it. Just like the previous guy who owned it, he could decide whatever, because it's his company, right? And they make decisions based on on profits and because of, or concerns that they might have because of perception. And they're going to make decisions as is, because again, it's a corporate private sector. Right. And so specifically to me, the specific example that I'm going to get, this happened a couple of days ago. Right. I got locked, suspended for the first time in 2 years for 12 hours. I mean, I was furious because of a video I posted on Twitter. I edited the video. It basically showed a group of cartel members interrogating another cartel member, and that cartel member was shot in the video. Right. I edited the shooting. I posted the video, just the interrogation. What happened was, I thought it was specific to me, but no, what it came out was the cartel member that was killed, he belonged to CJNG, a specific Mexican cartel. Multiple Mexican accounts and other US accounts that cover cartel, everybody who posted that video, edited or not, got suspended. It was a mass reporting bot campaign by the cartels to suspend it and remove that video. You cannot find that video anywhere else now. And the moment you post a screenshot of that video, you're going to get your account suspended. I made a huge thread blasting Twitter on it. But at the end of the day, I'm beholden to Twitter and I'm beholden to Elon. I have no constitutional rights.
Can you link that to me, please? Can you DM it to me?
Shit.
The one complaining about it. Yeah, the one complaining about the suspensions. Can you link that to me?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it because it was a while ago, and most of us. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send it your way if I can find it because it was it was good. But what I'm getting at, in the end of the day, just about cancel culture, Twitter, like all this, and authentication, which by the way I think is fucking the stupidest thing ever. But whatever. In the end of the day, Elon can run his company how he wants. Everybody can run their company how we want. But as consumers, we get to decide how we want to run things and what we purchase. And if you want to spend billions of dollars to cancel Fox, have at it. It's your right. And if Fox wants to spend billions of dollars to cancel MSNBC, have at it. If you want to spend billions of dollars to deplatform someone, is it bullshit? Sure. But in the end of the day, I have no constitutional right here. So like, let's kind of be grown-ups and just acknowledge that while we're here, there's risk. And Ian, let me see if I can find it. I'll DM it to you.
Thank you. Well, what about, the question I asked earlier about, when individuals who are, say, wrongly accused of something they didn't do get canceled? But for instance, in #MeToo, isn't cancel culture really, really dangerous in that kind of situation?
But again, like it just goes back to like, welcome to a democracy. Like people are gonna.
Yeah, I hate democracy.
Well, but that's just the fact of the matter, right? We're all beholden to the people. Like we're all just beholden to the space and to corporate and to whatever, right? And so if I come out and I say something absolutely outrageous, right? And I guess the problem is like, I think we would all agree if somebody would come up here openly neo-Nazi denying the Holocaust and that person got like canceled, I think the vast majority would be like, yeah, okay, you know what? I don't have an issue. It's like the level. But if let's say he creates a social media platform or he goes on 4chan and he explodes on 4chan in popularity because that's how 4chan operates. All right, we might not like it, but there's a reason why I'm not on 4chan. Again, just like this is just how everything works and it's just normal. My issue is
also, but is that acceptable? Like I see that your argument is very logical and like very well said. So, but then there's certain issues that can occur that are problematic. Let me give you an example. Imagine, and Ian alluded to it, like Me Too movement, or imagine. Let's get that example. You got a situation where somebody, let's say he's an athlete, he gets, through the Me Too movement or from some other ways, gets falsely accused. He's not been through a trial, not been through anything like that. He's then unable to play. He loses a significant amount of his life where he's able to play. Or we had Djokovic, who was unable to play tennis because he was cancelled because he didn't want to take the vaccine. These are types of cancellations that, again, it's not a democracy. It's ideological pressure and control from society that's forcing and cancelling these people.
Yeah, but that's my point. It's driven but that's the thing. Like there's but that's normal. We can go throughout American history and Western history that has happened consistently. Like that's a normal aspect.
Like, we don't look at the negative actions of the past and say that.
Okay, but welcome to being on the spotlight, to being a public figure. There's it's just this idea that nobody
can I point out,
might not be right or wrong.
Pointing out, bring up historical examples. Benedict Arnold is probably one of the earliest men to get canceled in the United States, right?
But what I think so my point
he was canceled. It was unfair what happened to him. Like actually read the documents of it. This guy, he was fucking canceled. Like he was a loyalist to the the U.S. forces, right, the independence forces, and they fucked him over on every single appointment. And then one day he was like, "Fuck this," and then they canceled him. He lived in ignominy for the rest of his life.
Wait. But why did they cancel? I understand that the point of Benedict Arnold not getting the appointments he wanted, but what was like the major event that happened that caused him to be labeled a traitor? It was running intelligence to the British and trying to hand over the fortress at West Point.
Yes,
like that's treason verbatim. Like you can support the loyalists, but like working for a government and then
but he kind of screwed the guy. Don't you agree?
Hand over.
I mean, they screwed though.
He didn't get the appointments that he wanted. But if I don't get a promotion at my job, I don't think that gives me the right.
They were taking credit for the stuff that he did, though. You know what I mean? Like at that point, like he had no reason to be loyal to them because they were not loyal to him. They treated him like trash.
This seems like a tangent
on that. Yeah.
I mean, it's a tangent. I mean, we can agree.
He's a cohort retired guy, bro. Also, also, Okay, so let's go for Tony.
Here. I don't know if you dropped. I'm here though.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, sorry. You're calling me Suleiman. Sorry.
Yeah. It was just that you wanted to make a comment. Was it? Did you, it's fine.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to respond.
Yeah. No, just quick. Like again, like I understand. Like so, what people do to Jodovich or Me Too, whatever. Like you can bitch about it, and you can say, "Hey, this is not right. This is unfair," and other people can be like, "Oh, well, it is right and is correct." Because, like again, like what we're doing in this space, right? And as a public figure, you're always going to run that risk. I think there's a risk in what you do as a public figure. But hold on.
I don't think that's entirely true because, like, I've known people personally who are like heavily affected by cancel culture. I'm not talking like on politics, right? I'm talking like a game
even
developer.
Media. I get it.
No, not even in media. Like a game designer, right? Chris Avallone, right? He made some of the best games of all time, like Fallout New Vegas, right? He wrote those games, right? And he was falsely accused of rape by a person that he had a friendship with like a decade ago because she was jealous of the fact that he was getting, like interviews in like video game journalism.
But again,
it's so
like,
weird.
Ian, but my
and then he was fired from every single one of
But
his
I
jobs.
get it,
Like,
and we can all,
super
and that's
successful
probably
guy,
wrong.
fired from
And
every
I
job.
get it. That's probably wrong. I'm not disputing. But the idea that somehow then we should just this new cancel culture for some reason is this new term.
Well, people dogpiled him though. That's the thing. I mean, social media made it.
I got it. I'm
people
not
didn't,
justifying
give
that
him his due
action.
process.
But it happens. It happens all the time, and it's happened throughout
American
American
history. Okay
history.
with it though, right? Just because it happens. I know,
but just because
bad
we
things
can
happen.
bitch
We
if
should
it's
be okay
right
with
or
it.
wrong. But we're making something new. The problem with the term first, we all kind of acknowledge it's done on both sides in a way, or the boycott, and now we're going to the week.
It's not even ideological most of the time. It's just a person said something that was cancelable, right?
Okay, but you can say you can. What I'm getting at is that we're trying to make something new, right? That has been persistent, and in the past,
like which ones?
In the past, it might have been glossed over, right? In moral behaviors could have been glossed over, and now society is probably overcorrecting it itself. But that's just the fact of the matter of how our society is now operating, and it's not good or bad. It's just the direction it's going, and you just have to live with it. Like, I'm sorry, I hate the term cancel culture because I think it's a bullshit. I think it's insignificant.
It's kind of groupthinky, right? I mean, that's what all these.
Right, so let me just, Ian, 1 second. Let me just go to the following. Go ahead. You might have a different position.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, first and foremost, we don't live in democracy. We never have. Thank God for that. We live in a constitutional republic. That's a common mistake that people, particularly on the other side of the aisle, make. And it's significant. But to the extent that those of you on the left are saying we've always lived in a cancel culture, we always had that, and you believed in a democracy, which I can understand certain tenets being something that seems fair and just, there's a very big difference between a boycott and cancel culture. They're actually opposite things, because if you think about it, cancel culture really means you have a tiny minority which says we're objecting to this thing. This thing is so terrible, no one should listen to it, no one should hear it, and they are dictating to the majority by screaming sufficiently loudly and using whatever vehicles are available to them to raise their voice, to dictate to the majority as to what they can and cannot listen to, hear, or enjoy. As opposed to a boycott, which is the most democratic, capitalistic way of responding to something that you find objectionable. In order for a boycott to be effective, you need to have countless people join on and say, this thing that was done or this thing about this product is so objectionable that we are not going to participate. We don't want to have any part of this. That is democracy. That's capitalism. It's the exact opposite of cancel culture, where you have a tiny minority dictating to the group at large. I'll take some responses from some of you who disagree with me on this, but there's a very big difference also as to why.
What's a protest then? Isn't a protest, like, by your definition, the same as cancel culture?
Peacefully protesting is fun. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's different from a small minority, which is basically wielding far more influence than what their numbers actually dictate.
But you're criticizing that. This is the issue. Spending money, the Supreme Court in Citizens United, right, clearly stated that spending money is no different than protest. right? And I think we can all agree, if I'm passionate about something and I should have a constitutional protection to spend money on it. You might not agree or disagree with it, but that's just how it is. That's how we always operate. And I don't want to go in this whole democracy, constitutional republic, because I think God, I hate that term. I hate that argument. But besides the point, like, it's just this misunderstanding of, like, they're trying to create something new that has always existed. And we can look back throughout American history and through capitalist societies in the West of saying, that was an example of cancel culture. That's an example of cancel culture. That's it. And Joe just said it, protest, just a different way, different mean, instead of just spending money that we all acknowledge is a core constitutional right that we have. And it's just happening. I mean, we can all look at through American and Western examples and products that said, society has said for either because the product is garbage or because of the morals of the company, whatever, it's like, we're not going to tolerate this anymore and we're going to go after you. Just
if defund the police was all done online and not in the streets, they would have said they're trying to cancel the police. Instead, because it was physical, it wasn't called that. It's semantics of what you call it. It's the same thing.
So, all right, real quick, I'm going to be a dick about.
What about lynch mobs?
I'm going to be a dick about this, all sources, and say that I don't like the argument between democracy and constitutional republic, because we're not a democracy. It's not mob rule. So I'm going to be a dick about that and say I like that conversation. However, I've got some hands. And so Tony joined the stage. Austin has said a word. And then I'll get to you, Oliver. And I'm exercising my executive power. So go ahead, Tony.
Trash, I want a space on democracy versus constitutional republic. I'll argue how that's bullshit all day. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's go. All right, Tony, you're in. Let's go.
Democracy suck. Failed experiment.
Tony, go ahead.
Oh boy, I try not to level personal attacks, and I will try my best here. But first off, the whole democracy thing, I think it's funny that market-based capitalism, people don't know that that is a form of democracy. You vote with your feet and your money. But, that's a whole nother topic, I guess. I want to go back to...
That was my point. That was exactly my point. That's why I didn't get a chance to respond to the last guy, but that was exactly my point. There are democratic elements to our government.
Wait. You said that we're not a democracy, that we're a constitutional republic, which we are both, and a form of free market-based capitalism is a form of democracy. So either we are or we aren't.
Yes,
either are or we are not.
I'm not disputing the fact
are we a democracy or are we not?
I'm trying to respond. I don't dispute the fact that there are democratic elements to our constitutional republic. I happen to hate the term because I think it's very misleading. Everyone always talks about defend our democracy, which is inciting the idea that we should just ignore federalism, which is an essential part of what our founders formed here. But that's not the topic we're here to discuss today. What I'm saying is there are definitely democratic elements to our constitutional republic. And that's definitely a positive thing. I'm not saying that having democratic elements is a bad thing. So I don't want elitists picking our leaders for us, ad hoc without any input from the public at large. And I am saying that capitalism, I agree with you, capitalism is a democratic system where it's basically, if you're good and the public likes you, you will succeed. And if you're not, you will fail. That is very different from a small minority saying, and the difference between that and protesting is that when you have I agree with the similarities in protesting. When you're protesting, the idea is you have a protest and you have a counter protest. There are people on both sides of the aisle. That's not what cancel culture is. That's my point. In boycotting, you'll have some people support and some people oppose. Some people withdraw their dollars, some people will add their dollars. In protesting, you have some people who are protesting in favor of pro-life and some will be pro-choice. You have protest and counter-protest. Cancel culture destroys that essential element to what our country is, where both sides have an opportunity to be heard. That's the exact point.
Right. Well, yeah, again, I think it's semantics and definitions of words. But
no, I mean, like when somebody gets canceled, right?
Ian, can I talk? Ian, you were
Ian, just let Tony
for a long time. Let me talk.
Ian,
Christ,
go
man.
Go for Tony.
Thank you.
Man, don't get mad.
So I want to go. I want to go back to the Bud Light. I want to go back to the Bud Light thing because I want to make a point about Bud Light because I'm from Missouri. I live in Missouri, so I'm in Anheuser-Busch country, and I think what Kid Rock and maybe Kid Rock's little simp followers online on TikTok and Instagram and wherever he posts that video didn't quite understand about the beer market, which they obviously do not understand the beer market, and really the history of the beer market is beer is very regional. And there's a reason why it's regional. Now it's national now and international because of like InBev and these different companies buying each other. But I'll tell you, I'm in Trump country, and I've been to, I think, 4 bars maybe since, and I'm in central Missouri, right? Like but there's the most Bud Light per capita drinkers that there is. And I haven't seen one bar take down their Bud Light tap. They're not taking down their Budweiser neons. They're still got their Bud Light signs up. So this idea that Bud Light is going to suffer from their brand is all 100% bullshit. Just like M&M's.
Tony, wait.
Let me finish. I'm going to make my point, and then you can
Tony,
jammer on. But the point is this: is that if you think that Kid Rock making one little video and a bunch of people getting mad online, right, and making videos, and it's cancel culture for clout, because the following, I highly disagree. I think a lot of cancel culture is for clout anyways. That's all it is for online. And all this was cancel culture for clout for Bud Light. These people are still drinking Bud Light. They still have Bud Light. They may have thrown it away, one case away, so that they could get, 1,000 views or 10,000 views, because a lot of this cancel culture shit is people trying to get canceled in the first place. M&M's enjoyed their cancel culture when Fox News did it twice over the last 2 years. They'd enjoyed it. They enjoyed their sales being marked up. They enjoyed people going and buying and destroying M&M's. Bud Light doesn't give a shit. And if you don't know that, the CEO sent out a statement. If you read the statement, the CEO does not give two shits whether you burn Bud Light, you shoot it with a gun, or you pour it down the drain or throw it in the trash can. Yeah. They don't care, because they know that they have market share and Bud Light is the biggest brand. That's what they know.
They may, Tony, okay, guys, wait. You may be right. Wait. Please, let me, please. So, Tony, we're very early in the ramifications of what this means. Like, we are incredibly early, right? A lot of these products have been bought over a quarterly or semi-annually basis. These distributors have purchased or taken on the inventory to sell at a future date. We are very early in the ramifications of what this means. And people point to the stock. They're like, oh my God, look at the stock tanking. Well, now it's going back up. Well, yeah, because people who don't give a shit about this topic found an opportunity to make money on it. And I would have too. I mean, I bought GM stock after the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, where it was like $3 a share. I made a ton of money on that because I was like, GM's not going in away, but they're worth nothing as of today. But they will be again in the future. I mean, I made a ton of money. There was monetary opportunity there. And for you to make the argument, I understand what you're saying in the short term, but to make
the boycott.
To make the argument that Bud Light neons have not been pulled down or the taps have not been pulled down. Like, there's so many contractual obligations that all these places have to honor, including advertising, including planograms for their businesses, that they can't just, yes, but those contracts do expire. And as a business owner moving forward as a distributor, I'm going to be like, hey, these products are not moving like they used to. The people aren't buying them yet. So we have not seen the repercussions of what this actually means.
So can I tell you in real time in Missouri? And
Tony, sure.
Again, this is Anheuser-Busch country, and this is Bud Light country where I'm at. Like, it's everyone. People don't drink Coors or Miller out here a lot unless they've experienced that someplace else. This is Bud Light country. And you go into a gas station, they're not pulling their front displays down. Bud Light's going to fight for those displays. They're going to have those areas where Bud Light's going to be. And the reason why is because of money. And I think the other thing that people are not just realizing,
money, also portfolio, Tony. The portfolio that Anheuser-Busch has is bar none. And secondly, the reason why Bud Light is what it is, and I know some people don't like the taste or whatever, there is no other beer, no other company that makes their beer stable nationwide in terms of flavor. And that's why it used to be regional. And that's why AmBev has been able not to make it regional. And that's why they're popular.
The other point that I'll make about Bud Light that you're making a good point is that a lot of people don't know about Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch on that particular product is they have more marketing data than almost any other product on the planet. I mean, Coca-Cola may have a little more market research and how they market and how much ad buys they buy and how they market and what works and what doesn't. But the other thing that I think is being missed, because Bud Light being part of this cancel culture argument is kind of dumb, because it's not cancel culture. It's not boycott. It's not that at all. What happened is Bud Light is making sure to reach their brand to the audiences that they have lost over the years. Now, they have other products that they've developed to reach those audiences, but that's what this Dylan Mulvaney thing was about anyways. If you watch the video, she didn't even like Bud Light. I mean, she didn't even know what Bud Light was, basically. It was an opportunity for Bud Light to put their product and their branding in front of her audience, which is millions.
I find it funny that you misgendered him.
What? Oh, yeah. You can do the whole bigot thing.
He's literally a fucking dude.
Right. I understand.
Dude,
again,
I'm not blind.
This is the reason why. This is the reason why so many people
You're
are
like
upset.
her, she.
It's because
you can't agree on basic concept.
And it's a
Ian, Yep. All right. Sorry, Suleiman, I had to mute the room. Let's reset. We are going off into culture war, gender ideology conversations, and listen, I'm all about it, but I don't want to stray too far from the path. So, Tony, go ahead and finish your point, and then Ian, you can come back. Let me get to the hands. I know Austin's been trying to speak, Oliver, and then TJ. I got you guys.
So one last thing on this about this specific niche mass marketing, because that's exactly what this is. Exactly what Bud Light was trying to do. That's what all big brands want to do now, is they want to reach these niche audiences, these big, humongous niche audiences, to get their brands in front of them, because they don't have commercials anymore like they used to. They don't have billboards. They don't have newspaper ads. They don't have magazine ads like they used to have. They have to reach these audiences where they can. And that's what Bud Light was doing, was trying to reach that audience, that particular audience, just like it would put its brand on any other Instagram influencers, whether they're left wing, right wing, whether it's a he or a she, Ian, it doesn't matter. They want to be in front of those audiences because they want to sell beer. They want to sell beer. And Bud Light, there's one thing is, Bud Light knows how to sell beer. So,
you think they know how to sell beer, but they're alienating their own audience by doing this. And this is,
they're reaching another audience. Just because Kid Rock thought it was cool to shoot up a bunch of Bud Light while he's still selling Bud Light in his bar in Nashville. If he was so concerned and he was so unwoke, then what he would have done is broke his contract, closed the bar because he had to serve Bud Light, and he would have stood on his principle, but he doesn't, because it's all theater. It's all bullshit. He wouldn't actually cancel.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that a lot of people
just like the ad that Dylan did was all theater. It's all theater.
I know. I'm not even disagreeing with you, dude.
Audience.
I know. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like I said, I'm a fucking cynic, and I think that conservatives are fucking spineless when it comes to actually making a difference. Like the only, there's like a handful of people here, who are in politics who actually stand by what they say they're going to do. Like DeSantis, for example, he says he's going to do something, he fucking does it, even if it's unpopular. Whereas Trump is like, oh, they're giving us money, we got to stop boycotting them, folks. They're the good guys. So when I see shit like that, I'm like, oh, God damn it.
I'd like to touch on that if you
there
you
are several reasons. By the way, there's several reasons to believe that this boycott on Bud Light will be far more serious than Balenciaga or Apple. There's several reasons. The visual that people have of Dylan Mulvaney on that can is very different than Apple, where it's reported 6 years after the fact that this is what Apple was doing back in 2013. It's very different than Balenciaga, which is a company that anyone who would boycott it never heard of the company before the damn ad campaign came out. So how are they boycotting anything? This is something that now has been associated and etched in the minds of the primary consumers of Bud Light, that if you drink this, that you're literally endorsing the trans community. And that's something that a lot, look, maybe Tony's trying to prove that because in St. Louis it's still strong, that means it's going to remain strong. Quite the contrary. It might become like Sam Adams in Boston, where it's a local thing that people still drink it, but outside of his region, no one's drinking it. We don't know what's going to be. I'm not predicting what's going to happen to Bud Light, but to try and draw examples from other companies and other boycotts as to what we're going to see here, I think it's a false equivalency because there are factors here which did not exist in those other situations.
I think the big difference here is personal attacks versus corporate attacks. I have no problem with people attacking a company by finances, right? A better product or saying their product sucks, our product is better. But I've seen a shift in personal attacks. I used to do radio years ago. I had 6 presidential candidates in the studio. We would disagree on some aggressive issues, but I would never get personal attacks or death threats. And I see personal attacks and death threats to individuals. This is the difference, I think, to individuals now. Even people with like 1,000 Twitter followers. I'm seeing a lot of this nowadays. I did not see that in my radio days.
Yeah, I get them every day. You know, I just say I criticize Trump. Like I guarantee you, like after this space, you know, I'm gonna have a bunch of people, you know, in my DMs shitting it up, you know, because I dare to criticize the fucking Orange King.
But someone earlier was comparing it to capitalism, and it's not a matter of capitalism or democratizing ideas, right? That's different. That's picking the better idea. And if someone has a stupid idea, we're going to starve them with our wallets, right? That's a totally different thing. But attacking individuals, and then once they resign or once they leave, individuals keep attacking them. I think that's what cancel culture is. That's what's scary. Not to mention today, people are so connected. This stuff can follow them for years. I've talked to a few people, and I'm not in the radio industry anymore, but I've talked to a few people here on Twitter that were like, I couldn't get jobs anywhere because this stuff just follows me. I think that is very, very different than anything we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it's pernicious, right? I mean, like we see it with Lauren Southern, you know, her parents are banned from Airbnb because she's banned from Airbnb on Patreon, PayPal, even some banks have been, you know, like everybody who participated in the Canadian trucker freedom convoy, right? They were debanked, right? I mean, we have some of them in the audience right now listening to us.
That's
right?
a really good point. Really good point.
That was messed up, and that is, you know, that is like systemic, and these people, they have these records that are following them like all over. I mean, journalists in Canada will literally hound these people down if they get a new job. They'll be like, "Hey, weren't you a member of the Freedom Convoy? You know, what are you doing in this job?"
Or
does your employer know what you did?
The Parler app, right? AWS took them out, and I never used Parler, but that's another good example of cancel culture like that. We wouldn't have seen that years ago.
Just look at the big tech Senate hearings. The Senate hearings, all the Democratic people were calling for more censorship, and the Republicans were calling for less censorship. So those of you who are saying, oh, it's just the same, left does it, right does it, it's nonsense. Because we see from the leaders of those respective parties, the Republican Party, at those big tech hearings, that you had Senator Hirono screaming, we need more censorship, and we had Kamala Harris saying we need more censorship, while you had Josh Hawley screaming less censorship and less censorship, less censorship. That's what Ted Cruz was saying. Everyone on the right was saying that. It's not the same. We all know it intuitively. If you don't know it intuitively, we've all seen it. I've been canceled by YouTube on my channel. I got 92,000 subs, and my channel, which is Good Logic, I got my warning and my strike because I had the audacity to say on the vax that everyone should talk to their doctor, but about what is best for them. If your doctor says it's good for you, take it. If you say it's not good for you, don't take it. But I am very strongly against the vax mandates. I said that, I got a warning. I said it 4 months later, I got a strike just for saying that compelling the vaccine is wrong, even though I never told anyone, don't take it. Quite the contrary. I said, I don't know anything about medicine, talk to your doctor. But that's censorship. That is cancel culture, because if you're not giving the message that our big tech overlords wanted, and this is what people saw on Twitter, they saw it on YouTube, they've seen it on Facebook over and over again, it's not the same between left and right. And anyone who says so is either has an agenda to try and mislead people or is fooling themselves. I'm sorry.
Following isn't
the best example of cancel culture, and you know, I criticize Trump a lot, but to look at what they did to him,
man. Like, I mean, they canceled him from literally every single social media platform, even ones he didn't use, like Pinterest. They're like, he's not allowed on Pinterest. Like, the fuck? Why would Trump even use Pinterest? That is cancel culture right there, where every single organization, every single social media platform was like, nope, he's canceled. He's not allowed anywhere. And if you're affiliated with him, you're canceled too, right? This is the difference between cancel culture, where a small minority of people in power can literally destroy your life. Or I mean, they did destroy his life, but they certainly prevented him from having any reach, right? Versus a massive group of people deciding that they're not going to buy a beer that, that doesn't reflect their values. That's the difference.
And I think that like a lot of the points where people are giving these examples of cancel culture, it largely matches with what I think is the best definition of it. Jeff Deist, former president of the Mises Institute, gave this definition. This is back from 2019. Cancel culture means shutting people out of jobs, opportunities, platforms, and social settings, attempting to impoverish people financially and otherwise. And really, this comes to a direct connection to political correctness, which is the conscious design manipulation of language intended to change the way people speak, write, think, feel, and act in the furtherance of an agenda. And that's the thing. People not buying Bud Light, that it's hard pressed to fit that within a certain point. Perhaps if powerful institutions were shutting Bud Light out of the market, if states were flat out banning them, yeah, maybe they're a victim of cancel culture. That's not what is happening here. I just point blank. What is
to your point? To your point, TJ? We know the two people now at supposedly AB InBev that made this decision for Bud Light. I'm not going to comment on if it was a good decision or bad decision. The market will prove that out, right? But we know who those two people are, and you can scan Twitter for their names. I really don't think you're going to find anybody trying to cancel the individuals.
No, goodness.
I just want to bring in 1 second, TJ. I just want to bring in Oliver because that is
ideological for the people that didn't subscribe to it. At some point, I think it's also at this point ideological for a lot of the people that do subscribe to it. And it's kind of, again, a bit what we're talking about, how you now have a lot of people that subscribe to that because they wanted to, give it to the elites or whatever they wanted to say. And they were subscribing to it because people were verified through the legacy system. And now they had the same tick as these legacy people. And now I think now that those ticks have been removed from those people, I think a lot of those people that subscribe solely for that point are going to not really find it that fun to be subscribed to a thing that they don't have any benefit out of anymore. I mean, if you look at the data, you have half the profiles who are subscribed to Blue have under 1,000 followers. You have 20% that have under 100. You have 3,000 people that are subscribed to Twitter Blue that don't have a single follower. I mean, none of these people really get any benefit out of the thing except for the fact that they had this tick and this check mark that they kind of used to be, one of the people, be the same as the elites. And I mean, I think that's definitely going to, over the next 2 months or 3 months, we're probably going to see Twitter Blue stagnate. I expect we have about 500,000 people subscribed right now. I think unless something major happens that changes the value proposition of that, I think it's going to stagnate. I don't think it's going to grow much more beyond this. It might even start to drop again, which will be a big problem for Twitter.
I think they need to add new features. They're a bit slow to roll out, but I mean, it's a lot faster than the old Twitter. So I think once, they start adding more subscriber features, like a Substack style thing, YouTube style indexing of videos, articles, and so on, I think that's when Twitter Blue like to pick up.
A question to you, Ian, on that, about the Substack. Will that work? Because I think it would. But a number of people we had on earlier were making the argument that, guess what? People from the left don't want to read anything more than 280 characters, and hence why they don't think Substack's going to work.
They don't get it. They're very fucking close-minded, those fucking idiots. Like, I will call them idiots because they're trying to imagine Twitter as it is right now. They're imagining the current existing client, right? Obviously, it's not going to look like the client we're using right now. It's going to be something completely different. It's going to be something that actually facilitates reading. Like, reading long-form posts on the Twitter client right now is a fucking nightmare. There's no doubt about it. The interface sucks. So if it's the current system with the current UI and everything, and they don't change a damn thing about it and they start adding all these new features, yeah, it's going to suck. No one's going to use it, Like, then obviously,
Suleiman,
Twitter's going to be stuck in this. But I don't think that's the case. I think that they're smarter than that. I think that they're going to develop a better client, one that, actually facilitates
reading content, watching videos, listening to Spaces. Because I mean, look at Twitter Spaces, right? Very ugly client. If you look at you click the Spaces button at the bottom, right, when you're in the main screen, like you can only see like a maximum of 1 or 2 spaces. Like you have to scroll through the whole damn thing to just see others. There's no way to search for the kinds of spaces that you want. Let's say you want economics, you can't find it. There's no search button.
I mean,
what the hell?
It's a matter of time before Elon buys out David Sachs' Colin app, right? I mean, everybody sees that, right?
So that would be smart. Yeah.
Joe, you want to say something?
Yeah, I had a question for you, which is you said the people on the left can't read more than 200 and some characters. Can you explain that, please? Because I find that hilarious.
That was a joke because there was a couple of people on here earlier who were on the left. So just because they said that, they were like, we don't come to read more than 280 characters. So I thought, you know what, let's apply it to the entire leftist population. But it was a joke. Obviously, I
don't appreciate the personal attack, by the way.
I'll definitely say the way it's set up right now.
More often. I think there's been a study showing that reading books has become like a trend on the conservative right. And I'm not talking, your run of the mill, like, oh, I hate the liberals, right? I'm talking like smart right wingers, like it's become a thing. Just like working out's become a thing on the right, So I kind of like that. Yeah.
Ian, did you say smart right wingers? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, like it used to be, like right wingers used to be smart. Like in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan, pretty fucking smart guy. All the, it had like an intellectual class. Yale was considered a right wing school, and then
whoa, enough with the elite stuff.
Thomas Sowell. I like the elite stuff. Like I think conservatives should fucking aspire to be more than just followers. We should be thought leaders. The problem right now with the right wing is that you do have some thought leaders. You have people like Jordan Peterson, but it's a handful of people. Like I can name them off the fucking my hand. Like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Thomas Sowell. Like that's it, right? And there's like a handful of other people, but
the
like,
following program.
Bad. It's sad because like on the left you have like so many brilliant thinkers, and they consider themselves liberals, right? What the fuck?
Well,
the right has like abandoned intellectualism, and I wish that it would go back to intellectualism.
Are Joe Rogan and Bill Maher considered on the right yet?
No, absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not.
All right, let's go to Brick. Brick, you got your hand up. Go for it.
And then
I'll go to Austin after that. Yeah.
All right, I wanted to talk about 2 things on cancel culture that I haven't heard mentioned here yet. And that is, one, think about the cancel culture inside Budweiser. You've got this ostensibly a team responsible for the marketing for Bud Light. And yet nobody on that team probably had the stones to say, I think putting this guy on a Bud Light can is a bad idea. Why is that? Because cancel culture exists within that business. If you're going to go against that, if you're going to be the employee who says, I don't think we should do this, you are putting your neck on the line. You're putting your head on the block to be the one who gets chopped or the one who doesn't get a promotion because you're not for the team goals of DEI. So cancel culture isn't just the outside inflicting something on Budweiser. It exists inside Budweiser itself. And the other thing about cancel culture, which is the last couple days, I've been seeing this thing on basically from leftist Twitter about blocking every blue check. Now, I've been a Twitter Blue subscriber before Elon even bought the company because I appreciate the features that Twitter Blue had. So I was buying it at $5 a month. So for me, at $8 a month, nominal increase, still love the features. I didn't get it for the blue check mark. There's a lot of people who are just now saying, well, I'm going to filter. I'm just going to go, I'm going to block everybody in the verified list because I'm going to block all blue check marks. So there's an internal cancel culture from the left coming towards people who are verified on Twitter. And, I honestly think the jury is still out on the Budweiser thing. I would imagine that they gauge their production off of the projected consumption within a given period of time that the beer that they produce stays, saleable. Beer doesn't last forever. It's got a window. If they're unable to get their consumption back up within that window, they're going to take some losses on it. And everybody who says that it's going to go away, they're going to take a hit. We don't know how long it's going to be. It's not going to cripple Anheuser-Busch, absolutely not. It's a huge black eye. And, I would love to see the resume of this woman who was the VP on her next job about how she led Bud Light into the next century.
And Rick, onto your point
just
about
to correct something.
Wait. We saw this at Google, James Damore, right, a few years ago, where he came out and he said that like he was doing a survey or something, and he was trying to figure out what was preventing Google from being more productive. They're wasting a lot of money on a lot of superfluous resources. Wasting the resources on a lot of superfluous projects, things that didn't make a lot of sense, like DEI stuff. And he pointed this out in his document. And it was a very objective document, right? And he got canceled for it. So there is this internal cancel culture. And guess what? If they had followed his advice, they probably wouldn't have to lay off 10,000 people recently, right? These companies are hurting themselves by having this cancel culture.
Yeah, but also that, guys, please keep in mind for 1 second, please, distribution contracts are built on 6-month, 12-month, 24-month contracts, right? So you have distribution. So the company itself may not be experiencing any kind of huge hit in demand, but the distributors are. Right now, the distributors are feeling the pain because they have to honor their contractual obligations. I'll give you a perfect example. The business that I do, I contract with distributors, right, for a product. And because we had contractual obligations prior to COVID-19 and global shutdowns and meltdowns of the economies, they still had to uphold the terms of that contract or they would be in breach of that contract. So we are not actually seeing the ramifications. Yes, you can point to the stock price, that's fine. But the long-term effects of what's just happened here is not a virtue signal. It's not transitory. You are actually seeing a decline in demand. The thing is that the distributors are feeling it right now. But the corporation itself that are already honoring the contracts they put in place with distributors, they're not feeling it yet. And in a year's time, a year and a half time, if this stays relevant and this stays within the culture and this stays within the ethos of the conversation, it is going to have long-term ramifications. And I would suspect by Q4, they're actually going to start getting in the numbers as they get into Q4 of when they go to renew these contracts, they're not being renewed at the volume that they were being renewed at. And once that happens, they then have a 2024 Q1 report saying, these are the new contractual obligations of our distributors, and it is far less than it was in 2023. We're not experiencing growth, we're experiencing decline. And then once you experience decline within these contractual obligations, it's when the shareholders then look at it and say, wow, wait a minute, what's the forecast of this company over the next years? Because their demand is now in decline. And this is a year later. This is months and months later. So the effect of what is actually taking place today only falls on the retailers currently. As of a month ago, it was retailers. Now it's starting to hit distributors. Then when distributors go back and they look at their balance sheet at the end of the year and they say, okay, this is a product line that we probably should focus less on moving forward because the demand is lower. Where's the higher demand? Well, the higher demand is in Yuengling. It's in these other beers, so on and so forth. And so they ramp up their demand. They ramp up their contractual obligations to meet the demand that they believe it's shifting to. So we're not actually seeing the ramifications of what this boycott actually means. I hope this makes sense, guys, because in the short term,
it makes a lot of sense to me. Trash, you've given me a new perspective on this because, I was feeling kind of black-pilled about the boycott. I was like, we're going to drop the boycott. But if this actually keeps up, this would hurt them in the long run. It will hurt Anheuser-Busch in the long run because a lot of distributors are going to be asking themselves questions like, do we, get new contracts with these guys? Can we trust them not to fuck this up again? Are they going to double down on the culture war stuff? Because if they do, and they already proven to us that they are willing to do that, are we safe with them? Should we not just buy other kinds of beers?
Sales were already.
But they own most of the beers.
To the journal, sales were already in severe decline before this happened. And so I do wonder if they did a little bit of market research and saw a rise in the LGBTQIA+ community, and that's why they made this move. I would assume that's the logical move they made. I could be wrong, but I guess we'll see. Trash discussed, I guess we'll see in 6 months if it was the right call.
Well, no,
beer is on the decline big time because there's no longer boy meets girl at the bar, right?
Everybody's going to seltzer.
you don't need liquid courage anymore to go up and talk to a girl. You go to them on Tinder and Hinge.
Yes,
but what Bricksuit was saying earlier about internally, it's not true. Like Anheuser-Busch is probably the best company I've ever seen at measuring OKRs. Those people are directly responsible for the result. They get promoted or not promoted based on their actions consistently. So they would never listen. I mean, they could take advice from other people, but at the end of the day, they are directly responsible for their decision.
Well, I mean, they placed her on leave and replaced her. So, like, they did take that action. I mean, that did happen.
Yeah, they did.
And I would argue in the alcohol business, Diageo is probably the best example. If you guys don't know who Diageo is, they're global liquor sales company conglomerate that has snapped up basically all of the Kentucky bourbon community, a lot of the Scotch community as well, and whiskey. So whiskey is actually a great measure of this. Like on the side, as a hobbyist, I collect and sell and trade whiskey. Like I love whiskey, I drink it, but I'm also pretty heavily involved with like the distilleries and things like that. And like when Diageo came in and they started snapping up, like Sazerac essentially, Sazerac and Diageo, when they started snapping up a bunch of these distilleries, so on and so forth, you did have like brand realignment, so on and so forth. It's not that it's on decline. The demand is shifting, but this is small percentage. I'm talking to the distributors. I'm physically talking to them. Why do I talk to them? Because I want to know where the allocations are. I need to find the rare whiskey, when it's going to be dropping. Is it going to be dropping on Friday so I can buy it at retail? And then I can flip it for secondary prices. I do this often. But I talk to the distributors on a regular basis. And they're all telling me that it's not just a decline in beer sales, because that demand is shifting across different types of beer. They said that there was a marked change from retailers over the last 4 weeks. 4 weeks, whenever this started. They said it's a marked change in how they're reordering and restocking. This actually has an effect. It just has not permeated into the contractual negotiations at the end of Q3, Q4. I understand what you're saying, but that's the change in demand based on what the consumer, right? Like the rise of seltzers, like completely hampered the sale of low ABV beer. Right? Everybody's drinking seltzers. They don't want the calories. That's a shift in how people consume everyday spirits. But again, that's just a shift in demand naturally. This is an unnatural shift that we have not seen the ramifications of. And I just want people to be cautious. I'm telling you, I'm talking to these distributors because I want to find out where the whiskey is. And this has had a profound change. That's why they got rid of her to begin with. I don't buy the argument that no one else approved this. I don't buy that at all for 1 second. But that's the excuse they're making, and they're trying to have it come down on her. I don't buy it, though.
There's always two, Trent. Right. It was a group. I think me and you and some people were being thrown under the bus. You're 100% right.
Well,
there's only two people that need to approve it.
The group in the nest. I just put a picture of the group up in the nest, and that's from their social media, somebody's social media. This is the VPs in there. You look at that crew and you look if you see a dissenting voice in there. I mean, you look at those faces and you see if you can identify any one of those people that even looks like they would have the strength to put forward a countervailing opinion on the subject of this was the right marketing thing. And I just don't see it.
I was a consultant for them for over 10 years.
An expert at reading faces.
I was a consultant for them for over 10 years. Trust me, the first person I used to ask to make sure is in the meeting is the guy that says no to everything. That's the first person I asked to be in that meeting. I guarantee you there's people in there that said this isn't going to work. It happens no matter how safe
look at that group, dude. Look at that group.
It's always the same, Ian. I mean, I've been through these kind of meetings over
9 out of 10
and
people there is a woman, and the 4 guys that are there are like, look at it, man.
I love how just a little bit ago it was like, oh, we don't want to cancel people. And now it's like, look at these people. Look at who is making the decision. Let's cancel them.
I'm making a fucking point about who the people are. I'm not saying cancel them. I could care less about them. I don't think anyone should be going after their jobs. Like, that's silly.
Well, I mean, they're definitely trying to secure the jobs. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. And I think Joe was trying to say it too, is that listen, there is no more strategic marketing team probably other than Coca-Cola, maybe, on planet Earth, than Anheuser-Busch. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember when InBev bought them, but it was a whole hoopla. Like, people were going to cancel Budweiser, not drink Budweiser anymore, because now a foreign company was going to own it. And now you have this it's really weird because Anheuser-Busch is not Anheuser-Busch, it's InBev, and they own all the brands. I mean, not all of them, but a lot of the market share they own. And just because they own one brand today doesn't mean another company doesn't own that brand tomorrow. And I think what everyone's failing to realize, and maybe Trash is touching on this a bit, Trash, I think you're getting the distributorship way wrong, because Anheuser-Busch distributors are not going to go outside and take the Anheuser-Busch signs down off their buildings and get rid of the Bud Light trucks and the Budweiser trucks. Anheuser-Busch
depends on the type of distributor, because you have regional and you have nationals,
right?
And
No,
very different.
I understand, but I get it. I understand, but here's the thing: is that, again, back to the one campaign that everyone's losing their mind about. There are other influencer campaigns out there that are not just Bud Light. There's Coors campaigns. There's Miller Lite campaigns. And they're all on these Instagram pages, these TikTok pages, because they want to reach those niche, large audiences. And I'm telling you, just like Joe was saying, in these meetings, these people know exactly what that audience looks like. They know exactly who they're talking to, and they know exactly why they're doing it. So I think it's all BS that somehow Bud Light has lost their grip on that brand, and Anheuser-Busch is going to abandon that brand for this one campaign over a long period of time. I mean, they're going to switch brands anyways with how the market goes. I mean, again, it is democracy, right, with capitalism, and it's based on demand. So I think the craziness over Bud Light is, in 2 years, there'll be another reason why people are canceling Bud Light.
I just want to point out that it's odd to me seeing so many people defending Bud Light coming from the party where 8 years ago there was a poll showing that 51% of registered Democrats supported criminalizing hate speech. I just think it's an odd shift where it becomes an outright stalwart defense of everything they agree with. But here's the thing: if another business, like suppose Miller Lite put Kyle Rittenhouse on their can, I highly doubt there would be any defense of anyone. Should there be any defense against them if there were left-wing efforts to put them out of business on this end? I mean, the fact is, like, it all comes from the political correctness area. And when it comes to PC, they're not asking you, they're not debating you. They don't care about your vote. They are demanding your compliance. And this is the thing: like, all that the Bud Light stuff is people just aren't buying it. That's it. There's a huge difference.
Nonsense.
Sarah,
TJ, did you watch the ad? TJ, did you watch the ad?
1 second. Let Tony go. Go for Tony.
TJ, did you watch the ad?
Are you talking about Budweiser's "This America" ad? Yes.
No, I'm talking about the ad that everyone's upset about. Did you watch that ad on Instagram?
I have, yes.
Okay, so what about that ad made you think that somehow Dylan was this great ambassador and she's the new sponsor of Bud Light? What about that ad made you think that?
See, you're putting words in my mouth. I never said that. I never said that Dylan is the new great brand ambassador of Anheuser-Busch. I'm just simply stating here that when it comes down to it, we're trying to make there's people making the claim that what's happening to Bud Light is cancel culture. And frankly, that is flat out absurd. There's no.
I think you're right. I don't think it's cancel culture.
Okay, then we agree. I'm just pointing out here, like, when it comes to, like, a boycott is one thing, cancel culture is another thing. For one, it's hard for me to ever even concede that an organization is being subjected to cancel culture. I guess it could happen depending on how high up of an institution is, like, targeting them. But when I think of cancel culture, I'm thinking about people who don't necessarily have the power to dodge the ability, to dodge the effort. You
could make the argument. You could make the argument that My Pillow has experienced cancel culture.
Sure, right, and that's one of those things where I'm thinking maybe because you have much higher up institutions going after them, but it's Well, it's a hard thing, especially because
but that's different than a sponsor and the CEO saying what he's saying.
So so cancel culture typically goes after an individual. I would argue that Mike Lindell specifically is MyPillow, not MyPillow as a corporation, and Mike Lindell happens to be at the steering wheel of MyPillow at that time. A person has represented a brand, therefore that person can be canceled, therefore that brand is irrevocably harmed. A boycott would mean this product has been an institution, and depending upon who's at the helm, determines or not whether or not people want to spend money with that company or not. So so the cancel culture aspect is an individual based. It just happens to be Mike Lindell specifically, like I just made. I'm not going to do it again. But again, Phil Knight as another example. I don't know that. I mean, I'm sure Phil Knight had a big hand in giving the contract to Colin Kaepernick, but Nike as a brand, as an entity, yes, Phil Knight created it, but even if Phil Knight did something completely irrevocably harmful to society and everybody said, get rid of this guy, what the hell is this? Nike would live on, and it would. It's the same reason that, Tim Cook is at the helm of Apple now, even though Steve Jobs passed away. The company didn't die when Steve passed away. MyPillow is a different example, but cancel culture specifically is after a person, and it is depersoning them from advertisers. It's deplatforming them from banking. It's deplatforming them from social media. It is getting them removed from the actual ability to conduct business, and it's canceling the person. Boycotting is saying the decisions you've made as a company, we don't agree with, it doesn't align with us, and you've spit in our face as a consumer, we don't want your product anymore. What the ramifications are of that is yet to be seen. Sometimes we've seen companies fold. We've seen Netflix completely go back on what they were saying. We've seen what happened with Disney, and that's ongoing, and that's going to be forever ongoing because they're one of the most powerful companies in the world. But ultimately, the boycott is the voting with your dollars. There's a reason that Jeff Bezos kept his mouth shut over the last 6 months because of what was going on with Amazon and what was going on with Washington Post and all these things. He didn't want to hurt his companies overall, so he just kept quiet. Mike Lindell.
Let's face facts. So, I'm sorry. I just want to point out, let's face facts. When it comes to the success or failure of boycott, a large part of that is determined by the replaceability of the company that you're trying to boycott. I agree with everything you're saying, Trash. I didn't mean to cut you off. But when you have a company like Apple, that's far more difficult to replace than a company like Bud, where you could just buy Coors instead.
Except that they own Coors as well. Just to point that out.
You know what? And that's a great point. You know what? That's a great point. And perhaps they don't care if it all shifts over from Bud to Coors. And I think most people on the right are not going to make that association. They're going to, in their minds, make an association of this is Bud Light, and I picture Dylan Mulvaney, and I'm putting this to my mouth now, and everyone's going to look at me in a funky kind of way because I'm drinking this Bud Light, as opposed to. So you're right. As far as I don't trust the intellect of the masses when in trying to work in concert with each other, because the reality is it's not easy to boycott. If it's and the more difficult it is, the less likely to be successful. That's why I never would have thought that a boycott of Apple would work, because they're like one of 3 companies in the world that does what they do. But when you have a company that has so many competitors, I think that Bud Light might get sapped of everything, and it might all go to Coors. I don't know. I'm just saying I could see where the replaceability will be a very big factor here. I'm sorry to cut you off, Trash. I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I just wanted to make that point because I do want to distinguish, because I think that's what we're talking about, the difference between boycotts and cancel culture. Yes, would a mega corporation like InBev be able to realign and say, you know what, we're going to put all of these things that we made as a overarching umbrella company, and we're just going to bury all of this problem with Bud Light and be like, you know what, we're sorry, public, we heard you, and matter of fact, we're actually going to stop with the Bud Light line. We would like to actually go forth with Budweiser and Coors and all these other brands that they own with under that umbrella, and they can do that. They can pivot that way. And but again, that effect was still felt. And the next time marketing wants to get a wild hair up their ass and go, well, you know what, we're no longer selling beer, we're going to weigh in on the culture war. Maybe they'll think twice. The point is, I have no problem having a culture war with people I culturally or politically disagree with. I have no problem with that, because I'll sit down and debate you all day. What I have a problem with is when institutions and large companies weigh in and just try to take advantage of the people that are within this culture war to get their dollars. And then when it doesn't go their way, they just move and shift and go on. Meanwhile, a lot of people are left holding the bag because they thought they were supporting a position that was popular, but it was just marketing and economically feasible for that company to do so. And then a lot of people are left used and abused. I'll stop talking because I'm a host, not a speaker, so I'll shut up. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you.
Austin, I got you.
Thank you so much. So, you brought up a really good point a little bit ago, which is something that I wanted to speak on. When you talked about cancel culture, when I think about cancel culture, I think about individuals, not businesses. I think any business can eventually recover, but we've seen, all of us on social media, we've seen in real time the cancellation of a person. And maybe I know that I've seen some people that have been canceled where I cheered it on, where I thought, yeah, they really deserved it. But we've seen in real time what happens to their lives. Many of them lose their jobs. I heard of a case where a woman's children was kicked out of the private school that they were paying for. Another person's children couldn't go to the universities that they wanted to go to. Their spouses have lost their jobs. They've had to move out of their communities. And the problem that I have with cancel culture, I do believe that some people are so vile that yes, they should be canceled, and I would support that. But the problem with it is it leaves absolutely no room for redemption, and people can redeem themselves. And it does not, it almost creates and I say culture in air quotes, a culture of an absolute. They did something one time and it was horrible, and therefore they can never redeem themselves. But it's not just in the here and now. We have all seen a video surface or remarks from a decade ago, or when somebody was in high school. I'm not the same person I was in high school. Should maybe a horrible, uninformed comment I made at 16 come back and haunt me today? I would say no, because I'm not that same person, but it does happen to people today. And that's where I find it to be extremely dangerous.
But Sarah, I've got to ask, because I agree with almost everything that you said, but I take issue with you saying that there's some things that were said that are just so vile. Like, my question, I guess, is who gets to draw the line on that? Because
I would say society, status quo. That's how I would describe it.
So the majority gets to impose its view of what is right and wrong on the minority then.
So TJ, I know where you're going. I feel like it's more of a semantic argument than she was making, because I agree with you. Who are the arbiters of truth? Who is the arbiters of what is violent and what's not? But one of the things that she said, TJ, that I think that we have to agree on, because I think that Sarah and I have different political views, but I think one of the things we have to agree. Yeah, I know. But one of the things that I have to agree on is there has to be a path to redemption, right? And so, yes, I would push back on saying, well, what is vile? Like, who determines what is vile? Who determines that's wrong speak? And there's no arbiter of that. That's a slippery slope. We should never go down it. I think society as a whole, what she's saying is the general populace can say, don't vibe with that, not into it. I need to move on. But to take it a step further.
I mean, sorry, I only picked up the last point there. Are you saying that as a society, one can't determine like if something's vile?
No, they can.
Exactly.
But I don't think that I don't think that it's saying that, like, let's say as the general populace, and we have left and right, and we have the general public, and we both look at each other like, hey, we just disagreed 15 minutes ago. Don't like that. It doesn't mean you debank, deplatform, and unperson the person from society for it. You say, hey, none of us out here agree with that. Do you want to reevaluate your position? Do you want to be part of the conversation? No? Okay, well then keep having those views and then you can go on. That's fine. But we're not going to remove you from society. And I think that that's the line that I'm scared of, Suleiman. I think that's the line that we have crossed so many times. But to get in the business of being an arbiter of truth and determining what is about, like, again, Nick Fuentes is a great example. I disagree with most of the shit he says, and I would never advocate for somebody like that. However, I would advocate for his right to be able to say whatever the hell he wants. And that's what I'm saying. And then everyone can determine whether or not they agree with it or not.
but we can't.
And one of my other points is on the pathway to redemption issue, I agree. Like, if there was a pathway to redemption, this would make sense. But there's actually a Columbia University paper called "Does Apologizing Work? An Empirical Test of the Conventional Wisdom." It actually shows that a majority of the time, apologizing for what you said or what you've done actually makes no difference in terms of public perception. And in many cases, it actually leads to the mob wanting you to be punished even more.
Yeah, but TJ,
can I push back on that for just 1 second, Trash?
Wait. Well, I will come to you, but let me make this point because this is very, very important. I argue this a lot. I'm not going to say sorry because the mob wants me to. Just to be clear, I will never say sorry because the mob wants me to. What I'm saying is I'm willing to reevaluate my position that I took and say, you know what? Okay, this is my position. This is why I believe it. If you guys don't agree with it, that's fine. But I still want to exist in society with you. So and then also the path of redemption is saying, I'm going to take each individual statement that you're making. I'm going to take each individual position that you're making and say, actually, you know what? I don't agree with 90% of what you just said, but that 10% I agree with. And we have to be willing to do that. But I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because they said something I disagreed with in the past. This is what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
Thank you. He said something about that there was a study and there's no apologies don't work. However, a medical malpractice insurance company in the early 2000s did a study on doctors that were being sued for malpractice. Patients that were surveyed had said, if my doctor would have apologized to me and worked with me, it would never have gone to litigation. And this is not somebody that died due to medical malpractice or malfeasance. This is somebody that was injured in some way, where death was not caused. And they did find that it did work, that an apology did work.
So
there's
a huge difference. I mean, when we're talking about medical malpractice, that's an entirely different situation.
I do agree it is entirely different.
Sarah, it's a different situation because Sarah, the difference is one is a public apology and one is a private situation apology. So when you apologize publicly, like I agree with TJ, the data shows it, and we've got many instances where, for example, celebrities have done something, gone on an apology tour, and it's not helped them. Like they've still lost the opportunities, and no one's even thought of them any better.
It's also a difference of whether you're.
Just a second. The other side to that was that they did have to publicly put that they were sorry and the offense that they committed. I realize that there is a bit of a false equivalency, but apologies in some ways can work.
Apologies work when they go to
it's a matter of
that's only to an individual. It's only when you're making an apology. I wronged an individual. I'm apologizing to this individual. There's no way to apologize to a group, because why is it that this person deserves more apology than that person, and what level of apology? At the end of the day, when it's apology for some statement made against race X or group Y, at the end of the day, you're only asking for them to say, good, you know you're wrong, now we need to punish you for it. TJ is spot on that. And I
so
want to
you
push
think
back
that
on,
there is no way to come back from any sort of statement that was made that got you personally canceled?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I did not say that. I don't think that. I think you have to do it through action, not through some apology. I will ask you, Sarah, because I agree with your conclusion.
Following's correct. With crisis management, the worst thing you could do is start to apologize for what you did. You got to take action to show that you're sorry, that you want to change things,
what
and you
action
understand.
would be taken? I think the first action would be to apologize for your action and then go on from there. Are you saying no, that doesn't work?
But Sarah, I'll apologize to the person it hurt, not the group that disagrees with me. This is a fundamental difference. Why?
That is a major difference right there, yeah.
I want him to answer, please. Trash, why?
Yes, because willing to make amends with somebody. Like I've had to do this recently, where I called somebody out publicly, and I had to go back and be like, all right, I went overboard, my bad, and then settled it privately. But that's an individual. But if we're talking about a group that comes out and says, well, we perceive those comments as, I don't know, misogynistic, homophobic, racophobic, whatever, phobophobic.
Okay, fine. Point to me how I've actually offended you because you've misunderstood what I'm saying. If you've misunderstood what I'm saying, let's talk about this, and then I'll convey the point that I'm trying to make. But that's not what happens. It's throw the baby out with the bathwater. This person in 2012 said something that was related to something that was going on at that time, and then we need to get rid of this person today. When the reality is that is actually playing on the emotions of the public. It's actually politically using some kind of words to create some kind of false oppression. And then no matter of apologies can ever be made, but no one has come forth and said individually, specifically, well, my name is Anna and you called me out and you said, Anna is this XYZ person. That's not what's happening. And so the difference of cancel culture versus a path to redemption, meaning I personally offended you. I will give you, or you personally offended me. You intentionally offended me as an individual. Here is the path to redemption. Here's the bridge I'm going to build with you. Maybe I misunderstood you. Let's hash this out. But that's not what's happening.
So how would you even start?
It really does depend on.
How would you start to redeem?
I mean, the way that I would start, frankly, is I wouldn't even play the mob's game. I mean, frankly, political correctness, cancel culture, it's not about etiquette. It's not about kindness. It's not about respect. It's about control. Plain and simple. And for one, to look at the study I'm citing to, it was about public apologies for public statements and whether it. So this is on point. It's also not early 2000s. This was originally published in 2019, most recently updated in November of last year. So clearly the data supports this, especially along with the fact that once again, 51% of as of 2015. So I'd imagine that this number has gone up since. 51% of the members of the political party of the president and the majority party of the United States Senate wants criminal penalties for what they perceive to be hate speech. So it is abundantly clear that this isn't about good manners. This isn't about a path to redemption. This is about full-blown criminal penalties. So frankly, I mean, in my view, don't even play the mob's game. If I'm apologizing for something I said, I'm apologizing because I mean it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't, because look, it's a sign of weakness and they use that against you. So the data suggests that. I mean, a prime example is anecdotal is Kevin Hart. So Kevin Hart was basically, they brought archaic tweets up about him saying something. They used that to try and cancel him. He wouldn't apologize. They then made sure he didn't do the Oscars. He apologized. That wasn't enough. And then he had to re-apologize many months later. And then he went on a number of apology tours. Point being, apologies don't work. They're just basically there to diminish you, to degrade you, and to basically.
I think apologies absolutely do work. You just have to maintain control of the story.
It's essentially modern. It's essentially modern day story.
There was I'll give you a local.
Know what to do,
I'll give you a local example.
If you want to know what to do, just
there was
follow
a gentleman.
Trump. Look at what Trump has done. He hasn't apologized for saying a lot of the things that he said. He excused it as locker talk. He repositioned it, and everyone's like, yeah, it's locker talk, no problem. Something that he should definitely have apologized for, and he never does. He never apologized for anything. He's a master at anything that's like a crisis management. Never apologize. Reframe. That's exactly what he does. That's what you're supposed to do in crisis management, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, indeed.
I don't completely agree with that. I can give an example.
1 second, Justin. I just want to go to Austin because he's been waiting for hours and hours.
I know.
Austin, you normally you jump in, but I guess it's spaces where it's about Chicago maybe. But yeah, Austin, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
far more willing to jump in on things that I've got sort of a vast wealth of experience on, as opposed to like Bud Light. But what I was thinking of, I've been listening to what all of y'all have been saying and everything, is that first and foremost, I think in the United States these days boycotts are large scalely ineffective. I think companies have grown, like companies like InBev are so large and they have so many different brands. So like excellent example, day or two after this whole sort of scandal began, you've got Dan Crenshaw out there saying that Bud Light's done and everything, while posing in front of a fridge full of Carbach, which is also owned by InBev, right? So it's some of these international companies are just so massive and have so many brands, it's hard to completely evade that market cap. And I think we kind of brought it a bit full circle earlier, talking about a company like Apple, where there isn't really a significant sort of competitor that can replace them. When we talk about issues like child labor and wide scale labor abuses at some of their factories in the past. But on Bud Light itself, I think we're kind of overestimating just the amount of people who are drinking cheap beer on politics alone. When I think of Bud Light in particular, I think of maybe 4 different situations where I'd run into that. Concerts, sporting events, dive bars, and my time in college. And on the one end, I can see, at sporting events in some parts of the country that taking a hit there. On the other end, I could see more college students buying it, despite the fact that, beer it has been on, or cheap beer in particular has been on a bit of a downslide across the US. And that's because there have been more sort of microbreweries popping up on the one end. But on the other hand, I think Tony brought up an excellent point in the fact that if you actually look at like consumption habits of companies like Coors, like Budweiser, like Narragansett, PBR, right? It's all very, very regional. Like if you go up to Wisconsin, you're going to run into New Glarus everywhere, or you're going to run into PBR or Miller. If you go down into Missouri, you're going to see Budweiser and Bud Light everywhere. If you go to Rhode Island, you're going to see Narragansett. If you hit the West Coast, it's going to be Corona. It's a very regional type thing, and people are just kind of used to drinking the cheap beer that they grew up drinking whenever they turned 21. And so I don't know. I think it's we'll see. I mean, Anheuser-Busch InBev's earnings call is on, I believe, May 4th. So I would kind of agree with what Trash was saying earlier, that if this does hold and there is large scale sort of effects, it may be delayed just because of how distribution operates. That being said, I mean, I haven't really seen anything on, obviously the stock price has gone a bit up or a bit down, but mostly stayed, plateaued, stayed the same. I think that earnings call will be interesting to see, but at the same time, when I look at folks like Kid Rock shooting up a 12-pack of Bud Light, I think they're doing that in self-interest. They're trying to, rally up their followers and everything like that. But at the same time, I think we're talking about such a large company that I don't really foresee any sort of major impacts happening.
Yeah, Austin, to that point, like one of the dumbest things that I saw was this video where they had a steamroller or like, I don't know, some kind of machinery that like crushes a bunch of things. And like they had like half a football field full of like Bud Light cans, and they steamrolled over it. I'm like, you guys do realize that those all were purchased, right? So like Budweiser doesn't.
Well, no. Those weren't purchased. Those beers were imported into Mexico illegally and seized, and they were being destroyed by the Mexican authorities. It had nothing to do with with a boycott of anything. If you look at it, there's a Miller product. It has nothing to do with the boycott. It had occurred months earlier.
Okay, so it was like a deep fake where they took the footage and then they made it.
No, it wasn't. Political. It wasn't a deep fake. It happened. It actually happened. No, I mean, but over trade violations.
They repurposed it, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. They said it was part of the boycott, but in reality, it was the Mexican authorities.
If we can, I'd like to go back to the apology thing if we have time.
Yeah, for sure. I'll come to you. I'm going to go to Tony, and then I'm going to go to Justin. I just want to be clear because I just gave misinformation on this space, and I am not a disinformation agent. I saw this footage several times, so you're telling me it was repurposed.
It was originally February 28th. The Mexican government was destroying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies. Because I just laughed at it. I was like, this is so stupid. Like, you guys had to buy those to do this. Like, this is so dumb. All right, my apologies. I just gave disinformation, Suleiman. I am banned from the space. I did not mean to do that.
Don't apologize. Whatever you do, don't apologize.
Don't apologize. No, but you're an individual, so he's apologizing to me, so it's all good.
Oh, yeah, exactly. All right, Tony, go ahead, and I'll get Justin then the following in here.
Well, I'm not going to apologize. I am not sorry that I joined this space, as I hardly ever am. So I appreciate you guys having me. I'm going to have to bounce soon. But I would like to touch back on the Bud Light thing and cancel culture and who gets canceled, what gets canceled, how do we decide who gets canceled, who's in charge of it. I mean, it really is weird that we, as individuals, we're all in here in this room as individuals on our individual accounts, and we have our individual Twitter accounts. We have our own individualism, and really from conservatism, this individual stuff. What makes anyone think that there's this big grand conspiracy when something gets canceled. I mean, obviously Kid Rock made the video, and that's what really set this thing off. He saw something, he made something, and then all these individual followers of his, they started making videos, and it started to compound, and more individuals and more individuals. I mean, there's no like council somewhere of cancel culture, right? Like, this doesn't exist. We're all individuals. So you get to vote with your money. You get to vote with your feet. Now, if you see something trash and it's not real, and then you have to recant, apologize in a room like you just did, then maybe then you change your mind, or someone else changes their mind. But I mean, we're all individuals. We're all making the choices that we want to make. And I guess that goes back to the information that we're receiving. Again, it's really weird to me. And Austin brought this up, that I mentioned that beer is regional. And it's only because beer used to be regional. Number one, ice was a problem way back when, and keeping it cold. So that's one reason why beer brands started to become regional. But I mean, that's the history of it. But if you go back to like the whole point of who gets to decide what, I mean, Louis C.K. was canceled years ago for things that he did years before. And the guy just played Madison Square Garden, Mike, in the last year. So he's not really canceled, right? We just know what he did. And did he pay the price for it? I guess so. I mean, he would probably say he paid the price. But some people don't think he's paid the price yet. And they might not buy his ticket. But other people think he's funny. He did pay the price. So I'm going to buy his ticket and go to Madison Square Garden to see him. So we're all individually in this, right? That's what the democratic part of our economic system is we all get to decide individually. So if you don't want to buy Bud Light, by God, buy Coors. It's gayer than Bud Light because it's been supporting gay pride out in Denver a hell of a lot longer than Bud Light ever considered that market to be a big share. And they would play a marketing campaign to that market. So this is all weird that we don't know that we're all individuals. It's almost like social media has brainwashed us into this idea that we're one collective and we all have to decide together. Like, why? We can all have the liberty to either like something or not like something, like the taste of this beer, not like the taste of that beer, and buy it because it has this person's picture on it, or not buy it because it has, I mean, we have liberty, right? That's the whole point of freedom and rights, and making sure people have choice, you know, like liberalism, that sort of thing. So I appreciate you guys having me, and you can go on and.
Well, shit, man. Like,
I want to respond to you while you're on here, man.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll say
have it. Let me have it. It's like, holy fuck, Tony. You and I have found a place where we actually agree, where we want to have an objective reality. We want to disagree of how we solve the problem, but we want to sit down at that table and say, we both objectively agree that this is something that we need to talk about. How we go from there is where we end up. Like, holy shit, dude. What? Yes. Welcome. All right, TJ. But I need to get Justin because he was on the list.
Well, I want to real quick, Trash. I appreciate that, but and I also want to thank you guys for having me in the room, and you can always invite me, and it's been a pleasure. Even Ian, I'm really weirded out by saying this. Is whatever. I'll leave it at that. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks for that, Tony. Let's not go too far. Just stop there. TJ, go ahead.
I'm trying to hold the personal attacks. I really am. I'm trying my best. I come in this room and people get triggered when I come in the room, but I tried my best. I hope I did good today. We'll see you guys soon.
Nah, you always do good, bro. We appreciate you. Go for it, TJ. Yeah, and so the thing, like, Tony and Trash's view of, like, we're all individuals, I think that is the ideal position, and that's the ideal of what humanity should be. Unfortunately, humanity has fallen so far from that, and this isn't a new phenomenon either. Edward Bernays, who wrote the book called Propaganda, largely spoke about how he would engage in the manufacturing of consent through his PR campaigns, the utilization of just manipulating the herd mind and herd instinct, deploying third-party authorities to promote causes or to condemn causes with which he disagreed. He's the guy who coined Woodrow Wilson's phrase of "make a world safe for democracy." I mean, unfortunately, in Bernays' view, as well as psychologist Wilfred Trotter's view, humans aren't these
intellectual individuals. Unfortunately, their view is that we are timorous, malleable creatures who desperately want to fit in and win the acceptance of the group. Social media simply made this worse and has made it easier for powerful individuals or institutions to manipulate the perspectives of humans. But I wish we could get back to where we're all individuals and it wasn't some coordinated thing. But to say that cancel culture, political correctness isn't a coordinated thing from individuals and institutions in positions of power, I don't think that comports with reality.
To add to TJ's point, and I'm really happy you brought up Bernays. I'm a huge student of Bernays, kind of what I consulted on. What you said is really relevant. It's a herd mentality because safety goes with the herd. Most people don't give a shit about what happened at Balenciaga. They follow the herd because of safety. Just like yesterday we were talking about, you don't remember driving home because you got behind some other car from work and you thought about something else while you just followed someone from your community you trust doesn't want to hit anyone else. And when you get home, you're like, damn, I don't even remember driving home. It's the same mechanism. We're not going to be able to get away from what is humanity, and we need to trust our leaders to make decisions for us, and we wind up following them. And that's exactly what happens here. Most people don't care. They just do it because there's safety in numbers.
So to get to the apology thing, I think apology is important if it's part of your brand and if it's authentic. I think that's the big differentiation. If it's not an authentic apology, if it's not real, people see right through it, and absolutely it hurts the brand. One of the best examples I've seen of this was actually I live in Iowa, so you can do your laugh emojis if you want, but it's nice here sometimes. But one of the best examples I saw of this was a local guy named Carson King who was fundraising, and he held a sign up for Venmo me this money for my beer account. It ended up going locally viral. I actually went nationally viral, and a local reporter, who I'll not name, basically dug up a lot of dirt from, I think, a decade prior, some racist tweets he had. And, by all metrics, he was going to get canceled. But what he did, I don't know if he knew a PR person in his family, because it was art. It was an art form to see him do it. But he took the journalist's phone call, gave a statement, and then immediately called a press conference, because keep in mind, he was pretty popular at that point. Immediately gave a press conference saying, hey, I just want you all to know there's a news article coming out about some things I said. They're absolutely true, and I'm a changed person, but here's what we're doing to help kids. And he immediately took control of that story. So if you're going to apologize, and anybody ends up on the cancellation block, if you're going to apologize, I mean, first of all, it needs to be legitimate. If you did nothing wrong, I agree, never apologize. But if you're going to apologize, it has to be authentic. You do it once, you take control of the story, and you move forward. And they're the right kind of people who drive big commerce decisions do appreciate that level of authenticity, because it's something people don't see that much of.
Let's go for following and then go to break.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Sarah to consider something, because we were talking earlier about the reasons not to cancel, and I agreed with her conclusion, but not the method with which she got there. So I wanted to consider something else. And she was saying that the reason not to cancel people is because then you're depriving them of a road to redemption. But for me, the reason I don't want racists to be canceled, I don't want them silenced, I want them to speak their idiocy as loudly and proudly as possible, is because if they know that they will be silenced for speaking their warped perspectives, then they learn to speak in code. They learn to speak silently. You're not changing their minds on anything. And then when they weigh in on something, you don't realize that their motivation is actually that they're racist and hate certain demographics of people, and they blend in. The reason we shouldn't be threatening even cancellation is so that these idiots who have these warped perspectives are stupidly proud enough to promote them to the public and expose themselves for the jackasses that they are. And we lose that opportunity to learn who is genuinely a bad person from who's a good person when people are minding their speech because they fear repercussion rather than they actually agree with sentiments that are being expressed. Fortunately, we have society today which by and large, I think well over 90 to 95%, when they see someone who's a racist, their stomach recoils in disgust. So we don't have to worry that they're influencing people or they're going to rise up to be some powerful speaker. I want them to go out there and try convincing people of their stupid ideologies. So this way we know who they are. We can point to them and say, yeah, he's a legitimate racist, not someone who now.
But then again, people are naive. So what if what they say people believe it, and actually leads to it spreading?
Do we lose them?
Narratives that's. Can anyone hear me? You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we hear you.
I hear you, Mario.
Like a chipmunk, Mario.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a bit more high pitched than normal.
You sound fine on my end.
I don't know why. It must be my mic. So I was just saying some people actually would believe that narrative.
So the following, I'm not sure what happened there. So Suleiman,
can you hear me or no?
Oh, yep, we got you now. All right, go ahead and continue, and then let's go to break.
No, I was just going to say that to respond to that, Mario, it is so utterly unpopular. Fortunately, I mean, it took us decades and centuries to get to this point, but racism is so utterly unpopular right now that I think that worrying about maybe there'll be a handful of minds who'll be affected, and then they're going to think, oh, now I hate Jews, now I hate Black people, now I hate trans community because I heard Ye speak, or I heard Fuentes speak, or I heard some Black racist speak. It's such a foolish. It's not foolish concern. You're worrying about a handful of complete idiots falling for the stupidity of that ideology, rather than giving the entire populace the benefit of knowing who's legitimately bad person.
Do you want an answer?
Yeah,
to that? Because I don't agree. I think that. I don't agree with that at all. I think there are many people who hold racist views. Okay, I think there are people who say things, and their views are amplified on these types of platforms, unfortunately, and they get huge followings. I do not agree with you that it's just people are going to out themselves somehow. Now, in terms of, we see today, clearly transphobia, homophobia is accepted, right? It's literally accepted by some of the speakers on this stage, to be perfectly honest, okay? I don't agree with that. I don't like that. I'm not going to cancel anyone for that, but I don't agree that we should just, that's the reasoning behind which we should say, oh, it's cool, let's not criticize these people or anything like that. Thank you.
Oh, no,
I didn't say not to criticize.
Yeah.
I said don't strip them of the opportunity to speak. I agree with you. We should criticize them. Right. We should embarrass them, and we should call them out for being moral.
She's not saying. Yeah, but she's not saying that. She's saying you can call them out, but she's saying you're not going to reduce the following. The following will increase, is what she's saying. Because and that's her argument. Her argument is that's where she's disagreeing with you. So she's saying that essentially when you do platform them, you're essentially giving them an opportunity to become popular. And that's actually an easy way of doing it, is her argument, I believe. Is that right?
When you talk
I would agree. That's correct.
I'm of the opinion that there's some matters.
I have a question for Tara. Tara, excuse me, I'm interjecting. Tara, what's transphobia to you? What's transphobia to you?
Transphobia to me are people basically saying because someone is transgender, there's something wrong, they're abnormal, they are hideous, they should not be allowed around their children at all. Okay, not teacher, not anything. They shouldn't even literally be around their children ever. That's transphobia to me.
Well, that seems
because
to be a very
Tara, you know that transphobia is being misused.
Yeah. So Nikki, like to that point, like Tara. So I want to be clear on what your argument is here. So you're saying that anybody that speaks out against the trans community, anybody that says, I don't want my kids at a drag show, a trans drag show, I don't want
to have these discussions with my children is transphobia, or I'm simply pointing out that like that person's not attractive. I don't care whether they're identifying as a male or female, but by me saying that I'm not attracted to that person, is that transphobia? Like I want to be clear on this because I do need to understand.
No, what I believe is when you stigmatize an entire group of people based upon the fact, and when you call them out for nothing more than they're living whatever they view their authentic lives as in a hateful way. Okay, if you just said,
Here, let me explain to you the reality of the situation. And we had many conversations before, and I consider myself a rational individual. So what's going on is the false narrative that if you disagree politically with what's going on in the community, you are quote unquote transphobic. Now, for example, for me, I disagree, and I am very hard no on puberty blockers in minors, and I'm very vocal about that. And in the same conversation, me myself, and this is facts, because I've served the community for 25 plus years, I have put my own credit on the line to house trans people, to make sure they have housing over their heads. And because I disagree with certain politics, boom, I'm shoved in the trans.
No, but you're not saying that, Spice.
No, but Spice, look.
You're talking past each other.
To be perfectly honest,
I think it's very clear to point out that just because you disagree with certain things, the way things are done.
Spice. Listen, address her point, isn't it? Like, I'm sure you'll have a good rational argument against it. She's not saying that. She's saying that she believes transphobia is when you attack a community, or basically, I don't know, like as an example, you present them as being something which is horrific or disgusting or whatever it may be.
Right, but
that's
the
argument.
reality.
So
let me tell you something, Sulan. The I'm sorry for if I didn't pronounce it. The Stonewall Gives Back initiative just posted false statistics on transgender kids, and then they had a slew of people fighting back on it, questioning the narrative, and then also adding to the conversation of detransitioners, and they've been silenced and called anti-trans. So I want to make this very public and very clear that
fine.
even though Tiara
wanna...
is very normal and rational in what she's explaining, that's not the reality. That's what's happening. The reality, what's happening in the community.
Let me just, can I just respond, Suleiman? Spice, let me just respond. I believe that legitimate political differences of opinion, for example, puberty blockers or transgender women, particularly who are in sports in high school. I think those are legitimate areas where people can have real discussions, and there are no, in my view, all views are probably have merit in many ways. I mean, look, I think that I agree with what the Olympics are doing about transgender athletes. What they're saying is each individual sport gets to determine whether there is some advantage, etc. You know,
correct.
I'm not.
But I'm pointing out.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I also hear a lot of hate simply because someone is transgender, and that to me is a different issue.
That's ridiculousness. But what I'm telling you, reality is,
Spice,
if you
Spice,
let me.
Right. Okay. So I mean, this debate isn't about the transgender thing. So I obviously let you guys do a bit of back and forth. But I just want to go to Miriam because we are about to wrap up the space very soon. So
Did you mute your? Is my mic? Hold on. Is my mic okay, Simon?
Yeah, your mic's fine.
Yeah, stop muting Spice just because you said your name wrong. Jesus, you're so emotional. Spice, sorry. Simon just very, very emotional stuff. I'll let you finalize your point, Spice.
Yes, you want to know about cancel culture? This is the epitome of cancel culture.
Yeah.
This is the
very good point. Very good point, Spice.
This is the epitome of cancel culture. Is that if you disagree, they cancel you. And I'm telling you.
I mean, if you're serious, obviously that's not true because it's not that I disagree, but
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the mass.
She's not talking about you, man. It's not all about you. Yeah, no, very good point. Spice. I think it's a very valid point. Yeah, you just messed it all up.
It wasn't a very valid point.
You just censored people. You just become emotional. You just ruined the whole show, bro.
Nah. If you want me to be straight, I was trying to help Spice out because Tira was destroying her, and I thought, you know what, let me move the conversation on quietly without everyone realizing.
Yeah.
Spice, I'm looking after you, and then you brought the hair. Like, what is that about?
Mariam, we'll give you the mic.
Sorry
I'm here.
I am here.
Yeah. So give me
final
quick words. I brought you up. You've never been on the panel, so I thought I'd love to hear your opinion as we wrap up the space.
I've been listening to Mario's epic spaces. Thank you for giving me a voice. I want to say to the topic of cancel culture that there's different degrees. I remember standing up for Roseanne Barr and being told, "Are you a Roseanne Barr fan?" And I said, "That's not the point. I'm a freedom of speech fan. Roseanne Barr today, you tomorrow." And I directed a film called Vanishing of the Bees. I'm a real journalist. I'm not a media whore. I worked for MSNBC. I pitched and wrote for Penthouse, The Hollywood Reporter, Marie Claire. And then in 2018, I wrote a piece for Marie Claire that I dumbed down on the politics of CBD. I cover medical safety. I'm also a licensed functional medicine coach and consultant. I've been covering vaccines since 2012 and knew this was coming right for Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. So in 2017, I got a call in my home office asking me about my personal views on vaccines. And because I have a journal, 2 days later, they killed the story. Gave me a kill fee. Since then, I mean, Twitter offed me for speaking against Charles Lieber. In March 2020, there was an FDA operation called Operation Quack Hack. They went after hundreds of us, including Alex Jones. And for any of you who know what chlorine dioxide is, he's still in jail. They went after hundreds of us for just using the word prevention. So there's canceling, but then there's when they attack your ways to make money. January 6th, I lost my processor for CBD and I lost it for 6 months. There are systematic ways in which they go after people. I got kicked out of the public square, even though I have things that people are just starting to speak about now, whether it's Charles Lieber and nanotech. So I just want to say, like, I'm glad that this conversation is opening because it is now. Roseanne Barr is you and all of us to different degrees. And it's one thing if we have fights and you mute one person and there's moderation and you have to like be civil, but it's another thing when you're a journalist. This is my profession. This is not me saying a comment and then getting canceled. Okay, well, I'll get out of politics. This is the way I put food on my table, and it's been disabled because I've been outspoken. I considered myself initially a Democrat. I was living in Los Angeles. Worked in Hollywood, and then systematically, because I didn't have hate for Orange Man, and then I kind of guess was a bee on the wall, penetrating conservative values and not identifying with all this fucking hate and this admonishment of just supposedly an area where liberalism, they're supposed to be creative and stand my body, my choice. I mean, I was living in San Francisco with Zach Voorhees, the Google whistleblower, and I bought a one-way ticket the day I became a second-class citizen because I didn't have a jab card. And so just want to share, I've even had The Atlantic do a 6-part series. There's a series called Shadowland. They promised, and yes, I chose to do this in this particular instance. I'll wrap it up soon. I'm almost finished. This series promised to cover people who believe in a shadow government. I have just put out, I am the leading authority on George Floyd, the biggest psyop to usher in a color revolution, and nobody knows about it. I purchased all the footage from the government. So the point is, there are attacks for real people.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
First, good to have you on the panel. We'll invite you for future panels. You're a good speaker and you've got a lot of experience. Just, you did mention you were part of the documentary on the shadow government. I have my dear co-host here. While we all agree there's a lot of influence by people that are unelected, my dear co-host has been triggering me for the last 4 days. He's literally been blaming everything that happens on he called it the establishment or a shadow government, people behind the scenes, everything blames on them. I know you've done a documentary on it. How
No, I was smeared. I was smeared in a documentary.
Oh, you were smeared.
But
okay. Can you
I
tell
was
me more
smeared.
about
This was I'll answer your question. I'll end it with Tavistock, but I'll just say this was an NBC series called Shadowland. The people in it were people who believe in a shadow government, I being one of those people, and was showing evidence. They left everything on the cutting room floor.
Who's the shadow government?
There we go. There you go.
Okay, who's the shadow government? Read John Colesman's book, which was $5,000 on Amazon. Why was it 5,000? Now I think
I like Slaman. No, she won't answer your question. Please go buy a $5,000 book instead of asking a question.
No. I downloaded it and I offer it. I offer. No.
Can you tell us?
I offer it. I can talk about Tavistock, which started.
What's that?
Tavistock started in the House of England.
Hold on. What was that screaming? Did you hear that, Simon?
Yeah, I think it came from a spike, but I could be wrong.
Somebody used their soundboard, Mario.
Yeah, but that was a crazy scream. That was weird. Anyway, sorry, Mariam, you were saying something? Just on that particular point.
It wasn't me, by the way, who yelled. Tavistock.
Don't worry, I think it was Mario. But anyways, continue.
Tavistock started in the House of London, and you can see when they talk about these families, whether it's the Rothschilds or the JP Morgans, this is not like conspiracy. But if you look at the point of Tavistock,
how much, Mary, how much? Because you just made a lot of points, which and I know you've got a lot to say. But the question I have for you is, how much? I'm genuinely curious now. How much influence do they have? Because there's some people that believe they have no influence, that don't even exist. Others, like Sleiman, believe they control everything. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Where do you stand on this? I would love an objective thought on this.
I believe that the infiltration has gone regional and it's so compartmentalized. But for instance, let's say I'll use George Floyd as an example. When the Daily Mail is the one that dropped the footage of the preceding 10 minutes before, where George is resisting and acting like nobody acts like that. It's called adulting. You put your hands on the wheel. So the Daily Mail, it turned out that I used to write for the person who dropped the piece when I was giving vapid information to People magazine.
Mariam. I mean, obviously, Mario. Let's be clear now, bro, because you're making some accusations. Let's call it. I did not say that they control everything, did I? I said that.
No, I said they control everything.
No, he's talking to me. He's talking to me, Mariam.
Yeah, I'm talking to Mario. Yeah,
they're probably like now. If you drop off, if you shake, Simon, if you drop off from co-host now, would it be them or would it be me that dropped you off?
Bro, it would be you, wouldn't it? Because you're trying to silence the truth.
Just asking, man. If you drop off from co-host, it's probably them. Just following your narrative. But no, I do want to wrap up. I do want to wrap up this space. TJ, Brick, kind of final quick words, and then we'll finalize the space.
Sure. I mean, one of the things though, because it's like the word transphobia, like the interaction between Spice and Tira reminds me of this, because Tira's interpretation of what transphobia is, where it's just pure hatred of trans people. Fair description, accurate description. People saying that people who want to ban irreversible surgeries and medical procedures on minor children as transphobia, that's absurd. But that shows a problem with the term transphobia in general. It's become what George Orwell warned us about almost 100 years ago in his essay Politics in the English Language, which is the development of meaningless words. The words that he gave were democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, or justice. Pretty much stated that these words pretty much just exist to praise or insult and to further the speaker's agenda. Our new meaningless words are like social justice, bigot, xenophobe, racist, fascist, misogynist, socialist, transphobe, snowflake, liberal, conservative, democracy. Nobody knows what these words mean anymore, and that's just one of those tools that you have now, because it's the herd mentality, it's the emotionality of it, and it just goes straight back into Bernays' propaganda concept that is driving powerful people to be able to cancel everyday individuals who just want the best for their country.
It's a good point, TJ. And Sleiman, by the way, just something interesting. I copied the tweet. I've invited Nikos, who's in the audience. He didn't request, but I saw. I've just gone. I go through the audience a lot, and he has a tweet pinned on his profile, or not pinned, but his latest tweet 23 hours ago. Apparently, ChatGPT is disabled for users in Italy, and this is the message they have by OpenAI. We regret to inform you that we have disabled ChatGPT for users in Italy at the request of the Italian guarantee. I don't know how you pronounce that. We are issuing refunds to all users in Italy who purchased ChatGPT Plus subscription in March. Nikos, if you want to come up on stage, I'm curious to learn a bit more about the story before I wrap up the space, because I might do a whole space on this if that's true, or add it to an AI discussion we do.
Copyright infringement, Mario. That's copyright infringement.
Okay, but they just ban all of ChatGPT for that?
Yeah, because people are using it to write in the voice of, and Italy's decided to take a stand against it.
Don't they take it to court, man, rather than just ban it, or they've threatened to take it to court so ChatGPT stopped operating?
I don't know. I don't
look
know.
into it. And Nikos, send me a message. And I'd love to talk to you about it offline if you don't mind. But otherwise, it's a really interesting point. So I just wanted to bring that up as we finish off the space. Rick, maybe a couple final words.
Can I just ask one question about that? So, Joa, copyright, there have been claims, like Elon Musk actually claimed that ChatGPT was using Twitter information and violating copyright. Is that what you're talking about, or you're saying something different?
Oh, I just read a single article about it, so I'm not going to know it in depth. It was just that since people are writing in the voice of, the people have complained, and Italy's decided to take a stand against it. That's all I know.
Spice break quickly.
Really quick.
Word, please, guys.
All right, so what I wanted to say is that I'll wait.
Spice. So Balenciaga deserves to be canceled, defunded. Anybody exploiting and taking advantage of children the way they did in their disgusting way, they deserve to be canceled.
Spice, can I ask you? Sorry, Spice, fair point. I don't disagree. Can I ask you a quick question? What phone are you using right now?
I'm using an iPhone.
Oh, really? All right. So do you know that Apple and other most other phone producers, they use child labor to produce the phone you're using? If you want to stand for canceling brands that do the wrong thing, I can give you a list of brands that are doing the wrong thing. Let's start throwing these products away.
How many issues do you want to tackle in one space? Really? So you should change your space title to iPhone and child labor. I mean, how many issues do you want to tackle?
No, hold on. I didn't. I don't know what I mean. Spice. You just deflected. Spice. You just deflected my point. I'm just saying cancel culture. You said balance.
Mario, because I can deflect your point. All right. So you want to talk about child labor? What do you want me to use? You want me to go on AOL doc? Like, what do you want me to use to talk?
Do you want to listen, or I don't know. I don't know. Spice. Do you want to? All right. Good. Great question.
Great.
That's not the point I'm saying. So, what's great?
It's ridiculous what you brought up, child. Like, what are you bringing up, Mario? Stick to your topic.
You've asked 4 questions.
All right.
Okay.
Stick to
my topic.
Culture,
cool. Thank you.
And my stick to Bud Light.
So you asked 5 questions. How about this? Okay. Now, do you want me to ask you 70 questions? Okay. I'll answer them. You made a point, Spice. And by the way, Spice, I've invited you to the panel many times, and I'll continue to invite you, and you're free to disagree with me. I don't mind it at all. You made a point that, because we had a whole discussion on this earlier, you made a point that Balenciaga should be cancelled. Now, obviously, cancelled is a broad term. Should we keep cancelling them until they go bankrupt? Should they lose 20% of their revenue? How far should they be cancelled? How long should they be cancelled? Because they did use an independent marketer that did this. Ian was talking about this earlier, and they fired that person. They did an apology. They've revamped a lot of things within their company. So they've taken a lot of steps. I don't know the answer. I don't know when enough is enough. Now, I'm using an iPhone as I'm using.
As a New Yorker,
let me. I
already know the question. I'm far ahead
there's no
of you,
question.
Mario.
There's no question. Spice.
My finger is on the pulse.
Spice. I'm glad your finger's on the pulse. Spice. I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm pretty patient. But let me just finish a point. I'm using an iPhone as I make this point, by the way. And I've got another iPhone next to me. I've got 2 iPhones. I used to use Samsung a few weeks ago. And probably Samsung does the same thing. All I'm saying is cancel culture, when it relates to brands in this case, when is it enough? How far do you go? Should you?
I'm going to tell you, it's enough. When you come out and say, we fucked up, we should have never did the things that we did.
Which Balenciaga did.
Let me answer the question. We fucked up. We used and abused children. That person who was in charge of the marketing and advertising is gone.
They did all
we
this.
Simply
Okay, they did all this,
apologize.
Spice. So is it enough? They
No,
did all this. Is that enough?
They didn't, because it should be covered in all the news outlets, and it's not. It's not explicit enough. And the people
they've removed Spice. I don't know. Spice. I don't know if you know this. They removed all their posts on Instagram. They've changed their entire marketing strategy. They've done official statements.
They have to come out and explicitly say what happened was a disaster, and we apologize. Okay, and then
Nikki, you're talking past Mario. Like, just stop talking past people, Nikki. You know what?
Actually, and Dick, how about this? Go write a Balenciaga apology on Google and read all the headlines by every single mainstream media talking about it, from CNN to News in Australia to The Guardian to People.com, NBC, the Independent Newsweek's all over the place. So I'm not saying it's enough. I don't know what's enough. But when you sit there making a statement, just look at what apologies they've done, because you're sitting here saying they should apologize and say this. Well, they've done everything you just said. Is that enough? Is it? Is it not? But that's it. Look, we discussed that earlier. I think I'd love you back on this panel if we bring this issue up again.
But the thing is, when you talk about an issue, you need to be educated on it, because the whole point is there's no point making an argument when you don't know the background of it. Then we could just throw anybody on the face. That's just
super quick.
I mean, Spice, you've been talking for ages. It's just getting boring. You keep talking past everybody.
It's enough.
Right. So look, I want to go to break. No, I want to go to break. Sorry, Spice. I'm going to go to break.
What Balenciaga was a crime. So
break. Break.
All right, I will try.
Right. I'm just going to mute you, Spice. Go for a break.
All right, so I just want to talk about, when we're talking about cancel culture for companies, I think this was reiterated earlier, but I just want to get back to it. Very difficult to cancel a company. You can boycott a brand, and people talked about the democracy of voting with their pocketbook, and I don't think you can really cancel a brand per se. You can boycott them.
I'll give you an example so you can continue making your point. So when someone, I have Balenciaga clothes. Now, I didn't know the whole story, so I kept wearing them until people started coming to you like, what the fuck are you doing wearing this? I'm like, what's happening? And they told me about the story, because I don't read the news much. And then people started getting attacked. Anyone that speaks up against the cancel culture, and by the way, I'm not presenting my perspective on this. I'm putting some context. So when you start attacking people that drink Bud Light, or attacking people that have Balenciaga, or attacking Adidas if they still worked with Kanye, and you got to attack them, and attack anyone wearing Adidas because they're working with Kanye, would that be crossing into cancel culture? Because that's a bit more than boycotting. What do you think?
Well, I think if you're doing that, though, you're transferring your aggression or your displeasure of the brand towards the person who you see using it. So it's really, at that point, it becomes cancel culture of an individual as opposed to cancel culture of a brand. So if you inadvertently wore Balenciaga and then somebody called you out on it in public, that's canceling you. That's not canceling the brand. And someone mentioned that Coors supports gay pride in Denver. I don't have any problem with that, and I don't think that any Americans really have a problem with any beer company that advertises at a pride event. I mean, I've been to Mardi Gras in New Orleans several times, and if you go a certain depth down Bourbon Street, the tenor of the entertainment and the district there changes dramatically, and nobody really cares about that. I think the problem with the whole Dylan Mulvaney kerfuffle is that it wasn't limited to its segment. It was more of a national campaign, even though it wasn't really a national campaign. It didn't have focus that made it appropriate for a venue. If Dylan Mulvaney had come out as a Bud sponsor for a Hollywood gay pride parade, nobody would blink an eye. It wouldn't really be an issue, but that was not the way it was perceived. It was Bud Light partner with Dylan Mulvaney. And so there's a little bit of a boycott towards Bud about that. I did want to mention that. And the last thing, I know we're trying to wrap it up, but on the issue of transphobia, I think it gets defined really strangely. I'll use a different analogy. My personal preference is I'm not really preferential towards blonde women. That doesn't make me blonde phobic. It just means I have a preference that's different. And I don't really hate on blonde women in public or anything like that, but it's not my personal preference. So there are certain things that can be, I think that transphobia is really, it's a cudgel. It's like racism and bigotry is used. It's like, if you don't comply with the way I want you to think, I'm going to label you as this.
Yeah, I feel you all agree. You, Spice, Tira, agree. It's just a bunch of semantics. It seems like just semantics. But on the crux of it, you all agree. But let me get Salam and Trash, the co-host, just to kind of sum it up, guys. Final quick words as we wrap up the space. Salam, do you want to go first? Trash, you go first.
Yeah. So when we started the conversation tonight, it was I felt like it was a lot of people that were resisting the getting the blue check. They were resisting the fact that it was ideological. And I think that we've demonstrated throughout this conversation that it was in fact ideological. I think that some good points were made. I think that, like, against getting a blue check or verifying. But what appears to me is that getting a blue check or not paying for a blue check was completely ideological. And then you had like legacy blue checks who felt like they had brought value to the platform, that they had actually brought listeners or tweeters to Twitter because of who they were. And therefore, they deserve to be verified and legacy verified. Those arguments were made, but everyone skirted around the ideological conversation. And it was 100% ideological, in my opinion, because that's why we're seeing like the cancel the blue checks movement, and anybody with a blue check, report them, unfollow them, so on and so forth, block them. If you block them, then the algorithm picks that up. I talked to a lot of people that I disagree with politically that were legacy blue checks that have actually suffered an engagement. And I pointed out the people that are following you are actually buying into the effect that anybody with a blue check we need to block to throw out the algorithm. We talked about a lot about whether Elon is getting unfair treatment in the media. And he was a media darling 2 years ago or 3 years ago or whatever it may be. And now that he's weighed in ideologically or culturally, now he's separated people who were once his supporters and no longer his supporters. Yeah, he probably has. And then we kind of got into like this cancel culture, boycott culture, what Balenciaga was doing, whether they're feeling the effects, what Bud Light is doing, and Anheuser-Busch is doing. And then we've kind of gone into the ideological conversation. So like, I think this space was actually phenomenal. Like, I think we covered a tremendous amount of topics. And I think that there was a lot of gaps that were bridged. I know this because I've been in DMs with people that disagree with me on just about everything. And they're like, I agree with what you just said. So like, there was a lot of gaps that were bridged. This was actually a really good space, Mario.
Yeah, man, we had what triggered it is Matt Binder and Alex going back and forth. And it was beautiful is that they both like, I'm like, hey, let's jump on a space. They both jumped on a space and they had a civil conversation. So it turned out pretty well.
No, it was really good. Yeah, Matt Binder and Alex, and they both made their arguments, and I agreed with both of what they said. And then we had Oliver made the OSINT argument, right? Is an account verified.
Those good arguments, yeah.
It was a great argument. Yeah, so I'll digress.
Conclusion of mine is ideological for sure. That was like what I wanted to get to. Sleiman.
Yeah, I agree. So I think when you look at the Elon Musk,
let me. Can I try to say what you're about to say? See if I get it right. Let's see how well I know you. Can I try?
Well, it's because you're just stealing my argument. But go ahead.
No, let me give it a shot, and then I'll give you the mic to correct me if I get anything wrong, which I'm pretty confident I won't. So from what we've seen today, guys, hold, bro. Can I talk? So from what we've seen today, first disclaimer: I am the smartest, and I smashed all of you. But from what I've seen today, the establishment does not want Twitter to succeed, and I think they convinced Elon to give everyone the blue check mark, and they're forcing people not to buy it. This way, Twitter will not become profitable. And then we talked about cancel culture. Well, again, the establishment decides which brands will get canceled. In this case, we do have Balenciaga. These pictures with the kids, that was not Balenciaga that did them. That was the establishment that planted them there. And then we saw the same with Bud Light, and I keep seeing this as we go. But I hope, this kind of sums up everything that's been discussed so far. I think this is what everyone was saying, and everyone just kind of made that same point. How was I, man?
And I like all of you guys speaking, but you're all wrong.
exactly. That was exactly.
Mario, thank you for having me. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I caused a little bit of a drama, but I just want to say what Balenciaga did with children, like they deserve to forever be canceled. Like you don't fuck with children that way. It's disgusting.
Right.
And they kind of
they didn't actually abuse children. They took a picture.
They kind of deserve it. They deserve to be canceled for however as long as people want to cancel them. Because what they did was a disgrace. Really, truly.
Okay, cool. So anyway, I just want to summarize. Yeah, I mean, again, that's Mario trying to minimize, the argument against the establishment. But let's get to it. So the issue is this. I do think that when it comes to Elon, it is ideological. It is definitely an effort from the liberal left, essentially, who have basically made a decision that they don't want to get Twitter blue. And the reason is completely based on ideology. The other arguments are very weak and they don't, stand up. In terms of, we touched on it slightly, but in terms of, his rocket and so on and so forth, that is clearly.
Did he say his rocket and so on and so forth? I love how well you treat SpaceX, like his little rocket and everything.
Yeah, like it is what it is, isn't it? In terms of that, that's definitely like media propaganda. So if you want to use the word establishment, that is definitely the establishment making a concerted effort, which is the corporate media in this instance, to basically paint Musk in a bad light. And the reason for that is when you do that, you basically had, for example, it impacts his advertisers, it impacts his users. And just one point. Yeah. And just one point before you do. And you saw that because there was articles from 2018 where they were praising him for launches which weren't as good as this one. So that shows the difference in the bias.
So I want to first, let me agree with you. I think the media narrative against SpaceX is fucking atrocious, and we're doing a thread on this.
Why? Why do you think it is? Why do you think it is?
I've got to ask you a question. And
Why?
let me know what you think.
You answer this question.
I will,
first,
bro. Don't play this game, man. Just let me ask you a question. I'll get to it. I'll answer as well. Promise. So what I wanted to ask you is, why did people cancel Balenciaga? Was it a concerted effort by any establishment? Was it just? Let me finish. Was it just a narrative because they did something wrong?
So I believe it was a narrative. Propagated because essentially
because they did something wrong.
Yeah, I mean they did something wrong, but for me, I mean they definitely did something wrong. Like don't get me wrong, but it doesn't make sense to me why they specifically went after that company when like Disney are literally doing.
Because it was just a picture. It was very visual, and it just went viral. It just trended. I know there's a lot of companies doing bad things, but
so Disney as an example.
There's a reason.
No, one second. Let me finish my point. Disney, as an example, have children like 8-9-year-olds dancing about in like horrendous clothing, much worse than Balenciaga.
Yeah, I haven't seen what Disney did. No, but let me finish.
Netflix. I mean Netflix.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Let me make my point. It's an interesting point. So you agreed that the reason Balenciaga is getting cancelled is because of the narrative based on something they did wrong. And it's funny how herd mentality works. It'd be surprising, when you see some of the videos going viral, like, why the fuck is that viral? Just a stupid video of a bunch of mushrooms and badgers. If anyone remembers the mushroom badger video. So my question to you is, with Elon, one argument is that it is a concerted effort by the establishment. I'm not saying it isn't, because I don't know. This one I genuinely don't know. But could it also be just, in general, liberals are pissed off based on a few things he did, a few decisions he did, unfairly or fairly? I think it's very unfairly. And it just became the narrative to hate on Elon. It's not like a concerted effort. They all get into a boardroom, say, let's crush Elon. That is all went behind that narrative the same way people went after a narrative against Balenciaga or, multiple other examples that happen on a weekly basis.
Okay,
do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah. And I want Suleiman. Suleiman, I want you to. Can I get in here just for a second, Suleiman, because I know you've got a great point. Number one, Balenciaga is not a. But yeah, like Balenciaga is not a children's company. Disney is, right? So why is Balenciaga actually weighing in and doing all these things with children when that's not what that company is? Versus Disney is far more subtle over a longer period of time.
That's off the point. Okay, but hold on. You guys, you moved off the point. This is like more of a Disney versus Balenciaga, which is a good. Maybe we'll do space on that. But what you know what I'm getting to? I'm trying to get to. How much? When do you know if it's the establishment versus just a narrative that's spreading?
Cost. That's an easy answer. So in this case, about Musk, it's both.
And I'll explain why. So you definitely have the media narrative, which is completely focused on basically taking this guy out. And there's a lot of benefits to that, even though basically Musk does try and he's not like completely against them. He tries to basically, when he makes comments like, "Oh, I like you as a media company." But in terms of the liberals, now it could be that they were impacted by the media, or it could be something that they themselves just don't like the fact that he's a lot of the comments he's making is more towards the right. But definitely there's a significant concerted effort from a narrative perspective. Now it could be that the establishment impacted them, or it could be two unconnected things, but both things are happening.
Cool. Well, no, I think it's good for a discussion for another. Okay, sorry, Trash,
Mario, can I show you
I want to
something?
finish off, man.
Wait, this is finishing off.
Yeah. Finish it off, guys. Trash. Joe.
If you look at the picture I posted above, everyone knows that the sea turtle with the straw stuck in his head. The whole world, well, at least mainland Europe, you can't get a plastic straw anywhere anymore because a disturbing image caused an irrational action. Because plastic straws aren't the problem with plastic; it's not even 1% of it. Balenciaga was the same thing, super disturbing, and people just went overboard because it's a disturbing image.
Yeah,
but there was no actual abuse.
No, good. Okay, Trash.
Yep. Thanks. So to your point of what you're making is why is all of a sudden is there so much outrage from the left or whatever's going on? It's because the people on the left or the people that believe they had influence in this sector on the left, whatever it may be, where they had all this power of all social media and they were verified and they were prominent voices, were no longer this same type of power, right? And so they're like, well, Elon took this away from us, so Elon bad all of a sudden. It was because at that point, the points that they were making, which we all disagreed with, not all of us, but a lot of us disagreed with, they didn't have the power to be like, hey, we disagree with you, because they were being artificially suppressed. So once that was lifted away and taken away with Twitter, when Elon took over, they're like, well, Elon bad. Like, why am I not legacy verified? Why am I not a prominent voice anymore? Why is it that a raccoon with 17,000 followers can have a blue check just because he pays $8 versus me who works for BuzzFeed?
But that narrative started before that. That's the thing. Like, it's been going on for a couple of years now.
Yeah, but because he was talking about it for the last couple of years. So like the most prominent person in our culture, I would argue, the highest follower account, and you can say that on Twitter because he owns it, but he's still the most prominent person who's given us, a Tesla and SpaceX and Starlink and all these technologies. The most prominent person in our culture to this day is speaking out against what they all in lockstep were talking about makes him an enemy. It's the same thing that's happening here.
It's a fair point. I think his narrative against the media definitely plays a big role. I agree with you there.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I agree with Elon. A fucking raccoon should not be verified. But that's a topic for another discussion. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for making this a great